their idea of the Earth's size and the way light behaves. So, it really does need, academia really needs to take all the data sets and go back to the drawing board. And it's healthy to do internal critiques too. You know what I mean? Like, without necessarily being willing to change your fundamental worldview, you can entertain it hypothetically and do an internal critique, right? And say, what if, right? So what if, like, we're not going to change our worldview, but let's do a what if scenario, right? And then see what the data says. And if the data says that you're wrong, then you're forced to accept it, right? In the end, or just continue to believe that there's just mysterious reasons that you don't understand yet as to why you get these such conflicting results. But I'm sorry, I have Yemen on the line. But yeah, take the stage, somebody, please. Take the mic off me. Just talking with my son. Okay, I'm just going to keep talking. I was just speaking with my son earlier because he was loves history and he watched some um, video on Garfield, the president. um, and after his attempted assassination, he was like severely wounded, but he lived for a while, like 100 something days, right, after the attempted assassination. Apparently, like, historians look at it now as his surgeons basically didn't they didn't adhere to it, germ theory or anything like that. So they probably were like digging around inside him, um, with unsterilized equipment and hands, and they suspected he just died of major infection due to that, right? That he could have actually survived the wounds and lived and gone on to fulfill his office. Uh, but yeah, that didn't happen. And like, this is another example. I know I said to him, "Did you know that the guy that initially suggested that there may be unseen, you know, microorganisms or something that's like causing infection, and that us doctors should wash our hands," like, based on his ideas, was like thrown into a mental asylum because he challenged the norm, right? He challenged the norm, and that others weren't willing to accept. And look how life changing that's been. Like since we've accepted that, like that you know, at least that there could be these. Let's test that. Let's make sure we're clean and sterile prior to surgery and trying to help people. Um, let's see if that's the reason why people are getting sick, right? And not, let's see if we can up that success rate by keeping ourselves clean, like washing before handling instruments and putting our hands inside people and stuff like that, right? And worked.
You know, they
You
had
know,
they had to
like
go
that's
do those autopsies in the morgue, and then they had to go deliver those babies. Come on,
right. Yeah,
and and a gentleman does not have dirty hands. You know, that's what the working poor have.
right,
That's why the doctors were upset. Basically, called them dirty.
right. As if it was some sort of like, oversight on their part, which it was, but I mean, like, it wasn't. It wasn't a class thing. It was just nature, right? Nature of things. Yeah. That which they were supposed to be aware of, like they were supposed to be in, like learned men, scientific, like they could have
learned
like tested the
learned men.
theory instead of just throwing the guy into a mental asylum. Test his theory, see if there's something to it. If there wasn't, then yeah, then throw him in the loony bin. You're crazy, dude. It's not what causes an
Well,
infection.
they drove him mad. They attacked his character and drove him mad. But
Right.
this is not the only case. This has been there's you could probably list off a dozen names of people who came up with an idea and got ostracized for it.
Yeah, there was pushback against, the whole, elements, like of gas, oxygen being the contributor for combustion, right, and all that. Like when phlogiston theory was being challenged, yeah, there was pushback. People didn't want to let go of that idea. It was already established. Students had to answer questions correctly in exams concerning phlogiston theory, right? They didn't want to let go of it. They were forced to in the end because the evidence, right?
Yep. Here's a short list of men in medicine who were ignored and ostracized and everything. And one of them is Kilmer McCulley, who figured out what was killing children, why they were getting hardened arteries at a young age. But they ignored everything he did, cut his funding, all that. So he was like unemployed for like 27 months or something. Couldn't find a job. William Harvey, the guy who thought that, blood was just part of the circulatory system. Because prior to that, they thought that the liver created the blood and the body absorbed the blood as for the nutrients. And then there was Alice Catherine Evans. She was a woman. That was part of her downfall, was that she had the wrong sex. And she discovered that a bacteria in milk was making people sick. And of course, they ignored all that because she was a woman.
Louise Pasteur.
Yeah, Barry Marshall. Barry Marshall figured out that you know ulcers in the stomach, gastric ulcers, are caused by bacterium, and he actually drank
Right.
the bacterium, gave himself ulcers, took antibiotics, and cleared up
That
the
wasn't so long
infection.
ago, right?
And they
And that
ignored
was an
that
Aussie.
research for decades.
Yeah. That was an Aussie, wasn't it?
I'm not certain where he was from, but
I think he was Australian. Yeah. And it wasn't that long ago. It was like in the 90s or something, wasn't it? 80s or 90s?
Yeah, that was recent history, yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
they have not changed. Uh, Peter Duesberg, when he said that HIV doesn't cause AIDS, he had all his fundings immediately cut by Fauci. So, yeah, just like I said, it's just even when they were researching, diseases like pellagra. Pellagra was quite common at the late 19th century, early 20th century, right? And the researchers thought it was caused by a disease, some sort of infectious agent. They wanted to create a vaccine for it, but when they found it was a simple nutrient deficiency, they just didn't bother to tell anybody for 30 years because pellagra mostly affected poor people, and there was no money in curing poor people because they had no money to pay the doctors.
Right. So it would seem that like major ground, like breakthroughs, groundbreaking breakthroughs, in all different fields, doesn't necessarily come from um, holding to the well accepted um, establishment viewpoints, but
Yeah,
challenging it rather challenging it, right? And saying, well, we haven't made progress here because obviously we're wrong about something.
even happened with the aeroplane. Orville and Wilbur Wright created the airplane, and nobody in the scientific community took them seriously. Didn't even think they had even worked because they were amateurs. Took them 5 years before they sold their first airplane.
Yeah, what were they saying back then? Oh, that photo is fake
Well,
or whatever.
I doubt there was very many people who actually, went out to see what they were doing, right? They had to travel
Right.
across. They traveled to the Paris shows and stuff like that, and demonstrated their aircraft. And then finally, they garner some interest in the aircraft, you know. But like I said, but basically the elites thought, well, that's not possible. These are not learned men. What do they know? Meanwhile,
Yeah.
the U.S. government had given some guy $50,000 back in the early 20th century, which is a very large sum of money. That's like millions today, and he couldn't create a flying and working aircraft.
Right. So two bicycle mechanics from the sticks.
Yeah,
They did it though, with next to nothing.
exactly. Yeah, the U.S. government gave $50,000 to Samuel Pierpont Langley. He was supposed to develop a piloted flying machine. The grant was awarded in 1898.
And he failed, eh?
He used the funds to build a full-scale steam and gasoline-powered aircraft called the Great Aerodrome. Yeah, he tried to launch it, and either it snagged in his little launching catapult, or crashed immediately into the river of the Potomac. And then, just 9 days after Langley's crash, the Wright brothers successfully achieved the world's first sustained powered flight using a plane they built for themselves for roughly $1,000. Yeah, if you had 50,000 US silver dollars, their melt value today would be 2.3 million. I think when the Model T was released, I think the original price was around $500. So $50,000 would buy you a 100 Model Ts.
What's the equivalent today, though?
Well, if you use it as a silver inflation, it's about $2.3 million.
Oh, shoot.
Here's another guy that got ostracized, Alfred Wegener. He's a geophysicist. He made the discovery of continental drift. The backlash was that geologists fiercely attacked him because he could not explain the exact mechanism moving the continents. Sound familiar? In the 1960s, the discovery of plate tectonics and seafloor spreading validated his entire theory decades after his death.
There you go. Yeah, even some geologists, I can't remember their names. One in particular, this woman who'd, uh, based on their understanding and their modelling, right, had found artifacts within strata that didn't match the models, right, and the held views, and you know, despite like the data being what it was, right, like she was instantly, you know, like basically, like you said, ostracized,
Yep.
criticized negatively. Yeah, like how dare you make this discovery? Basically, it was what they were saying. They weren't saying, hey, like, you know, let's come up with an explanation for this that fits what we think. Like, it's just like, often some of these people even get called frauds. Like, they're just from the get go. You planted that there. That's not where you found it, or whatever, because it just doesn't fit, and they can't make it fit. There is no explanation for some of this stuff, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Even in chemistry, there's a guy, Dan Schechtman. He discovered quasi-crystals, crystal structures that are ordered but not periodic. A backlash. He was told there's no such thing as quasi-crystals, only quasi-scientists. The head of his lab asked him to leave the research group, and then he was vindicated when other scientists eventually replicated his findings. He was vindicated and won the Nobel Prize in Chemistry in 2011. So, what happens to these people that ostracize them? Shouldn't they be, have all their funding removed because clearly they don't understand what they were looking at?
Yeah, what happens to their careers? I bet they didn't lose tenure or anything, right? They carried on.
Exactly. Even in astrophysics, there was a guy, Subramanian Chandrasekhar. His discovery was massive stars can collapse into infinite density, the basis for black holes. It says renowned astronomer Sir Arthur Eddington publicly humiliated him and ridiculed his mathematics at the Royal Astronomical Society. And his vindication was his calculations were flawless. He received the Nobel Prize in Physics in 1983 for his work on stellar structure. But what happened to Sir Arthur Eddington, the guy who humiliated? Any backlash against him for being an idiot? And then there's always the cases of where the scientists and stuff like that, they all believed a certain thing occurs, and then they find out later, well, that's impossible. That can't happen. So they quietly change the story without really telling anybody that they've been screwing up for, decades.
Hello, guys. Anybody on this panel think they live on a spinning ball? Go ahead.
Dave,
Hey,
Dave, you
Dave.
need to fix your connection. You're coming in poor.
It's not going to be fixed. I'll just mute. I'm driving. Sorry.
Yep, that was a little bit better. Yeah, driving circles around the cell tower.
Yeah, wait till he gets a little bit over the curve, and there'll be a satellite above him there somewhere.
Yeah.
Got to drive over the curvature. That's what I'm doing right now.
It's crazy.
Looks like you have
Go
no
on, sorry.
spinning ball belief. Go ahead, T-Bucky.
Yeah, no, I was just saying it's crazy. Like people appeal to all this like modern day technology. Look how advanced we are, and still there's there's regions where you lose cell phone signal.
Yeah, that's true. Like 90% of the time, if I dip into a valley, I'll have a bad signal or whatever. But that shouldn't affect the satellite, should it? Oh well. Guess nobody wants to speak up for the globe right now. They don't want to teach us the globe, do they? Come on, man.
Come on, Dave. Haven't you seen the pictures from space?
Yep, that's about all they got. Fallacies in space pictures and math and gravity, whatever that is.
Didn't you see that demonstration on the ISS where they floated water in the middle of the air there and it formed a ball?
I'm probably in a bad area. Maybe T-Bug will respond. I need to mute.
I just want to know how that ball of water in the ISS that's moving at 17,000 miles per hour, the ball of water just stayed perfectly still in there and didn't eventually move towards a wall.
was already traveling at 17,000 miles per hour. What about the little toy that they beamed in? It just beamed into, like, did they beam it? Did they have to get it up to speed first before they beamed it into the ISS? So it matched the speed of the ISS.
Have
Oh,
you
what's
ever
that?
read?
You say that was just CGI? Oh, okay. But they don't use CGI, right?
Have you ever read about how hard it is to match an orbit in space?
No, enlighten me.
Because if you launch yourself into space, and because you're matching a trajectory, you'll have like a pretty circular orbit. Now, in order to change your altitude, you need to either slow down or speed up, right? But if you speed up too fast, you now have an elliptical orbit. So you'll have a perigee and an apogee. Now, how do you match that with the ISS?
Right. I don't know.
So to change altitude, you would have to extremely slowly move faster, and so you could maintain the same kind of circular orbit, so that you could catch up with the ISS.
It's just really good timing.
What are you talking about?
I'm sorry. Was that early? Was that thing free? So that issue with the media in the side chat, people not being able to post media, has that been fixed?
Well, I've had no difficulties.
Okay. Yeah, no, it seemed like there for a while the mods could post stuff, but anybody else that still had permission to do so and had done so, like, like moments before it started, like suddenly they couldn't post anything. But I was just wondering if it got resolved or not.
Well, the AI says yes, it's still currently experiencing severe platform issues, but it's mostly says here that it's direct messages that are having most of the issues. So the governor of Washington State says the recent fires in Spokane were due to climate change. Turns out it was arson. I guess climate change is causing people to do arsons.
It's yeah.
And apparently this guy who did the arson back in 2010, he 86 his father because his father asked him to do dishes. So he should have been in prison.
Your father what? Sorry.
He 86 his father at MDK 187.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know what that means.
Well, if you watch Demolition Man, when Simon Phoenix goes on his little spree there, the computer
Right.
reads out a code called MDK 187. And that's the code that gets you past any censorship for saying naughty words.
Right. Yeah, I enjoyed that documentary.
Wait, so AI, the point of your example, just confirm if this is what I'm saying is wrong. It's to illustrate how absurd it would be to have a like even though you know that the known territory is not curving, to assume that beyond 50,000 miles beyond the parallel, it would start dropping. The point of the example is to illustrate how absurd it would be because you would still go down. Like everything would still be.
Oh, no. There's nothing absurd about it. The only thing absurd about it would be for somebody to be making universal claims about that territory that they can't possibly know dogmatically. You follow? So you got to watch yourself on universal claims in the realms of unknowns, and you have to watch yourself on mixing models. Okay. So the majority of what we did there is just demonstrate how people are critiquing something by mixing a model. And Globers do that to us all the time, right? Like we'll say to them, oh, so they'll ask us, so you think the earth is flat? We'll go, we know the earth is flat. And they'll be like, oh, so it's just the only flat planet in the heliocentric cosmology, right? So they're imagining the flat earth in their model, right? So it's the third flat disk from the sun.
Yeah, the entire thing versus just the known territory.
Right, and we have to deconstruct.
Well, the problem, AI, is that flat earthers. The problem is flat earthers never provide their own model in which to imagine the flat earth. So we're forced to use pre-existing models to try to make sense of it.
No, you're not forced. You could just not try to do it, dude. You're not. There's no force involved.
So a model is just a functional explanation of observed phenomenon that is internally coherent. That's all it is, right? But like you guys have no model to actually explain things. Yeah, you can't explain the day-night cycle. You can't explain the seasons. You can't explain lunar eclipses. You can't explain the movement of celestial bodies. The most you can say about the sky is like whenever anybody brings up like observations of Jupiter and its moons, or we can observe eclipses. We can observe solar and lunar eclipses on Jupiter. Exactly. You guys just say, oh, well, you can't look at the sky to make conclusions about the ground. So it's like, because you can't account for it. And like,
are you done? Are you done? Like seriously, are you done on your soapbox? Like seriously, you can't even define model. You should just close your mouth.
I did. That was literally the first thing I said.
Yeah, and that's wrong.
Explanation.
That's wrong.
Yeah,
that's wrong. Models describe.
Okay, what was wrong about
it? They describe. They don't explain. They describe.
Yeah, they describe relationships between observed observations.
Observed observations.
Yeah, observed phenomenon.
Brought to you by the ministry of redundant ministry.
All right. See, the only thing you're good at, Indio, is playing word games, man.
That's funny.
Actually respond. What are the seasons? What causes them? The best you can say is, oh, I don't know. It's impossible to know.
You don't know.
I do know. Seasons are caused by the tilt of the earth. It makes logical sense. We can explain it and predict it.
How do you know that? What's the evidence?
The sun.
Yeah, what's the evidence?
Oh man. Yeah, dude, we can observe that the sun. We can observe that when we orbit the sun, it's on a different axis than when we're rotating. Yeah.
It doesn't tell you the cause, though. You're just asserting that's the cause. How do you know that's the cause? Yeah, like I said.
Okay, well, what causes the seasons? Come on, man.
You don't know
anything. Yeah, no, but all you can say, dude, all you can say is, oh, you don't know, and nobody knows, and it's impossible to know. So therefore, I'm going to stick to my little conclusion of the Earth is flat. Like, it's not intellectual rigor. It's nothing.
No, like listen. All you can do is correlate. Okay, you can correlate. You can't know the cause.
Yeah, we can know the cause. When we look at Jupiter and we observe that it's round, and we observe that when we look at Jupiter and we see that the moons are orbiting Jupiter, and we see that Jupiter is a sphere.
No one's ever seen that.
Dude, yes, you can see amateur astronomers, people who just buy telescopes online, and they take photos of Jupiter, time-lapse photos. You can see the moons orbiting. What are you talking about?
No one's ever seen a full orbit, dude, in the history of man. Okay, period.
A full orbit of what? A full orbit of what?
Anything, ever.
So now you know he's never taken like college level statistics or even high school level. Like now you can totally size up his education, Indio. It's completely deficient.
Wait, what are you talking about? Statistics? What is what?
Yeah, because you think you can determine causation from a correlation from an R squared. Like you can't get that from an R squared.
From an R squared? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? Use English.
Yeah, probably something beyond your ken. So I'm sorry.
An R squared value, like you're talking about, like statistical, what, like some statistical term, some niche technical term from statistics.
Some niche.
What exactly?
Some niche. I mean, something that's taught in like first week of stats. Yeah, that kind of niche.
Okay, well, explain how it's relevant to the current conversation.
Well, you apparently don't know how to differentiate correlation from causation, like Indio pointed out. So.
Okay, if I can point my telescope and look with my own eyes and see the moons orbiting, and they're following the Newtonian gravitational model, that is sufficient reason to conclude, or it is reasonable to assume, not even assume, it is a reasonable conclusion from those observations that the Newtonian model corresponds to gravity, corresponds to reality.
If A then B, B therefore A. Great, you just completely laid out a very clear path of affirming the consequent formal logical fallacy. Awesome, good for you. You just engage in circular reasoning, also called putting the cart before the horse. You just did that for everybody. Good for you.
No, in science, we work on an evidentiary model. You never prove anything.
As in you're in science? Are you a scientist? Oh my gosh, really?
Yeah, I am, as a matter of fact. When I say
you are. What field? Okay, great. What discipline? Because I am too.
I don't care. I'm a physicist, and when I say we,
you're a physicist. So you never had stats, but you're a physicist. That's freaking amazing. How does that happen?
Get over yourself and your little fucking ego and your little fucking credential fallacy bullshit, dude. It doesn't matter what I do or who I am. When I say we, I'm talking about humanity as a whole. Okay?
No, you said we as in we are scientists. You weren't referring to humanity as a whole.
You twisted my words.
You're resetting the frame of this because you're dishonest.
I'm not dishonest, dude. You're just
you're resetting the frame of this. When you said we, you were referring to yourself as a scientist, not all of humanity. And you just did a complete bait and switch, dude, on the audience. And audience, if you're listening, I hope you caught the bait and switch that this guy did. Anyway, continue. I'm going to just step back for a bit and let you start yapping your pie hole.
There's like 12 people watching on YouTube, dude. I don't know why you guys have to grandstand about,
you think so? Yeah, why don't you convince yourself? Well, you wish there were only 12 people.
I'm literally looking at. I was looking at the stream right before I joined. There was like.
You believe everything you see on the internet, don't you?
Okay, how many people are watching the live stream then? And what?
Dude, these get clipped. These conversations get clipped, especially ones like this, and they get put onto TikTok and Facebook and Instagram, and they get hundreds of thousands of views.
We're also streaming in 2 places at once. Well, 3 places. No, 4 places.
Honestly, I don't even care about the fucking audience. You think that's why I'm here? Is that why you're here? To convince yourself that you're famous?
No, we're here to talk to the audience, and we're here to grandstand in front of you to demonstrate to the audience how much of a numpty you are.
Guys, you only have 12 of the thing I don't care about.
Only 12?
Again, okay. Dude. Let's not get locked away in the bullshit. So the problem is that
you admit your whole point was crap. Good point. Go ahead.
No, again, word games. You guys just love playing word games. It's pathetic. We can observe attracting matter directly in the Cavendish experiment, and just because you refuse to accept evidence that contradicts your position doesn't mean it's not real.
Okay. So the Cavendish, you say, is an experiment. What was the hypothesis?
You're playing word games.
I'm not gonna. It doesn't look. What? Like exactly? You're just going down irrelevant, pointless avenues of argumentation. It's not going to lead anywhere. When you put 2 masses next to each other, they attract each other with a measurable force. That's it.
You're just making shit up. You don't even know what happens in the Cavendish experiment. You have no idea what's being observed.
It's a fucking. Yes, it's you observe a deflection of the wire.
Nope.
Due to the masses being closer together.
Nope.
The Cavendish, no, it literally is. It literally is 2 masses. It's a bar with masses at the end, suspended from its center with a wire, and then you place. Yes, 2 masses suspended from a wire.
What is that?
And then you place.
Yeah, mass.
Mass. Two massive objects, like two lead weights, suspended from a bar.
Weight isn't mass.
My God.
Oh my God! You know what the fuck
weight
a
isn't mass, dude. Have you ever had mass in a weightless environment? You've ever heard of mass in a weightless environment before?
You know damn well if I go to the gym and I lift weights, you know what the fuck I'm talking about, dude.
Yeah, not mass.
Two chunks, pieces, portions of lead.
Chunks? So chunks,
Whatever
we're talking about chunks, guys. He's a physicist talking about chunks of matter.
Two collections of lead atoms. What the fuck?
No, dude, you need $1 million word for this. You got an advanced degree. You're not going to get away with chunks. Listen, dude, you've got an advanced degree. I want to hear $1 million word from you, not something like chunks. You're a physicist. Stop using chunks.
Fuck you, dude. I don't care what you call me, dude. You know what the fuck I mean.
No, I don't. I really don't. I really don't, because mass has no meaning.
Stop acting
mass
dumb,
has no meaning. You know, I can pull up some quotes from like Max Born or somebody else in here who can describe for you how mass has no meaning.
What the fuck are you talking about? What the
I
fuck
figured
are
you might say that because you're not really a physicist, are you?
It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't
yes, it does matter because this is absolutely central to your entire argument. It does matter for you.
My argument has nothing to do with my background. My argument is that if you two objects with mass are attracted to each other through gravity.
All right, good. So your claim betrays your background, which means you're a pretender clown poser.
Why don't you just address what he's talking about with the experiment instead of just trying to assassinate his character?
Okay, I'll address what he's talking about. Go ahead and define mass. What is mass?
Irrelevant. This is
good. No. This is relevant. This is relevant. This is relevant. Right now, I need you to define what mass is. I need you to define what mass is because this is absolutely central to your argument. What is mass?
Mass is a fundamental property of matter that it can have, much like electric charge or much like atomic spin. These are fundamental properties.
Spin is mass? Lord have mercy.
It's a fundamental property of mass.
What they do every time, they try to just derail everything.
No. The problem is that you guys demand hyper-technical jargon language, and then the moment you're provided with it, you go like, "Oh, that doesn't make any sense."
No, this is not hyper-technical. You provided us hyper-technical jargon language. You absolutely did not.
No, I'm saying that's what you've been demanding, right? You provided
us a handful of broken crayons that you spat out after eating them.
Mass is a property of matter. Matter can also have an electric charge. Matter can also have a quantum spin.
No, I'm asking about mass, not matter. We're to define mass. Come on, stick with the program.
Mass is a property of matter. That's what it is.
Good. Okay, that's so descriptive. Can you be any more vague?
I can tell you how that property, like what it means to have mass.
What does it mean?
If you have mass, then that means that when you have a force applied to you, you undergo acceleration.
Bro, high school physics is not it.
Mass is defined as a resistance to acceleration due to external forces.
Yep. You can't attract things. Thanks.
What does mass?
It also, yes, it does.
Oh, so a unit of measure attracts things. Congratulations.
No, just because we use a unit of measurement to measure it doesn't mean that it can't do other things.
It is a unit of measure. Mass is a unit of measure.
No, we can measure something's mass via its resistance to acceleration.
That is its mass. That's the same thing, dude.
No, that's how we measure it.
Dude, resistance to acceleration is defined as mass. They're the same thing.
Well,
yes, as in if you want to measure how much mass something has, you can apply a force to it and see how much it accelerates.
It's the same thing.
It's how we can measure it. Yeah.
This is no. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
It's an identity.
That's
mass.
Okay.
No.
Mass
is the unit of measure.
No, what you're saying is if I have a photo detector and it receives, and I'm measuring the output of that photodetector. When a photon hits the photodetector, it emits a pulse of current. Okay, and then what you're saying is, oh well, a photon is a pulse of current coming out of a photodetector. That's how it's defined. No, that's how we measure it.
That's not what I'm saying at all.
They're two. Yes, that is exactly what you're saying. You're equivocating.
Mass is not a unit measure.
Mass is resistance to acceleration. That's just defined. That makes it an equality. That means
that's how we measure it. I can write an equation. I can write an equation saying
unit.
I can write an equation for a photodetector that is photons per amps. And then I measure the amps, and I can calculate that from photons with an equation. But that doesn't mean that photons are current in a wire. It means that the current in the wire is produced by the photons, and that's how we detect them. The way that we detect mass, the way that we measure it, is by applying a force to something and then measuring how much it accelerates. And then the mass of it is defined as the ratio between the force and the acceleration.
Okay. That is the mass. There's the same thing. No, there's no way around it, dude.
No, I just gave
a unit measure. It's like feet or inches, dude. It's like feet or inches. It's like saying distance causes something.
But it's also a property,
you're too dumb, dude. You're just too dumb.
Everything has mass, right? So you could say it's a property.
No.
No?
No, not everything has mass, because photons don't have mass. Neutrinos don't have a measurable mass.
Yes, they do.
Sure?
No, they don't. Photons don't have mass.
How much money do you want to bet?
A photon is an oscillation in the electric field. How do oscillations in the electric field have mass?
And it has a mass.
No, it doesn't. No, they have momentum, but they don't have mass.
Dude, this dude is bro.
Yeah, he says he's a quantum mechanic.
E equals mc squared, remember?
Yeah.
No, that's not right. It's E squared is equal to the square root of mc squared plus.
Did you ever take quantum physics in college?
Mass, energy, equivalence, dummy.
Yes, but that's an incomplete expression. The full expression is E squared is equal to the square root of mc squared plus pc squared, where P is the momentum. You should, because you're quoting the equation.
Energy has mass. This is not debatable, dude.
Yeah, but is light even matter?
No, it's not matter, but it has mass.
So you could say
it has a radiation pressure.
It doesn't have mass. It doesn't have mass.
Okay, then how come if I shine a laser at a piece of aluminum foil, the laser will push the foil?
Because they have momentum.
I'm gonna push it though.
Okay. No.
Wait, hold on.
You actually want to understand this, I can explain it in 30 seconds.
And how do we calculate the momentum?
If you actually,
do we use the rest?
I can explain it to you in 30 seconds.
Do we use the bro? No, shut up. Do we use the rest mass? Do we use the rest
mass of a photon? Doesn't make any sense. I can explain it to you. You want me to explain it to you in 30 seconds?
No.
You want me to explain it to you or not? Your question doesn't make any sense.
Shut the fuck up. Do we use the rest mass of the photon? Yes or no?
Photons don't have rest mass.
It's zero.
He's cooked.
You're cooked, dude. Shut up, dude. Shut up.
Does a firefly have mass?
Photons have zero rest mass.
Firefly with the light on it.
Okay, so here's the explanation. Here's the explanation. You have an oscillation in the electric field. What's going to happen because of that? You're also going to have an oscillating magnetic field along with it that's being co-induced by the wave, right? You have light is a magnetic field and an electric field oscillating together. Now, whenever you have an electric field and a magnetic field inhabiting the same space, you can take the cross product of the two and figure out a momentum tensor. Okay, it's called a fucking Maxwell tensor, and it tells you the exact forces that an electron or a charged object would feel in that region due both to the magnetic field and the electric field. And if you actually do the math and take the cross product and like see what forces are there, then that basically you can see that there is a momentum flux within that space anytime you have overlapping electric fields and magnetic fields. I can do the math for you if you're familiar with
Look, how about you just go on Google and Google, do photons have mass?
You need to Google Maxwell tensor. Okay, we'll both do that. Go on Google and Google Maxwell tensor. Tell me what comes up. I want you to read the AI overview. No. You don't know what a Maxwell tensor is. Maxwell tensor.
I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. It's a red herring. You're trying to distract from
It's not a red herring.
No,
The question you asked me,
Dude,
they
photons
don't.
have
The
mass.
question you asked me was, how do they have momentum? The answer is Maxwell tensor.
That's not an answer.
That's one formulation.
Yes, it is. The Maxwell tensor is literally.
That's one formulation.
The Maxwell tensor are literally momentum.
And that's just, bro, that's just one formulation. There's others.
Oh, okay. Give me one more. Give me one other. Go ahead.
These flat earthers are fucking idiots.
Hold on, there's an ambulance, a truck going by. Now, what was that? Say that again.
You said there was another formulation of the Maxwell tensor that doesn't include momentum?
No, there's
what are
other
you talking
formulations.
about? What are you even saying?
There's other calculations to formulate the momentum of a photon.
Okay, like what? Give me an example. I give you an example. Give me an example.
I think it's H bar over H bar times V equals M times F. So F would be the
pointing vector.
I have to look it up. I don't know from memory, but it'll give you the energy of a photon, which will spit out its momentum.
And how do you calculate the momentum from the photon, from the energy of the photon?
Does the binding does the binding energy?
You use E equals PC squared.
Does the binding energy of an atom have mass?
That's where most of the mass of an atom comes from.
Oh, so not the particles.
That's right.
Oh,
that doesn't mean that. But that doesn't mean that all the mass comes from the binding energy. No, there is still independent mass that the particles themselves have. A proton is not a fundamental particle.
Yeah, so Indio described for you the de Broglie relation.
Yes, the de Broglie relation, HF.
Yeah, that's what Indio responded with, okay? So yeah, you agree with that. Awesome.
E equals HF. So that means you can start with the frequency of a photon, and then you can convert that into the energy of a photon. Now you want to find out the momentum of the photon. What are you going to use? The same exact equation I described earlier, E equals PC squared, where P is the momentum.
Yeah. So now you invoke kinematics through Minkowski space. Awesome for you.
Dude, throwing around big words isn't going to prove that I'm wrong about anything. You guys worship vocabulary like the world is some kind of magic law room where if you say the right combination of words, you can deny reality.
Look, nobody has it all figured out, neither do you.
Yeah, and all you can do is appeal to ignorance, saying, "Oh, the things that scientists claim to know are impossible
to know." Who's appealing to ignorance around here? Who's appealing to ignorance? How about we're appealing to humility? The fact that you don't know shit is absolutely true.
I know more than everybody here combined, bro.
All right, Dunning and Kruger, why don't you go take your Dunning and Kruger bowling balls and go play with yourself?
Has anybody bothered to Google Maxwell tensor to educate themselves at all? Because that's a real thing. You think I don't know about that?
So now you're going to be a proponent of ether theory, which I thought was debunked by Einstein?
What the fuck are you talking about ether theory? I'm talking about Maxwell tensors. What does that have to do with the ether? Just because Maxwell believed in something that was wrong doesn't have anything to do with just because we use equations that he wrote down.
Right. All models are wrong, right? Yeah, Maxwell tensor and ether model are absolutely interlinked with one another.
No, they are not.
Yes, they are.
Didn't exist during Maxwell's lifetime. So just shut up, dude. Stop embarrassing yourself.
That's a good point. Exist? The stress tensor from relativity.
This isn't relativity, dude. This is pure electrodynamics. This is classical electromagnetism.
Stolen.
Has anybody just bothered typing two words into Google? Maxwell tensor. Tell me what comes up. Seriously. It's not that fucking hard. Just type two words into Google.
Is that what you're doing right now?
He really wants us to talk about the one thing he knows about. That should be fun.
No, that was the question. Somebody asked me, how does a photon have momentum? The answer is you can calculate it using the Maxwell tensor, which is directly from the amplitudes and directions of the coupled electrical and magnetic fields.
So if something's moving really fast and it has momentum, but it has really no weight, or in your case, mass, whatever that is, would it move anything no matter how fast it went?
What something are we talking about?
Well, earlier we mentioned that if you shine a tinfoil, it'll move. So what is moving the foil? Is it stuff that's moving really fast but doesn't have any substance?
So what's happening is that the electrons in the foil are interacting with the electric field of the light, and the electric field of the light is and the EM field of the light is an electric field and a magnetic field that are propagating together, and the cumulative effect when it interacts with that sheet of the metal is that it pushes it away, and you can calculate how much momentum is being transferred from the electric magnetic field into the metal using the Maxwell tensor.
Oh yeah. How does that momentum get transferred through nothing?
Doesn't it just heat it up or what?
Yeah. So you're proposing ether theory.
It has nothing to do with ether theory. Just because you say the word ether theory doesn't mean that
it's propagating,
dude. Irrelevant.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely relevant here. How's it propagating?
How's it propagating? Because space has physical properties such as and it can sustain electric fields and magnetic fields.
You sound like that blonde bimbo from like the Miss Universe freaking show. He's like Iran and Iraq and SOAS, and yeah, we're gonna feed all the homeless kids.
Just because you don't understand the words coming out of my mouth.
I do understand. You don't understand what you're talking about.
Can you repeat anything back to me that I said?
I do want to ask
because it's a bunch of mumbo jumbo.
Yeah, exactly. You're not even going to
What are the physical properties of space?
Well, you have things like the permittivity of empty space, which it's a constant called epsilon naught, and it basically describes how quickly an electric field can change through empty vacuum. Same thing with permeability of empty space. It's called mu naught. And the speed of light is 1 over the square root of mu naught epsilon naught.
Like SOAS,
You're describing not the space, but the field.
So, yeah, you can use that equation to describe refraction around a globe now?
Yeah, actually you can. Because
yes, wonderful.
Field.
Okay. I would love for you to integrate for you to integrate gravity with that within Einstein's framework. Go ahead.
Bro. Einstein, you mean general relativity?
No, I meant Maxwell's equations when I reference Einstein. No, dude, Einstein.
So you're just jumping around? You're pivoting now?
Well, yeah, you seem to be jumping from Maxwell to Einstein to whoever you want. You're picking and choosing from the entire buffet of quantum physics and relativity to support your freaking agenda, and that's just freaking beautiful, isn't it?
I've been talking about classical electromagnetism this whole time. I've never mentioned Einstein. You did.
Okay, so you're not an Einstein lover?
It does. I'm saying it's totally irrelevant to what we're talking about right now. We're talking about just electromagnetic waves.
Really? So you're a proponent of the ether theory then?
No. Why do you keep
that's
insisting?
What Maxwell was supporting. That's what Maxwell's equations describes an ether
matter. Just because his name is on it doesn't mean
model, right?
It's funny because
just because
Maxwell described an ether model. Maybe I'm smoking crack here, but I'm pretty sure Maxwell described an ether model.
It doesn't fucking matter what Maxwell believed.
Oh no, it doesn't fucking matter. Great.
Just because some of his equations happen to be correct doesn't mean that his entire field of work and entire personal beliefs is relevant at all. It would make no difference if it was called the fucking Chandrasekhar tensor.
Wait, so which came first, his beliefs or his equations?
It doesn't fucking matter. It's just a label. Get it out of your head.
Yeah, what's the M in the tensor?
Your head.
Okay.
Just a label.
What's the M on the tensor?
You mean like mass?
Yeah.
Yes, basically, mass is just a label that we place on one of the fundamental characteristics of one of the fundamental properties of mass.
Do you get to quantize that or not, or is it not quantized?
Yeah, mass is quantized.
All right, so you're throwing Einstein under the bus. Good for you.
Just because Einstein didn't accept quantum mechanics doesn't mean quantum mechanics isn't real. Just because Einstein was right about some things that he wrote down, dude. Here's the thing. You guys think that that science is some kind of religion where we reify people, but we don't give a fuck if you're right or wrong. Yeah, seriously. You think that we like worship Einstein or Darwin or freaking Maxwell, and that if they believe these things, we have to believe them, blah, 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 blah. Like, you guys, like, it's a fucking, you guys think science is a cult because flat earth is a cult.
Dude, you're projecting. You don't know any science.
I have a bachelor's degree. I'm getting my master's in the fall.
Well, I mean, they must have been giving them out.
Okay, how many degrees do you have, Indio? Oh, nothing?
No, I have one.
Oh, I don't give a fuck. Because it's irrelevant, because it doesn't fucking matter, does it?
Yeah, that's right. That's why we're talking about how wrong you are based upon facts, based upon what's in the
why
literature.
you guys keep fucking bringing up my background as if it has anything to do with what I'm saying?
You said you're a physicist.
After you asked me.
You opened the door.
No, you fucking asked me.
You could have said it was irrelevant. Now it's completely relevant because we're discussing physics
multiple times. From the beginning, I was saying that my background is totally irrelevant.
Well, but then you said you're a physicist, so now guess what? We get to make fun of.
Because you fucking asked me. I never once presented my background.
Well, guess what? You just completely threw your own credibility under the bus. Like,
no,
sorry, dude.
What you want? No. What you're trying to?
You're so smart. You took the freaking bait.
What you're trying to paint it as is that I'm saying that I have a background in physics, therefore everything I say is correct.
No, you said you had a background in physics. I didn't say you did. You said you did. You said you had a background in physics, and that's what we're making fun of right now.
Well, it doesn't fucking matter if you make fun of me for having a small dick. It doesn't have anything to do with the cogency of the arguments at hand, and you know that. This is just bullshit, pedantic, ad hominem, irrelevant crap, and you know it.
Bruh. Emotional damage.
Amazing.
Fact of the matter is, mass has no ontology. Doesn't exist. It's not a thing. Okay? Doesn't attract things. It's like saying distance attracts things, or feet attracts things. Silly.
How did you guys even get to arguing about fucking?
Well, the point is, he's using like Newton. He's trying to use Newton's definition of mass, which has been struck down.
By what? Okay, what is the new definition then?
General relativity. Resistance
What is
to acceleration.
What does that have to do with flat Earth, though?
During Newton's time, it was a quantity of matter.
It has to do with flat Earth because mass attracts other mass, and the logical extension from that is that large masses in space would collapse to spheres.
Yeah, well, no. Well, wait till you find out how general relativity actually provides a framework for flat Earth, and we can point to a university paper on that.
Do it now.
Yeah, okay, AC Tort. Let me go get that, or unless somebody else wants to, because it's a popular paper. I'm surprised you never came across this. Yeah, but hold on 1 second.
Okay, hey, cut the bullshit and just present the paper, and we'll talk about it after I read it. How about that?
Okay. All right, great. So I'll post it. And how much time do you need to read it? Like a couple days?
Well, I'm doing something right now, so I'm not going to fucking drop everything for it.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, we can revisit this in a couple days. I have no problem waiting a week or two even. So let me go get the paper unless somebody else posts
the paper and then tell me what you claim it says and why it bolsters your argument. And then I'll read it. And then if I disagree with what it says and whether or not it bolsters your argument in the way that you claim it does, then that would be the point of contention, right? Once we agree what the paper says, then we can talk about which side supports, right? That would be the logical way to go about this.
It's a pedagogical exercise. There's no debate about what it says or what it means.
There is definitely a debate about what it means.
Nope.
We can agree on the words on the page. That is objective reality, what the words on the page are. But what the intended meaning or the interpretation of that, of course that's open to debate.
There's no interpretation, dude. It's just the math.
Well, I mean, to be honest, right, relativity is just a gigantic mathematical framework to begin with. It's just a coordinate reference system with different reference frames. All right, hold on.
That's what mathematical models are. They're a framework to help us describe and predict behaviors in the real world. Like the electric field, like
a vector
is not a vector is not something physical that I can hold and interact with, but I can describe the electric field mathematically as a vector field filling 3D space, and that allows me to make predictions and calculations about stuff in the real world.
Yeah.
So
you know what else? You know what else you can produce from vector models in 3D space? That's observer centric. A flat Earth cosmology and your view of the stars.
Oh, hey, I thought observations of the sky were irrelevant to the ground. Thrown out, dismissed.
Well, yeah, they are absolutely irrelevant because this vector model works on any topology of Earth.
What vector model the fuck are you talking about?
Well, this one is actually used in star trackers for drones, for satellites. It's called Gaia.
What the fuck are you talking about? What vector topology? What are you talking about? Vector topology of what? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
The vector math for an observer-centric view of the stars is independent of the topology of Earth, and this has been produced in the Gaia star tracker, which is used in modern systems governing drones and satellites.
How are they using drones though?
You can apply any coordinate references. You can apply any coordinate references to it, and it's going to work.
Are you talking about celestial coordinates like right ascension and declination?
For example, yeah.
Those are in reference to a celestial sphere, you dumbass. Of course,
a celestial sphere with an infinite radius. With an infinite radius. Therefore, they are vectors.
These are the same people.
What about that conflicts with the round Earth, dude? Yes, we have a celestial sphere, okay?
Yeah,
and
well, what conflicts is you don't assign.
Flat Earthers is asking them, is gravity a sector or a vector? That's what
you don't need. Listen, with this, you don't. Your angular displacement with distance traveled is completely dependent on the topology on the ground. You can apply any coordinate reference system on the ground, and it will update accordingly. So right now, what you believe is happening with the globe is basically a 69-to-1 rule, where every degree of angular displacement in the sky affords 69 degrees traveled along the ground. The problem is that relationship has never been measured, never been demonstrable in reality. And in fact, when people actually go to measure this out, it's actually variable.
Where's the have you posted the fucking paper you promised me?
Yeah, I did.
Yet?
I posted it already. Yep.
Okay, what's the timestamp on it? I'm looking through the chat. I don't see it.
30 minutes past the hour, AC tort.
AC tort. Oh.
Do you not realize there's an infinite number of mathematical models for any arbitrary data set? You're the one saying we have a model, and the model that we have is physically real.
Yeah, the only one that works.
Yeah, I looked it up. The Gaia system is still based on like modern mainstream astrophysics. It's not.
Oh yeah, based on modern mainstream astrophysics. No shit, astrophysics. Really?
Yeah, the whole Gaia model stuff is
really. So do they assign mass? Do they assign mass quantities to the celestial bodies?
You're just making word salad and calling it.
No, like you said, it's based on astrophysics. So I'm asking if they assign mass values to the celestial bodies in the Gaia model.
You said that
the answer is no, they don't. It's a kinematic model, dude.
What I was refuting was your claim that it uses a flat model, and it doesn't.
I said it works on any topological framework as well as a flat one, or a dinosaur nugget, or a banana, or anything you want. Donuts, we get all this kind of stuff in here. Just like a theodolite, if you have to know, like your theodolite that surveyors use and you think they're measuring a globe, yeah, they can actually pop up any horizontal reference frame that they want, and to include non-Cartesian frames that bend and contort into donuts or dinosaur nuggets, and you're able to take positions and site values and relate them doing horizontal reductions to any coordinate reference system. Because everything you guys are discussing are models. You don't have any actual real physical dynamic relationships between the variables.
Type shit.
Tough shit. Are coordinate reference systems arbitrary?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep. How do you know if the coordinate reference system that you applied is actually relating to the real world?
Well, you can make calculations in whatever mathematical model you're doing to make predictions, and then you can make measurements and see if they agree.
Excellent. So we measure the surface flat where it should be curving at 8 inches per mile squared. We now have a topological mismatch, don't we?
It's like you can't resist using words that are shorter than 2 syllables.
No, it's absolutely, it's just not words. I'm actually relating to specific concepts.
It's a cargo cult.
One's getting upset.
Yeah, can you preserve a standard unit of measure in a Cartesian frame against a non-Cartesian frame?
Yeah, you can do translations between different coordinate systems.
Great. So you need like a scaling vector value, right? Right. So when we measure the surface to be flat,
you can just do a coordinate conversion. All right, all right. Hey, I pulled up the paper. All right, I'm reading it. Okay.
Right. So they basically modeled it over a developable surface of a cylinder. That's the flat part, right? And they extended the surface
when
down.
I said that I'm reading it, I said I meant that I can't fucking read it and then listen and respond to you at the same time.
Okay, well, I can give you a quick. The part that I glommed onto is the part where they describe a cylinder of basically infinite depth, extremely long depth, such that the vectors of gravity are going to be effectively parallel to one another. See what I mean? You can model this stuff however you like. The limitation's your own creativity. Einstein provides a framework that suits both flat and globe cosmologies. Because coordinate reference systems are arbitrary.
I do. The thing is like 4 pages, but if you don't shut up, or if you want me to respond, I'm not going to be able to read it.
Okay, I'm trying to help clarify my position.
Well, we can do that after I read it.
All right, good. I'm going to go take a shit.
Oh shit.
I thought that was what you were doing when you posted this fucking paper in the chat.
No, I shit all over you before I gave you the paper. Now I need some more Taco Bell. I'm about to drop another deuce all over you, so hold on.
Wow, so the physicist was complaining because Yoda was using big words, and now he's making baby noises into the microphone.
I'm sorry when you can't recognize you being mocked to your face, dude.
We have a Glober reading a scientific paper. That's a first.
Yo, what's going on?
Hey, Peter, welcome back to the chat.
It's good to be back. It's finally I see adults are in the room. It was crazy before.
So, have you guys identified like the constitution of the dome?
Nice deflection, man. No, we haven't.
Yeah, like, listen, I know you have a mom.
What is holding in the
pressure? But I don't know if your
like?
mom's fat or not, right? But I still know if you had a mom.
So we have a Walmart bag like over the flat Earth or some shit. It's keeping the pressure.
Oh, what?
You guys are saying it's pressurized by, a dome.
Yeah, just as much as I know you had a mom. I think your mom might have been super fat too.
Whoa, guys!
Yeah, there's two. Akuma,
you guys are way off topic.
Dude, there's two claims. Like there's the positive assertion, right? That there's no need for container, like no need for containment. We have gas pressure.
That's the obvious thing. We all
where's
agree. We
the
have gas pressure. Now
pressure
there's two
on?
claims,
So
right?
there's
Like,
no
so the two
gravity. You
claims
guys don't
are.
believe in gravity. So what is making?
He's just showing you that it was irrelevant for you to ask what is it made out of, knowing that you have a mom. We don't need to know what your mom is made of. But
So have you guys heard of Friedrich Robert Helmert? Helmert, who was he? Why should I care? Well, he was a German surveyor and a statistics professor. He lived from 1843 to 1917. He wrote a 2-volume set in German called Higher Geodesy and translated into English. Geodesy is the measurement of Earth. And specifically, it's the measurement of Earth that goes into constructing the globe. And note that I said constructing the globe because it's constructed from mathematics. Helmert's Higher Geodesy in 2 volumes spans like 800 pages or so. It's massive, absolutely massive. But it's not unintelligible. There is quite a bunch of calculus and statistics involved. He walks through many mathematical processes, but his narration of it is quite accessible to anybody who understands how to communicate. And the English translations are by no means any more difficult to understand than the German is for the Germans. So Helmert basically defined geodesy as the science of measurement and mapping of the surface of Earth. And he breaks it down into about 10 steps or so, but more broadly into 3. Step 1, you measure the lumpy surface. So use angles and distances. Step 2, you observe the gravity vector via astronomy. There's a lot baked into that one. And step 3, you reduce or combine both of these into a single mathematical surface called an ellipsoid. And you do this by correcting for the deflection of the vertical. So what does that mean, right? So for the first part, when you're measuring a lumpy surface using angle and distance markers, you have to determine the physical surface features of Earth in front of you, right? So you'll use your sextant, your compass, whatever means you have. You're going to be measure deviations, mountains and valleys, and irregular coastlines. You're going to conform to something called the law of formation. So you're going to be using planar geometry during this process. You're going to be measuring quantities of parts of the Earth that are visible, and you're going to go beyond what's visible, which means you're going to go to distant markers and you're going to measure your markers from there and continue on in kind of a leapfrogging fashion. And each time you're going to set yourself up, you're going to measure points of observation in the distance, you're going to write them down, you're going to measure your angles between them, and continue on and continue on. So you're building a network of surveys. And at this point, all of your surveys are perpendicular to the horizontal and horizontal to the perpendicular. You're going to use plumb lines to measure your vertical. You're going to go on and on and on. Right now, there's absolutely no globe that is being measured through this part of the process. And the second step is when the globe starts to make its entry. Okay, they're going to do what's called observing the gravity vector using astronomy. So how do you do that? Well, it corresponds to using your plumb line that you measure without using astronomy to using your plumb line with astronomy. What do I mean by that? So what they do is they I mean, you know what a plumb line is, right? You take a fishing line or something and you put a weight at the bottom of it. You hold the fishing line up, and that plumb line is going to be perfectly vertical. Here's the issue. Let's say that you have a mirrored surface using a plate of mercury, as they did back in the olden days, or just a plain mirror on the ground. You hold a plumb line above it, and you wait basically for a certain star to be at a certain location at a certain time. And let's say, for the sake of this, for simplicity, for describing the principle, that you know that at a certain point in time, that this star is going to be directly in line with your vertical plumb line, such that if your plumb line that you're holding above the mirror could extend all the way up into outer space and touch that star, that it's a straight line, that would be called an astrogeodetic plumb line. It would be as if you could go to outer space, go to the star, and drop your plumb line, boop, all the way down to Earth. And when you look down in the mirror underneath your plumb, you can see the star directly above. Forms a perfect vertical. Now here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing about that. During these astronomical observations, the zenith point that you're looking for may not always be exactly at the point that is predicted. So that star that you're waiting for to be right above your plumb line at a very specific point in time may not be there, may be off by a little bit. So, what do you do with that data? Well, because you are a geodetic surveyor, not just a normal surveyor, you're going to write down that variance. You scribble it down on your piece of paper. At this point in time, I expected the star to be above, but it was off by, like 12 arc seconds of degree, blah, 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 blah. And you know what you're going to do with that? You're going to imagine the globe, and you're going to imagine a gravity well that is bending the starlight. Because by golly, that star actually is above your plumb line at that point in time. It doesn't appear to be because gravity's bending the starlight, but it really is, and we know that it really is, but we know that pesky gravity's getting in the way and is bending that starlight, preventing you from being able to make that perfect prediction. So you note that down. You're going to take those observations, by the way, and combine them with your planar observations you did earlier in step 1. And in step 1, I forgot to mention, you're going to be noting dip angle and refraction conditions, which are also, by the way, conditioned on there being a globe. Right? So you're going to observe any points of interest in the distance that aren't exactly where they should be by your assumption. And you're going to think that refraction could be responsible for moving them into the position that you actually see them. All right, so this is all happening, right? And it's happening within such extremely tight tolerances of measurements that you might not actually have the ability, given your instrumentation, to determine whether or not these things are true variables, exceptions, or whether or not these are actually true measurements. You got this fudge factor you're working with refraction from step 1 and with deflection of the vertical in step 2. So you're going to take all these measurements, and let me tell you, you're going to take as many measurements as you possibly can get your hand on. So you're going to take as many planar measurements from step 1, as many vertical measurements in step 2, and you're going to take all of these. And then in step 3, guess what you get to do? You get to pick out a globe that you want to use. Yeah, that's right. You get to pick one out. They're not all the same. They have different radii. They have different semi-major and minor axes. Some of them are flattened a bit more than others. Some might be more prolate than others. Some of their axes may be tilted or off-center relative to the other. Yeah, they get a bit weird. But you get to pick one. It's called a reference ellipsoid. And you know what you do with step 1 and 2? You perform a mathematical operation, extremely complex. You take your planar measurements and your errors, and your plumb measurements and your errors, and you statistically cram them in using math such that you could explain what you observed as if you're on the ellipsoid that you chose. And if there's enough error within your calculations and measurements, you get to have that. You get to have your globe. You get to take all of these and you get to wrap it around a ball. That's what happens. That is what Helmert described doing. And what's funny is he thought he was completely justified in explaining this process. He wasn't trying to hide a flat Earth or cover up a flat Earth or pretend that Earth is a globe. He sincerely believes in a globe. And he did with such profound definition that he created this entire body of work to allow you to take your observable flat Earth reality and make a globe out of it. You take that celestial sphere and you bend your plumb line. You take that horizon and you refract it. You use as much as you need, as much as you can possibly explain. You can have your globe. You don't need much. Because at every instance, at every station of measurement, you only need to be about 99.77% accurate over 69 miles square. And you can have your globe. Isn't that amazing? F.R. Helmert, everybody, the father of modern geodesy, of geodetic surveying. Any questions or comments from the audience? No? That's fine, because I have a meeting in about 2 minutes.
Posted one.
Yeah, Helmert. He was the master globe apologist. You bet. You bet he was. It's amazing, guys. Like, it's amazing because you can read what they wrote down and how they thought about doing this. And they were justified. They felt they were justified in constructing a globe. They're delusional, folks. It's almost scarier than a conspiracy theory. They're delusional. Everybody is freaking delusional. It's an urban myth. You know, it's like the Aztecs, right? Like, why do we have to sacrifice this child on the first rainfall of the new year? Why? Because it will bring spring. Why? Because every time we sacrifice this person, we get spring afterwards. So we have to keep doing it, because if we don't do it, what if spring doesn't come? And then what? You want all the farmers to die? You want all of us to die? We'll get no food. We'll have no harvest season that comes afterwards. If we can't have any sowing season, we have to have spring. So we have to perform this Aztecian human sacrifice, guys.
I smell a Disney movie.
You know, it's the same pattern, the same form of logic. It's freaking insane. All right, I'll be back later. Got to go on mute.
Thanks, yeah.
Want to hear it?
That's easy.
Go on.
How about him, lads? Oh, so you're hey, converted to the Islamic religion recently, have you, mate?
You know.
You just got back from evening prayers, or you just off to it?
Wait, isn't England like a Muslim country?
Yeah, man.
Yeah, so you're Muslim.
I might as well be.
Yeah. That's cool. Welcome all the Muslims, brothers and sisters.
Welcome the Muslims.
Please.
Just kidding. Check on the new people, Radwin. Do your job. Come on.
I'm doing my chat. I got to keep people occupied. They're asking me for scientists and all this, so I gave them a scientist. The one who debunked gravity. We lied to you about gravity, but now they're going to find out that gravity's just made up.
What do you think about that 011? What have you gathered from since you've been here? I've heard you a few times, and we engaged for a bit. But give me like a resume. How do you say? Short break.
3.
Yeah.
Why are you at 3?
Sorry. Jamesy, can you repeat yourself? Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Just can you give me what have you gathered out of this channel? Like a compact version of everything. Go ahead.
To be honest, a few things really. I've understood the tools which measure the Earth, the levelness of the Earth. I believe it was Triggering Triangle who said he personally measured the Earth with a device. I cannot remember the exact name of it, but he measured it. He measured the levelness, and he said there's no curve. There's a few things I've picked up. I can't remember exactly what I've picked up, but that's why I'm here, to keep on learning. I'm trying to educate myself, to be honest. That's the honest answer, and that's why I'm back, because I'm here to educate myself. Obviously, gravity's a theory, cannot be proven. We all know that.
Or defined, even. Can you even define what? Yeah, just say
what. The way I look at it is, if an object is denser than the air around it, it will drop. So yeah.
That's an interesting definition.
I mean, that's the simplified version I have in my head. If you guys could expand on that, I'd love to know more.
It's as simple as it gets, though, right? I don't think anyone's going to deny the phenomenon thing, and it falls in the way that you described. Or conversely, something would rise if the conditions and the object were different, for example. No one's going to argue with that. We're just going to argue about the cause because it's associated with fear, and that the Earth would curve. The surface of the Earth doesn't curve, so the gravitational idea, for example, the creation of the Earth and other planets, everything pulling towards the center of mass, that idea has been debunked just because of the measurement of the surface of the Earth. We don't claim to know what gravity is. We just point out what everybody else points out. They don't know what gravity is.
Fair enough.
Say gravity is a theory. What does that actually mean?
A theory is something that doesn't have evidence, I believe. It doesn't have evidence to support it. It's kind of like, don't really know how to explain it.
Help me with this one.
Pardon?
When he described gravity as a theory, is that, I mean, we're in the English channel, so I'm just wanna see if that actually how you use it. Gravity is a theory. Is that the correct way to say it, Jedi?
No, he didn't say scientific theory. If it was a scientific theory, it would be based on scientific hypotheses that have been validated through an experiment. then you can base your theory upon things that you've proven to be true. This is more like a colloquial theory, like an idea, because really you can't do any of the science. It's just an idea to explain. Usually comes along with the mathematics, which is the language that helps you explain your idea. So it's a theory. Okay. It's not a scientific theory. So I've got an idea.
Right. Because you can't measure it, can you?
Measure what?
You can't measure gravity.
What do you mean? We can measure the rate of objects falling, right?
Yeah, but that's not gravity.
But that's the phenomena of the object dropping, and we can measure its rate of acceleration to the 8 meters per second squared.
So, do you think gravity exists or doesn't?
Okay? So, two things, right? Gravity, either the phenomena that we observe, the thing falling down, or the cause of the phenomena making it fall down. Now, we all observe the phenomena. I'm not saying there's a cause.
Okay. You see, when I think of it, right, I think of gravity, this theory that Isaac Newton discovered. This thing of like this force pulling down objects into the center of the Earth.
That's a law of gravity. Newton.
Let me speak, please.
Yeah, you got it wrong. Okay, Newton.
No. I'm explaining. No.
Law
this is
gravity.
not what I believe. I'm just making a point. Please let me speak.
Okay. Yeah, but when you're off, okay, you're just dead wrong. That if you talk about Newton, that's the law of gravity.
Yeah.
Einstein gave us a theory of gravity.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah, just so you're on the right. Make sure you're on the right footing before you step.
Right. Okay, thank you for that. Back to what I was saying. So the theory of gravity, whatever they call it, it's the idea of big objects pulling smaller objects towards them. For example, they say NASA will say Jupiter has huge gravitational field. It holds all the planets in place, right? So this theory of big objects pulling smaller objects towards the center, to me, it sounds a bit debatable. If I look at it in a kind of obvious way, the way I see it, right? You're holding a ball, you drop that ball, it drops. Why does it drop? Because it's denser than the things around it, the air around it, the oxygen, whatever it is, So when you guys say
you can check, demonstrate, and verify, right? You can actually control certain variables, and you can kind of confirm that that's the case to a certain within a certain parameter. But when you said that you can debate for the other side, that's actually not a debate, because the other side cannot demonstrate their side. A debate will be like my opinion about gun rights, or I don't know, you like green and I like red. We can debate about which one is is better. We could debate about that, but debating about, there's no debate between fantasy and reality, though.
Yeah.
See, a law like Newton's law of gravity, that's not a debate. That's like a natural law. You see things falling at a rate.
Yeah.
The main problem is that when he says,
mistaken. Carry on.
Go ahead. No, you got it. Go ahead.
Okay. The reason I was mistaken is because in school I always learned that like Isaac Newton discovered gravity. When I think of gravity, I think of him.
He didn't discover it though. He didn't find it in the natural world.
I understand that now. But what I've always been taught was that he, came up with the theory. I never knew Einstein actually discovered it properly.
Einstein didn't discover anything either. That's not a discovery. A discovery will be me discovering something, right? They made stories about their ideas in their minds and put it on paper and call it what they called it.
Yeah.
It's not a discovery. That's not something you discover.
I've been wondering, like, so are you saying like they're lying? And why would they lie? That's one thing I've been wondering myself.
Okay, let's use Newton as an example. He thinks, because of the current learning at the time, because, you know, he's part of that establishment, that the Earth is a sphere, making astrological observations and so on. He's working on this theory, and he's trying to make up a mechanism and answer these questions as to what makes the world go round. Not only why things fall to the floor, but in his case, after he saw the apple fall from the tree, he looked up at the sky and he was asking the question, well, why do things go round and round? He's working with inside the paradigm. That's what he's doing. He's not necessarily lying. He's just trying to make the world work from his point of view.
Okay, interesting. So when it comes to Einstein, the person who believed gravity was an actual thing, what was he thinking?
Probably the same thing. The Earth is a sphere. Now, I don't agree with Newton with his idea of the mechanics of what makes the world go round and up and down. I'm going to come up with another way to do it that I can explain with math. I'm going to say there's a four-dimensional space-time fabric, and because objects are really, really big, they bend and warp this space-time fabric, which causes things at speed that were going in straight paths to have curved paths. We call them orbits, or if they're close to the object of mass, they will be described as vertical paths straight down towards the center. He's just coming up with a mathematical mechanism that explains the world in which he perceives to exist, the Earth being a sphere.
Okay. The one thing that leaves me wondering is that, like, when it comes to maths, like, you're either wrong or you're right when it comes to maths. It's not like there's a maybe. You know, it's either you're wrong or you're right. You either have the exact answer or you don't. It's like when
You
you
ever
put
worked
2
with
plus 3
quadratics
into a
before?
calculator, you know, it will come up with 4, right? You can't say 3 will be right because it's not, it's 4. So I'm wondering, like, when Einstein thought of these mathematical equations, and he said they were correct, what made it obvious they were wrong? I'm
You
wondering.
never played with quadratics before?
No.
It's not
You know
wrong.
what quadratic is?
Mathematics is. Sorry, quick, go on.
Yeah, do you know what a quadratic is?
No.
Okay. Well, just take a look. Just maybe do a quick Google search and see how many quadratic equations or non-linear equations exist inside Einstein's formulas.
Can you spell it for me? Quad.
So quad, R-A-T-I-C?
Yeah. Equations, right.
Yep.
And 10 coupled.
So how many answers can a single quadratic equation produce?
I'm not sure. Bear with me.
Yeah, almost an unlimited amount.
Okay.
It can fail. It can produce an error. It can error out. You could have 1 or 2 real solutions. Then you could have 1 or 2 imaginary solutions. And then you compound that when you start stacking quadratic equations inside each other.
Okay.
When people start thinking like, well, Einstein came up with one universal answer, E equals like MC squared. I think that's what it is. Yeah, it's not even close. Yeah. Okay. You know, people don't really like touch that stuff. So I mean, like your pipeline. I mean, though it sounds, you know, that you think that it sounds, you know, humble. Like, hey, this guy did a lot of math, and math comes up with a unified answer.
Yeah.
Though sometimes math, especially math at that level, it comes up with more questions. They've got math equations where they don't know what the answer is. They're trying to, still to this day, trying to find like these complex math equations that will come up with a new equation. So it isn't that sort of like very easy where you just whip open the calculator and start punching in some numbers and it tells you the theory of gravity.
That's interesting. Okay.
you might find interesting too is when you have fractions. Where do you draw that line when the fraction goes on infinitely?
Oh yeah, it's like remainders, right?
Yeah.
They go on forever. Do you think we lack the reality of seeing the real truth in certain equations?
No, I'm saying like if you're doing an equation that has multiple, infinite fraction, like a non-rational number, and you've compounded that, you round up like 0.33333 to like 0.3334.
Yeah.
How many times would you do that before you get a completely different answer than someone else?
That's insane. Yeah, that's crazy, bro. That's a good point, man. So when it comes to like the laws of like everything, do you think we're unable to fully determine the laws of these mathematical equations? Do you think we lack the awareness, the conscience to really determine the truth?
Yeah, I think you're barking up the wrong tree there, because a natural law or scientific law, an expression of reality, is not going to be as clean as cut as a fraction or an equation.
Yeah, exactly. That's my point. So, do you think we as humans lack the knowledge to really determine the truth when it comes to these certain equations, these certain numbers?
Well, let's use Newton. Newton said the model, the heliocentric model, was so mathematically perfect that it could have only been made by a supernatural being. Because nothing in nature is that perfect. There's always imperfections in nature. But this heliocentric model is so mathematically perfect and completely consistent all the way through that his hypothesis was God of the Bible made the universe.
Okay.
And that's where people start thinking, is this science or is this theology? And then when you look into what other things that Newton wrote about, it was theology the whole time. That was like this little law of gravity. That was a side hustle he did for a couple years. But his main shtick was two things. He believed in the Catholic Church, and he also believed in alchemy. Was his other shtick. He thought that he was going to turn mercury into, or lead into gold, using mercury to something with the digestive system. They actually exhumed his body and they saw that he had high levels of mercury poisoning.
Damn.
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem? 0116 AOG.
Hey, what's up?
Have you ever heard of Gödel's incompleteness theorem?
No.
Okay, Kurt Gödel, he was a mathematician and logician, proved logically that there is no mathematical system which is both complete and consistent. It can be one or the other, but it can't be both. That means that there's things that are true in the mathematical system which can't be proven. No proof exists, but they are true, but they actually just can't be proven.
How can it be true if it's unproven?
Well, that's an inconsistency, isn't it? So something could be true, just your knowledge does not require it to be true or not. It just can't be proven true.
Oh, that's the point you're trying to make.
Yes, it just can't be proven true.
Okay.
And self-consistent would mean that it doesn't contain any paradoxes. There's a paradox in any mathematical system. The way that Gödel proved this is that he assigned a number to a bunch of mathematical symbols and objects, and then put them like on playing cards. That's the best analogy. And then he used those playing cards to prove that something is true and not true at the same time, just using logic. It's a little more complicated than that. I'm oversimplifying it. The point is that math in and of itself, subsections of mathematics, some mathematical systems, because all mathematical systems have some axiom, right? And by axiom, I mean within that system, it's true, right? So we can make a mathematical system where the number 3 doesn't exist, right? And that system would have certain consequences, and we can make statements within that system, which would be true statements within it, but within some other mathematical system, say binary, they wouldn't be true. So the reason I'm bringing this up is because Crit talked about irrational numbers. So you have like divide 10 by 3, right? And what is it? 3.33333333333, right? Forever.
Yeah.
But 1/3 is that same thing, but that actually has a solution, right? 1/3, which is the same thing as
which is
the same thing as 10 divided by 3 is 1/3.
Yeah.
So expressed in decimal, there's no solution, but expressed in the rational numbers, there is a solution, and we can come up with all these different base. I don't know if you know what a number base is. So decimal is a base 10 number system.
Yeah.
Things like degrees is a base 60 number system, and things that are expressible in each of these number systems might not be expressible in another one. So that's the thing, is like the point is that like mathematics is not some universal fucking truth that determines reality. There's particular parts of mathematics which can be extended to a reality and in a way emulates it, but that's only for some cherry-picked subsection, and you have to ignore all the things that are wrong, which is possibly an infinite number.
That's insane, bro.
Yeah, mathematics is just a tool. It's just a tool of that we assign symbols and objects to relationships, but we don't even need the symbols, right? We could write it all out in words, and it would mean the same thing.
No, but when you said like 1/3 is the same as 3 what did you say?
3 divided by 10, or 10 divided by 3.
That's insane. Because it is the same thing, right?
Yeah.
So our brains like simplify 1/3 as being like a level playing field, right? 1/3 goes into 3, 1 goes into 3 times. But like 33 recurs forever.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is where you get into freaking pure mathematics, and there was people that think things like irrational numbers like 0.3333 forever isn't actually a number, and they're not actually real. They're just bullshit. And that argument, that debate that happened, 400 years ago, they just nobody knows about it. Actually was numbers used to be controversial. Imaginary numbers used to be controversial. A lot of the concepts we accept as truths in mathematics at the time that they were first thought of were controversial, and that the mathematicians fought about whether these things are actually real. I'm sure you've heard things like pi is a number. If I say, hey, what number?
Or whatever it is.
Yeah, pi isn't a number, though.
No.
It's the ratio of the circumference to the diameter, but it's not actually a number. It can't be expressed in any number.
Yeah, because it just keeps going on, doesn't it?
Yeah, so it's not actually a number. Numbers have an actual set value. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Do you think it's a case of like, when I'm thinking about these things, the thing that keeps coming back to me is like, do you think us as humans just lack the knowledge or whatever it is to perceive
I don't know.
these numbers? Do you think we just lack
We're going
something?
down the wrong path, yeah.
No, no, it's not. I don't think that they're unseen. I think that we have expectations of mathematics which are unrealistic. We try to attribute properties to it that don't actually exist. And then we go, oh, it doesn't have the properties I imagine it should, so it must be my lack of comprehension. It's not our lack of comprehension.
Do you think we're too logical?
Example.
Do you think we're too
Hold on.
logical?
Well, let me give an example, right? If we look at gravitational paradigm, Einstein used mathematics. Now, these mathematics make predictions, right? Now, when the predictions go wrong, sometimes they start telling us they've made a discovery because the predictions don't match the reality that's observed. So then we end up with things like dark matter. That's how things get discovered through mathematics. Dark matter doesn't exist, neither does space-time. But if people are running around in these false errands, then yeah, we haven't got a chance of solving the problems and the questions of life. You understand how mathematics can really fuck things up. If you go down these paths that start on a false premise and the mathematics makes predictions, all of a sudden you're making discoveries, apparently, like dark matter and dark energy, because according to the mathematics of the universe, there's not enough mass in the universe to, let's say, hold a solar system together. So there must be something else, right? So yeah, math just fucking makes shit up if you let it.
So do you think it's more simple than what we think? Or what the general population thinks?
I think we're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. We just have unrealistic expectations of what mathematics can do and what it can't do. What it can say about that, what we can, so it's a tool, and we use it to describe features of the world because those features of the world have relationships. And we'll quantify those certain parts about the natural world and then notice relationships between the quantities. But that quantification and extension into some mathematical formulas, none of that is real. We're just reifying that. That's how nature itself is actually working. Nature doesn't do calculations. There's no fucking hidden fucking person calculating out, the fucking momentum in the vector that a proton is traveling.
Indy, you had to drop the mic after you said nature doesn't do calculations. You have to drop the mic right there, though.
Yeah, I know. I should have just shut up at that point. Yeah, nature just don't do that.
Me personally, like when it comes to myself, I'm always trying to look for an answer in things. So, do you think there is no answer?
No, no. There's an answer.
What it sounds like,
it is what it is the answer.
What it sounds like is like humans as a species were trying to answer these questions by using maths, and it seems like from what I've heard, sometimes there isn't an answer that we can physically work out.
Not within math.
So are you saying there's another factor, another way of calculating things, or do you just think it's just the way everything is? It's all just
not all things are proven the same way.
And it goes back to my point I said earlier. Do you think humans lack something which can really find the truth in these questions?
No.
But if we can't answer
it's not a lack of our ability. I said not all things are proven the same way. Not all things can be proven. Can I prove mathematically what your favorite color is?
Well, no, not unless you ask me.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with mathematics, right?
No, okay.
Yeah, but I can prove what your favorite color is by asking you and you giving me an answer. So not all things are proven the same way, is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
We can prove things are true, but we don't have to use mathematics to do it.
Yeah, true, yeah.
Okay. So when you say, hey, man, well, mathematics can't describe all things, so maybe there's a big hole in our knowledge. Not because of mathematics not describing everything. There's holes in our knowledge for lots of reasons, but it isn't because of the mathematics or lack of mathematics. That's just why even in science they have quantitative and what's called quantitative and qualitative descriptions. Because sometimes the quantitative is useless and the qualitative as in the properties that we can describe the thing has, right? Is it hot? Is it cold? Is it tall? Is it short? Is it brown? Is it blue? Is it like, you know, these subjective things, these qualities that it has just descriptively. Like I go, hey, dude, what's the shape of the moon? Objectively, qualitatively, it looks like a circle. That's what it looks like. Doesn't mean it is a circle. Qualitatively, that's what it looks like.
Sometimes it looks like a circle. Some other times
Yeah,
it looks different.
Semicircle, half a circle.
Depends on the way the sunlight is reflecting off it.
Assuming the sunlight is reflecting off of it.
That leads us on to something else. What do you think about the moon?
Because there's no qualitative now, according to you, or not you specifically, but there's no qualitative description of the sunlight reflecting off the moon. Or quantitative. There is a qualitative one, though. People say, hey, man, look, man, this fucking sun's reflecting off the moon. But that's what they think is happening. They don't actually see that.
Have you guys, like, seen the videos where, like, they can see the reflection of the Earth on the moon?
Like Earthshine.
Yeah, like, I've seen videos online where, like...
How would they know what Earth looks like?
They've seen the land masses of the Earth reflecting.
How would they know what Earth looks like?
I don't know.
Earthshine on the moon. Earth, like literally the Earth's reflection reflecting off the moon.
Moon map. Yeah, I mean, I've seen videos.
The moon map? I don't do the moon map, bro.
Okay.
It's on other people.
No, I'm just
moon map.
wondering. I'm here. I'm all to learn. You know, I'm not.
Well, you're not going to learn moon
Isn't
map.
that just in a
moon
small...
map in here.
I just want to know.
Isn't the moon map in a crater or something?
No, it's like, I don't know if you've seen it, but I've seen videos of like the shadows on the moon. They're actually the Earth's reflection.
Yeah, well, we're aware. I don't think you're going to find anybody in here that believes that is the case.
Okay.
You know what pareidolia is, right?
No.
It's like when you see like faces and things inside of things that have nothing to do with it, like
oh yeah, right,
Jesus,
Jesus in your tea leaves.
In your tea leaves. I prefer the toast. They were selling Jesus toast on frickin' eBay. I remember like 20 years ago.
That's brilliant.
Yeah, Jesus and a piece of toast, dude. It was actually pretty. I don't know if they did that on purpose, like a burner, dude, but some of them was pretty good art. Look, I mean, why complicate things, right? I mean, this is like the globe Earth idea of, or the modern ideas. Actually, let me go back a little bit. This idea of describing everything that exists with mathematics, it's called idealism, or the ideal system, right? Where you think that there's some Platonic forms, and that's where the real world is, and these abstract ideas that don't actually exist in the physical world.
Oh yeah, it's like the human brain, you know, it always goes back to like the most obvious answer, you know. Like you said about us seeing human faces and things, it goes back to basic human brain chemistry, you know. We always try and simplify things. That's how the human brain works. We always try and look for an obvious answer sometimes, and maybe it's not always the case.
I'm talking about something different than that. I'm talking about Plato came up with this thing that the world of ideas in forms, and that say what's, for instance, a chair, that we have individual chairs which we experience in the natural world. Lazy boy, high chair, stool, they're all chairs, but they're not actually the pure chair, right? The ideal chair is an idea in the minds of human beings, and that's where chairs really exist, right? And this is where the idea that people have about mathematics, they think that the abstract world of mathematics is the world that actually exists. And this is the shadow world, a shadow of that. This is where the allegory of the cave comes from, and that there's people, and they're chained to the wall, and all they can see is shadows on the wall, and they don't realize there's people walking behind them, right? Right. So this is this world of ideas. This is a thing that's been going on for 2,000 years. The world of ideas versus, would be called the internal world, right? The mind, versus the external world, and whether that actually exists or not, right? So we, or at least me, I'm not buying all that bullshit that we're a bunch of brains in a jar and we can't prove the existence of an external world and that the external world has to conform to some mathematical ideals. I don't buy that. I think we take ideals in our mind and try to shoehorn them into things we observe in the world and try to create some good enough match just so we can hold some sort of mental model of things to operate as human beings. But I don't think the idea comes first and the external world comes second. I think there's an external world and we try to frickin', shove our imagination into it and try to get the external world that can form to our imagination. Because I think fundamentally, at some level, human beings are delusional. And they try to make the external world conform to their own mind. And that's what I think mathematics is. Because we hear this, so I'll give you an example. We hear in this topic that if we go to the ocean and the ocean looks flat, it's not actually flat. That it's actually only looks flat because it's a giant ball too big to see the entirety of it. And that's why it looks flat. But I'll ask them, I'm like, well, how do you know that's the reason it looks flat and it doesn't look flat just because it is flat? And I never get an answer for that. Because there is no answer. They don't know that it looks flat because it's a giant ball. They just want to believe that because in their mind, they have an idea about the Earth being a giant ball. Nothing on the external world, just in their mind. So they have to make the external world that they see conform to their internal world, which they don't see.
True, yeah.
Yeah, so we're constantly told that, like, how dare you trust your senses? What's wrong with you? Your eyes can trick you. Don't trust your senses. Well, I mean, I wouldn't be able to survive without trusting my senses. And believe me, if I just ran around just trusting my thoughts, I'm fucking in for it. Because my senses are far more reliable than my thoughts.
True, yeah.
When your senses fail you, what do?
Well,
what do you do if you like you saw something that wasn't there?
You panic,
You'd go to the doctor, right?
Yeah, I mean, if
there's something wrong with me, my senses aren't working.
Around and I lost balance, you'd panic. You'd go to the doctors, whatever,
Yeah, you'd go to if your senses were misinforming you, you'd end up going to the doctor.
Yeah.
When our brains misinform us, which happens 100 times a day, we don't go to the doctor. It's normal modus operandi. You don't remember something you thought happened, you saw something wrong, you mistook a color, these are things that happen in their mind, which is also like very fallible. So the point being of all this is that we see the external, we see a flat Earth, we do not feel motion to the Earth. And the most obvious Occam's razor simple answer is that's because the way the world really is. As opposed to, you're just too small, or it's spinning too slow, or whatever, and imagining it's doing something that you're not experiencing, but it's doing it in such a way that's undetectable to your senses. He's checking to make sure you're paying attention, get good, because if you're ignoring what he's saying, why is he talking to you? Why are you talking to us if you're going to ignore the answers? It makes no sense.
I think you guys are ignoring what I'm trying to say.
Oh, we've heard this argument thousands of times.
So,
thousands. This is new for you, not for us.
Okay.
So you guys don't understand. What he's trying to tell you is it's a known problem in academia. It's called the map terrain problem. And Gemsy's pointing it out to you that the map is not the terrain. See, the map is a representation of the terrain, but it can only be so accurate.
Well, yes.
Because to make it 100% accurate, it would have to be, so say you wanted a map of America, to make a 100% accurate map of America, it would need to be the size of America.
Well, yes, it's not real life. Yes, I understand.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so this is what we're trying to tell you. So when you shrink a map down, you lose information, right?
Yes, of course.
So what information got lost on the map that you posted?
Well, the sizes are all wrong.
How do you know that?
Well, because I know Russia's like square kilometer. You call it space? Yes, it's space. And I think like
You don't know that.
way bigger in real life.
You think? You don't know anything about what the size of Russia is, what the size of any of those things are. You've been told something, and either believe it or don't believe it, but you don't know them to be true.
So
I don't know if they're true or not. I don't know if Russia's the biggest country on earth. They say it is. How would I know?
Well, maybe they measured it.
Maybe they didn't.
Well, I think they did. I think they measured their country.
Well, it's your prerogative to think and imagine anything you want about what other people did or did not do. And imagine away. People don't navigate long distances
So yeah,
with
according
maps.
to you guys, according to you, like ships can't go from United States to China.
Says who?
West.
Says who?
Because I mean, yeah, it says that you are saying that it means
That's
that
your map.
That's
your map. Yours. Get good. That's your map. That's not our map.
Well, yes, you're saying.
So
that
how are we saying it with your map?
Also, you're saying that every.
No, you're saying it. Get good. You're saying it. Stop trying to impose your bullshit on us. You're saying it.
Well, you're saying that
that's not our map.
Well, yes. So you're saying every single thing on this map is wrong.
No, I'm not.
Well, what are you saying then?
So look, dude, that's an all or nothing fallacy.
Either
all the map is right or none of the map is right. That's a fallacy. Half the map could be right and half the map could be wrong. I don't know, but that's not our map. That's your map.
So you're saying that Canada is
Stop
not
saying so you're saying. That means you're going to straw man me. Cut that out.
So according to you, Canada is
No, you just did it again. No, it's not according to me, dude.
So do you think Canada is in real life south of the United States, or is it north of it?
It's Canada's north of the United States.
Cool. So that's an information that's on the map that is correct. That's
yes.
Cool. Yes. So do you think like in relation
picture you with
to
your head up your ass, it would also still be correct.
No, you're being disrespectful. Don't be disrespectful.
Yeah, because you're being disrespectful by trolling.
I'm not trolling. I'm talking for real. But
depends on which north he's talking about too.
That's even sadder. If this is you for real, that's sad.
No, that's actually like it's okay.
Look,
I'm fine.
Nobody endorses the map you posted. This is your map. Okay? So stop saying we think something about your map. You think things about your map. No one endorses that map. East and west are circles around a pole. You can easily travel east and west and end up back in the same place. It's called circumnavigation, which means navigating in a circle. Can't even believe I'm doing this for like the 5th time today. That you guys are so boneheaded, you think that you can't have circles on something that's flat. Can you have circles on a flat piece of paper?
Well, yes.
Okay, and then I can mark on that east is counterclockwise and west is clockwise.
East is counterclockwise and west. Well, no, because if you're saying east, like you're going on a linear line, east indefinitely, and if you're going west, then you're going in linearly.
He doesn't know what a circle is. He doesn't know what a circle is. He doesn't know what a circle is.
Is a circle a line?
No, it's a circle.
The circle's not a line.
Can you draw for me what you mean on a map? Like, do you have
circle is a line, dude.
Do you have MS Paint?
Yeah, a circle is a line.
No, a circle is a circle. A line is a line.
Yeah, it's composed of a line. It's a one-dimensional figure where the line is equal distance from a point.
Well, yes, but it's not a line.
It is a line.
No, straight. It's not a straight
Okay,
line.
so give me the other dimension.
What?
He's thinking lines.
Give me the second dimension of a circle, then.
Huh?
The second dimension of a circle. You said it's not. A line is one dimension. A square is two dimensions. Okay? A
What?
circle is one dimension. A property of a circle is this. Equal distance from a point. That
Well,
is a one-dimensional line.
do you think I don't know what a circle is?
Yes, I do.
I know what a circle is.
Okay. So we can have a circle on a piece of paper, right?
Yeah.
Okay. A flat piece of paper.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you can go, if you mark counterclockwise east and clockwise west, you can go east and west and end up back at the same place on
That's
something that's
where,
flat. Hey, why
no,
did
that's
you interrupt
where
me?
you're
Why did
wrong.
you interrupt me right at the end?
Yeah, because you're wrong.
Tell me what I just said.
The thing that where you're wrong is that if you're going east, you said that it's clockwise. That's not true because you're eventually gonna go north or like south.
Why? I'm
Because
keeping
circle.
equal distance from a point.
Yes, but you're gonna change directions if you like
The point
move
is north.
clockwise or counterclockwise.
No, the point is north, dude.
What?
The point is north. The
Well,
North Pole is a point, right?
Well, this is the only northern point, but there are many other circles on that map.
So I can travel along the circle and I'm never going towards that point, right?
If you're like maybe like I really need MS Paint to like visually show you like what I'm trying to say.
There's nothing to visually show me, okay? This is very simple first grade level shit. A circle is equal distance from the point. If you mark the point as north and you go around the circle, you're never going towards that point because you're staying in equal distance. Equal distance. Do you know what that means? The
Yes, if you're
distance
going
doesn't
through
change.
yes, yeah. If you're going around, like if you're
That's
going,
right. East and west is going around. And now you get it.
yeah,
East.
around.
Yeah, that's what east and west are.
Oh no, you're okay. I really need fucking MS Paint, dude.
Let me ask you, are east and west on a globe a circle?
Just 1 second.
Is east and west on a globe a circle?
Just 1 second, please.
I'm running out of patience with you. Is east and west a globe on a circle?
Wait, I can't stream into this channel. Can I stream?
Yeah, you're goddamn right. Answer the fucking question.
I need to stream because I need to show
No,
you.
you don't. You're not going to stream. You're not going to fucking post images. You're not going to do any of that shit. You're just going to answer whether east and west on a globe is a circle.
No, east and west are like points, like directions, cardinal directions.
Are they a circle, though? Do they go in a circle?
No, they're not a circle.
So how on a globe do you end up back at the same point?
Well, that's really weird. How do you do that?
Because it's a fucking circle?
Wait, well, yes, it's a circle.
It's like
exactly.
He doesn't.
So the Earth is
like,
round.
if you ask,
Thank
remember
you.
what you
No,
So the Earth is
because
round.
you can have a circle on a flat surface, which you already admitted.
You said you can keep going west and end up at the same point.
That's right. You go in a circle and end up back at the same spot.
Yes.
Yeah, on a flat piece of paper.
Yes.
Yes, that's right. Welcome to Flat Earth.
No, you're saying like what you're saying means that the Earth is a globe.
So circles only exist on a globe.
Can I please stream?
So
dude?
circles only. I can't give you permission to stream in here. Circles
Can
don't
you
only exist
stream
on a
and
globe. You can draw a circle on any surface.
Can
You're
you
being
stream
intentionally
and I
idiotic.
show you what I need to draw? Like can you
No.
remember you gave me the definition for a circle. I bet you ask him again what a circle. He still doesn't get the circle part. He
Yeah,
doesn't know what it is yet.
Look in the chat. Look in the side chat. Platter, thank you for helping me out.
Yes. In the chat, yes.
Is that a sphere? Is that a globe?
It's a circle. It's like a disc.
Yeah, is that a globe though?
No, it's not.
Yeah, but he's going in a circle and ending up back at the same spot. How's that possible?
Yes, but notice how he's going north.
He's not going north. The
He's
compass is pointing north. You see that's a compass. There's a magnet in the middle, and it's pointing north. He's not going north.
he is changing directions as he's moving.
That's right, in a circle, east and west.
Well, yes, that's the Earth from top.
But that's flat. Thank you. That is the Earth from up top. Thank you.
Well,
not
it
a globe.
can still go. Yes, it can still go like below, like.
Yeah, below. There is no below, brother.
Like
Look,
you can still do this on a globe.
fantastic, but you can do it on a flat Earth too. So what?
Well, that doesn't prove anything.
It was your argument. So your argument doesn't prove anything. Thank you.
Well, that was
Well
not my
done.
argument.
Well played.
Well done.
well-
Thank you for wasting our time with your argument that didn't prove anything. What would prove the Earth is flat? Get good. Get good. What would prove the Earth is flat to you?
Oh yeah, now I see it. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah. This obviously doesn't prove a flat Earth. Maps would never prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth. It's not possible. Just as a matter of basic logic. What would prove a flat Earth or a globe Earth view? What type of
Or
evidence?
maybe if you can go like really high and see how flat it is.
Well, you can see how flat it is from here. Why would you want to get farther away?
Because it's so big.
How do you know that?
Well, it is big. I can also see that.
Yeah, I know the Earth is big, but how do you know you don't see how it really is unless you get a different viewpoint? How do you know it looks flat because it's so big and it don't look flat because it just is flat? Because that's a possibility, right? It just looks flat because it is flat?
Yes, but on your map, like you can't do the opposite.
That's your map.
No, the map you posted me in, like the third.
Oh, the one Platter posted?
Yeah.
Yeah, what about that?
Well, you can do it like in east-west, but you can't do it north-south.
Well, good, because no one's ever actually done that.
No one ever went south, like.
Never been a north-south circumnavigation. No, there hasn't.
That never happened. Like nobody ever
Nope.
went from like the.
No, well, they claim they
from
did it, but they don't
Africa.
actually go over the poles. They go like around them.
No one went from southern Africa to Greenland before, by going south.
No, what you need to do is go from the South Pole to the North Pole.
Well, yes. So in order to go to.
No one's ever done that.
No one's ever went from South Africa to Greenland by going south.
It's only up one side of the Atlantic Ocean. Oh, by going south? No, of course not.
No, they. Oh. Okay, I see. No one ever done that.
No. There's claims to north-south circumnavigations, but then when you look at the route that they traveled, they didn't actually do a north-south circumnavigation. They went in like a north-south circle, like an oval around, but they didn't like go over. They never really crossed into, allegedly Antarctica and come out the other side. What they'll do is they'll dip down, right, close to the coast, and then come back up. So they'll go down, like, say, the east side of the Atlantic Ocean, and then they'll come back up the west side of the Atlantic Ocean. Now, if the Atlantic Ocean was, 12,000 miles wide, that might fucking serve as a circumnavigation, but it's not that wide. It's only freaking 6,000 miles wide. So they're going up like a quarter of the slice.
No one actually ever did it. That's insane.
You might believe and maybe have a vague idea that someone has done it because you've seen too much programming like TV, movies, sci-fi, fictional stuff. That someone might have done that, like Superman flying and doing it in a movie, and that's the vague idea that you think it might be truth, but no.
Talking earlier about the bodies on Everest, I'm getting kind of upset that there's bodies up there, dude. That's not right. I mean, if they can claim that they went to the moon and to Mars, why can't they get fucking bodies off of Everest? That's bullshit. Really great engineering. Not great engineering enough to get freaking corpses off of Everest, apparently.
Right.
Leave them up there. Well, just think about it if you think about it for a second. Like, they say they can do all this stuff, that they're smashing atoms together, discovering the secrets of the fucking universe, looking back in time 90 billion light years. Oh, there's some bodies on top of Everest. Oh, it's too hard to get those.
Is it too hard or it's not worth the risk? Like, there's no benefit to getting the bodies off.
What risk? Why not just wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter?
No, for the bodies on Everest.
Yeah, wear spacesuits and fly the Mars helicopter.
I think a coat would work better.
Well, they need air. That's why you get the spacesuit.
Oxygen mask. You don't need a spacesuit for it.
Well, we want maximum safety, so we're going with spacesuit. And then they say helicopters won't fly, but they flew a helicopter on Mars.
Look, I won't stop you from wearing a spacesuit on Mount Everest. By all means.
How about the Mars helicopter?
That sounds awesome.
Yeah, they landed a helicopter on Mars, but there's no air on Mars, so we're wondering how they did that.
There is air on Mars.
The air on Mars is equivalent to being at something like 180,000 feet or something.
So you're saying that this never happened?
What? The people went to Mars? No, no one's ever been to Mars.
No, I posted the picture on the side.
No, that never happened, dude. Is that like some flight route or something? They don't fly over Antarctica. They're not allowed to because there was a crash in the 1970s where they smashed into a mountain and it took 20 hours to rescue the fucking people. Well, they didn't really rescue them. Recover their bodies is more like it. And they prohibited any flights going anywhere near Antarctica. The flight that crashed into something called Mount Erebus, which is on the coast. So they weren't even really in Antarctica that far. But, you know, they don't let anybody fly over there anymore. So this graphic is bullshit. Nobody flies over Antarctica.
What if I could prove you wrong?
Yeah, what if? You're going to search and you're going to find maybe QF47, and it'll show you a little graphic of it going into Antarctica, but it doesn't actually do that. See, that's the funny thing is there's stories and then there's data. And the stories never match the data. That's what you guys don't seem to comprehend. You can't possibly believe that the data doesn't support the narrative. But they don't have to worry about it because you guys never check. Y'all are on auto-believe.
This story versus data.
Yeah,
Would you
story
agree that video is data? Not story?
Data of something.
Or, I guess, and...
Data with an airplane would be telemetry data.
I think video.
Telemetry data as in the direction, the
It's
flight
video,
route that the plane is.
dude.
Yeah, video is only so good.
Okay, but is it...
How does video get into
data,
court?
Or is video story?
Well, it could
which
be.
you're
It depends.
discrediting?
It depends.
On?
There isn't like all video is all video data.
I agree with what you're saying.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
depends.
you could have shitty video, Or you could have like a 24-hour time lapse.
All you have to do is
of
miscaption
a
it.
SpaceX satellite going over the southern hemisphere. And that would be data, because you can tell, hey, what's the weather in Greenland? Well, I can see Greenland from video. It says it's during this time,
bullshit.
this date.
Dude, stop it.
And then I can go cross compare
Stop,
that to
dude. You're
ground
making
data.
shit up. SpaceX
It's not
satellites
making
fly
shit
at
up.
225 miles. The field of view at 250 miles is 3% of the surface of the Earth. You think Greenland is 3% of the surface of the Earth? You wouldn't be able to get Greenland even if you had a whole 360-degree view. No, like
you're talking
there
about
has to be what you can see from the altitude, right? What you can see from the altitude has to match the geometry of the globe, right? You just don't get to like, oh, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's video, but you have to be able to evaluate the video for authenticity. It has to match what's actually on the ground. Because if you show a video of a pink house on the fucking, how do you?
Would you agree
can,
that?
What do you mean? You can see that it's real. What does that mean?
If you just give me that point, that it is real, not fake news.
I have no way to know.
Would you agree
if it's
that
real.
it's data?
It doesn't mean it's data, but that doesn't mean what it said it is.
Okay,
it is what it actually is. So check this out. Now, if I show an explosion and it says child's being blown up at a daycare, but I could also label that explosion mining blast looking for gold. And I could also label that, now it's a real photograph now. It's 100% real photograph taken of the real world. But how I caption it and how I present it changes whether it actually is the thing I'm representing it to be. And all I did was change words. I didn't alter the photograph. I didn't do anything like that. This is how most fake photography, well, quote unquote fake, it's real photography. It's just miscaptioned.
Can you give me an example of what you're talking about? So I think I'm with you, but
okay, the USS Maine, it was called yellow journalism. That happened back in the time of Hearst. Hearst would show, he'd show basically thugs that were hired by union busters, beating up union strikers, people on strike for the union. He'd miscapture them and saying the union busters were getting beat up, and it was the union protesters that were doing the beating when it was actually the other way around. You had no way of telling from the photograph. All you saw in the photograph was violence. You didn't know who was who. They would just miscaption it. So you can take a picture claiming purporting to be, you could take a real photograph purporting to be of the Earth, and it's just a painting. Right? You ever seen hyper-realistic painting?
You'd agree that a painting that depicts reality is more valuable than one that depicts, falsehoods. Regardless of if it's a painting, a CGI, or real life image.
There's no way to tell. That's the point. You have no reference.
I think there is.
Oh, how? You have no reference.
Well, for example, like I would, concede the fact that you can make up ChatGPT or Grok videos today at the consumer level. Who knows what the government has? But despite this fact, there's no feasible way to recreate 24-hour footage of not GoPro, but it's like 360, Insta 360, I think. They brought one of those up on the ISS, and they're floating weightless, and they're doing all this stuff. I would put forth the idea that this is data. This is up for being able to be disproven, but it
so because you don't know how
they just keep stacking.
No, because you don't know how they can make it, because your ignorance about cinematography means it's real. I can show you shit from 1927. I can show you shit made in 1927 that you can't tell is completely fake. In the 20s.
I don't see why my ignorance has to do with you,
because you just said it's not possible. You can't. You have no reference. you understand what I mean by no referent? You have nothing in your memory from which to compare it to. You don't know what the Earth looks like from space because you've never seen it. So if somebody shows you any image of the Earth, you have no way of looking at it and going, yes, that looks like what the Earth I saw looks like. But if I showed you a picture of a horse and you saw a picture, you're like, that's not a fucking horse, that's a giraffe. You would have a reference because you saw a horse before. You have a reference in your mind, a memory of seeing a horse. You know what one looks like that you can refer to in memory and compare what they're representing it to be to what your memory is. You don't have that with Earth. You've never seen the Earth from that point of view, so you don't have any reference from which to even to evaluate the image by. You understand? You've never seen people weightless. You've never seen people in space. You've never seen any of those things. The only thing you have to compare it to are other images that people also represented it to be real, that you also have no way to evaluate. It's a chain of bullshit that you have no way to tell the authenticity of. You have no.
I'm listening to what you're saying.
Actually, you can
but hear
verify.
me
You
out.
can verify bullshit. But their nonsense is the thing that you cannot actually verify. The bullshit I can find in the physical and natural world, but what they claim, the globe Earth in the vacuum of space, curving Earth, that you cannot find it in nature, like bullshit.
I mean, that's a good point.
I think the thing that adds up for me is that as time progresses, more companies, more nations, more private individuals, they're funded by their YouTube channel. They're sending rockets up. They're getting video down. I have a reference point into what Earth looks like from abroad. I've been to a beach. I've been to a landscape, and I can deduce that this
Did Earth look
footage
flat
is
at the
probably
beach
more
or
likely than
curved?
What?
Did the Earth look flat at the beach or curved?
I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying.
Yeah, I did. That was your reference. You went to the beach. You saw a flat Earth. That's your reference.
Okay, is the ocean blue and
Yeah.
is the sand gray or brown?
Well,
We'd agree.
different oceans have
And if
different
I
colors depending on
if I took my
the
drone,
ocean is.
bear
Hold on,
with
you
me.
asked me a
I let you
question.
talk.
You
I let
asked
you
me a
talk.
question, and
And
so
you
you're gonna let
answered
me
already.
answer. No, I didn't. No, I
The
didn't
ocean
answer.
can be also
The
red
oceans
and
are
orange.
different colors depending on
Yes,
what part
I
of the
agree.
ocean you is and what time of year it is.
Why are you being pedantic?
I'm
My
not.
point is, okay, follow where I'm
It's
going.
not always blue.
You're
Sometimes
telling
it's
me
green.
I have no reference point. You're telling me I have no reference point when I see these videos, when I see these images of Earth abroad.
You don't know their Earth,
above.
dude.
Stop.
You don't know their Earth.
What I'm telling you right now, just build it from the ground level up. Let's assume
That's what we're
everybody's lying to
doing.
me.
You don't know
But-
their
but-
Earth. You're trying to skip a step.
Can you listen for 2 seconds?
No, you're trying to skip
Okay, I
a
didn't
step.
think so.
You're trying
That
to
would be my
jump the
question to
shark
him.
and say, yes, I already know their Earth. You don't know that.
These guys are going to
Can
lose
you
their
listen?
shit
That will be
when
my
they
question
know
to
what
you.
gyro
Can you
compass is.
listen?
How did
Can
you
you repeat
evaluate?
anything
Okay,
Indio
tell me
said?
any video you've ever seen. What did you do? Tell me the process you went through to evaluate whether that was an authentic image of Earth from space.
So why I'm here is because I've seen 2 sunsets in the same night. And when you're telling me I can't have any clue what Earth actually looks like from
Okay,
abroad,
that would happen on a flat Earth too.
I'm
You're
telling
just ignorant.
can you let me finish. I let you
Yeah,
talk.
but that's not
Shut the
evidence of
fuck up.
anything. That would happen on a flat
Let
Earth too.
me
You're wasting our time,
finish.
dude.
Let me finish.
Okay, go with the thing that doesn't prove anything because it works on a flat Earth just the same fucking way. Go ahead.
You're just like the other guy.
Are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready to hear something from 2017. Go ahead, genius.
When I was at this beach, I saw 2 sunsets. And because I took my drone up in the air, right now where I'm at, I'm limited to 400 feet in the air. But I can take my drone up and I can see the beach, the color of the water, and guess what? I can watch the sunset from my eye level and watch it set. I can take my drone up 20 feet, watch it set. I can take my drone up 400 feet, watch it set again.
Okay, that means
this
what?
Despite this fact, my point is build from there. I can go watch a YouTube channel right now.
That would happen on a flat Earth.
Viewers. Can you let me finish?
Yeah, but that would happen on a flat Earth. I want to know how you're building from there because that would happen on a flat Earth too.
Yeah, your drones
What do you
actually is
think the
evidence with
horizon
the.
is on a flat Earth? The edge? What do you think the horizon is that the sun sets behind on a flat Earth?
What do you think the horizon is where the sun sets?
Yeah, on a
And
flat
you
Earth.
can't see it anymore.
Yeah, what is
On
the
a flat Earth.
horizon, brother, that the sun you think is setting behind, that you said sets twice?
You already know
When-
what I think, and I think you're derailing. I
On
don't
a
think you're
flat
answering my
Earth, I
question.
said. On
You're
a
just
flat
interrupting
Earth.
me again and
On
again and
a
again.
flat, listen closely, on a flat Earth. What do you think it is on a flat Earth that
Who
makes you
cares?
say,
Why don't you?
because you're saying, I saw this happen, this indicates to me it's a globe because I saw two sunsets.
No.
So it didn't tell you the Earth
You are
was a globe.
so far away from what this conversation is. When I'm talking about seeing these double sunsets, I'm telling you why I'm here, and what this argument is about. Is never mind. I think I'm a little
He
bit.
doesn't even know
Your
why he's
script fell
here.
apart, huh? Your
Well,
script fell apart. You think, look, dude, you're the
what
one
is
that's
this
new to
argument
this,
about?
not
What
us,
was it
bro.
before this?
He
Somebody
couldn't
help me.
even tell you
Look,
his
brother,
own claim.
look,
Why
we
I'm
know-
here is because.
Look, brother, we know what you read on the internet. You can see two sunsets. It would work the same on a flat Earth. It's ignorant people that say that shit that it would be different on a flat Earth because they think the horizon on a flat Earth is the edge of the Earth.
Okay, I'm sorry. The conversation was about how we can't imagine or we have no reference frame for what the Earth looks like. And my point is that from drones to airplanes to spacecraft, these track. I can tell you, I posted a link in the comments, and it was like the exact date, an exact time, and a satellite orbiting Earth. I think it was the ISS. I'll post the link again. But my point is that you can see this go across the sky. You can see the weather down below, and you can cross-reference this, and you can track.
That's a lie.
With your own telescope.
That is a lie.
You can predict this.
That is a lie. I've been listening to you Globers say that for almost a decade, and never once have you actually ever produced evidence confirming. Shut up, dude. Shut up, because I won't tolerate liars, dude. Not once in 10 years has any of not once in 10 years has any of you ever presented one iota of evidence of ground confirmation of what's been seen by a satellite. ChatGPT used to even say it and would give you references to papers that don't fucking exist. So this one particularly irritates me when people say this shit. Give us the data of the ground confirmation of what was seen by a satellite and simultaneously observed from the fucking ground. Show it now, please.
So you're like asking for like a live feed from a satellite.
What? The data that you've already seen.
Hold on, let me finish.
The shit you've already seen that you're referencing.
I already posted it in the side chat, but the problem is right now I'm banned from posting in the side chat. Why would I be banned?
I'm not in control of that. And you didn't post
have
anything in a
permission to
side
send
chat
messages
about
in
a
this
ground
channel anymore.
confirmation from a satellite.
This is the cult that I'm talking about.
Yeah, you're in the
It's
cult,
to
dude.
interrupt and to ban and mute.
You're in the cult.
You're being disingenuous.
You're in the cult. Okay? You're in the cult. You just made up 3 fucking lies, dude.
I'd be
and you're
happy
calling
to post
saying
a
we're in a
video
cult, but you just
in the
lied
chat
3
if
times.
you'd unmute me.
But you lied 3 times. There's in the chat. So you're telling me right now, let's be very specific. In the chat right now is an observation from the ground that confirms what was seen from satellite. In the chat right now.
Yeah, I tried to clarify.
Confirmation on the ground of what was seen from a satellite is in the chat.
Case in point. Anybody
It's
else
a yes
want to
or
try
no
to talk to
question,
me
dude.
like an adult?
It is a yes or no question. Stop dodging. Is it in the chat or not?
What's your yes or no question? No, I can't post in the chat. It is in the chat. It was the most recent message I posted, but I'm muted now.
Okay, that's fine. But what you posted in the chat is a ground confirmation of something that was seen at the satellite, simultaneously observed from the ground.
When you say ground confirmation, what are you talking about? Like
meaning
right now,
there was an image in a satellite, and somebody,
you see
whatever
how you can't let me
feature.
talk?
Well, I'm answering your question. So whatever
I'm
feature they
asking a
observed,
question and you're interrupting.
Whatever feature they observed, you're asking a question about what I'm asking for. I'm telling you, so you're not confused.
No, you're
An
being,
image
this is a
claiming
part
to
of the
be from
strategy.
an image. Dude, I don't have a strategy, dude. You're
Then
the
listen to
dumbest
my
person in
question
this
in its
fucking.
fullest length instead of just grandstanding. Listen.
I'm not
When
grandstanding.
you're
I'm
asking,
telling you what I want, but you're
when
not.
you're
You don't want to
asking,
hear it because
oh
you
my
know
God,
it's not
yeah,
in the
because
chat,
you're over
and you
talking.
know you
You go,
lied.
princess.
No, you lied. You lied when you said there's a ground confirmation of something that's been seen from a satellite. You straight up fucking lied, and you know it.
Let me know when you're done.
I want satellite photograph confirmed by a ground observation of what the satellite saw was also seen from the ground from the other direction. Got it? You understand that? Is it in the chat? Yes or no? The answer is no. The answer is you've never seen that. That doesn't exist. And you fucking know it.
So what I posted in the side chat was, before I was muted, and I'm still muted, Earth at night on May 17th, 2025. Okay? I don't know what time it was. But are you asking me that you want me to give you a time? You know I have a heads up that SpaceX is going to be over Florida. They're going to be live streaming their launch, and they're going to be orbiting around Australia 6 hours after launch. And I go set up, you can use plain eyes, but let's get a pair of binoculars. And I tell you, hey, the SpaceX is going to, cross the surface of the sun. Maybe binoculars is a bad idea, but it's going to cross the surface of the sun or the moon or whatever at this time in Australia, based off of this launch, 8 p.m. in Florida. Are you asking for me for both the live footage from the launch as it's going over Australia and live footage from Australia, watching, maybe through
I'll tell you
a
what I
camera
want.
attached
I want
to
this. I want the thing you said you already had. That.
Oh, okay. Here. I'd love to post it, but I'm muted. It's
DM it to me
from space.
Okay. So where's the ground confirmation of what they saw from space?
There you go.
Is
There you
also
go.
seen from the ground.
Okay, I think that's the barrier of proof that I have not.
That's what you.
hit
So you
with
didn't.
this
So
video.
no one did
Let me
that.
finish with this video. But the fact remains is that what I just described
Is a story.
is done, has been done, will be done. Because we're only getting
That's a
better
cool story.
at this stuff.
We can't even get bodies off of Everest. Believe whatever you want.
But
This
you
guy
agree
almost
that I
sounds.
can go.
This guy, you almost sounds like one of those people that call every day, like the scammers that call you trying to convince you out of something.
What are you gonna sell us next? Really simply.
Do you have an argument, or are you just going to complain?
Argument against what?
Like
Your
flat
claim?
earthers are wimping out, and now it's
your claim.
Mute me in the side chat.
Listen,
so
let me
I can't
ask you. Let me ask you
the
this.
evidence I give.
Let me ask
and
you
interrupt me any chance you get, because it's a part of your strategy.
It's
not,
I don't need a strategy for you. You're weak sauce, bro. You're weak sauce. I don't need a strategy. I don't have a script, bro. I got tens of thousands of hours of debating people. You're weak sauce. Okay, really simple. Our claims evidence, yes or no? Our claims evidence. Our claims evidence.
No.
Okay. So the claim is whatever video you posted or are going to post was taken from space. What's the evidence that that's true? Oh, they said so. Is that the evidence? Because they said so?
I've seen launches in real life.
This video that you posted. Don't talk about some other shit. Focus. The video that you posted.
No, I thought we clarified earlier that the burden of evidence that you're really asking for.
You haven't presented any evidence.
Okay, already interrupted. Jesus Christ.
But you haven't presented any evidence.
Let me know.
You said claims are not evidence, right? So if claims are not evidence and you haven't presented evidence, then what? We're just supposed to go with your claim?
He wants to make more claims. He doesn't want to post the evidence.
See, this is what it's called claim stacking. And all you're doing is stacking claims on top of claims on top of claims. You're not presenting any evidence the claims are actually true. We have no way to evaluate them. Either we believe what they're represented to be, or we don't, which is completely subjective preference. I have no reason to believe their claims.
About 30 minutes ago, but we established that video is data. Do you remember that?
Not data. Data is measurements, bro.
No, you already conceded the fact that it's data.
No, I didn't, dude. Good try, debate, bro. Good try, debate, bro. Good try, debate, bro. I did not concede that. We record this.
You didn't just concede it.
I never concede
into admitting that.
Don't you
just don't remember because your IQ is below room temperature.
Oh yeah, that's what it is. We record this. You see that little YouTube bot up there?
Okay.
You see that little YouTube?
I would love to pull the clip. Give me access. Give me access so I can pull the clip myself.
On YouTube. Type in 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. You'll get the YouTube screen. I want me saying I concede that video is data.
And you'll do the same, right?
No, I want you playing me conceding that because you said I did. Don't try to straw man and change the subject and use red herrings. That shit ain't gonna work, debate bro. Look, we know your debate bro tactics. We know the debate bro tactics. You try to get people to agree to something and then reverse it in the middle of the conversation and try to take our position. We know the tactics.
What did I reverse?
We know the tactics.
He knows them because
this works
no one's grandstanding. We know.
Yeah, because you won't be specific. What exactly did I reverse? Be articulate for once.
This is children tactics.
Crying.
This tactic that you use against children doesn't work here, though.
Yeah, really don't. So it's really simple. You've made a bunch of claims. We want the evidence the claims are true. I pointed out you can't even evaluate whether they're true. It's not even possible. It's not possible for me. It's not possible for you. It has to be taken on faith. I have no reason, any reason, to take what they say those videos are as true. Why do you take them as true? That's why I asked you is how you evaluated them. I'm being completely fair to you.
What facts
how did you evaluate them? How did you evaluate the videos to their authenticity? What they are. Say they are the Earth from space. How do you know? How do you know that's what the Earth looks like? Maybe the Earth's purple. How do you know the Earth ain't purple? And they recolored it. How did you evaluate that whatever image they're presenting?
How many questions are you going to ask?
Well, I want you to get the
I'm
idea.
Still stuck. I'm still stuck on.
Can you repeat to me what I said? Repeat to me one of the questions I asked you.
Yeah.
Repeat to me.
You were asking, how can the What I wanted to ask you was why are you asking?
Yeah, what? Hey, you haven't been listening, have you? That's probably why I'm having a hard time. Because you're not actually listening to the answers.
No, you're just asking a bunch of questions and spazzing out. And then asking me to recall one of your spazzes.
It's just meta nonsense.
I was still stuck 30 seconds ago when you were
very
asking
specific questions about the evidence.
You can't let me talk, can you?
Because you're trying to meta, dude, and I'm not doing it. I want to look. I try to focus very like a laser on evidence. I don't want to hear narrative. I don't want to hear spin. I don't want to hear anything. I want to see the actual evidence and how we know the evidence is true and how to evaluate its truth. That's it. I don't care about the fluff.
So earlier I established that video is data. I gave you video proof hey, you can watch this. You can watch this launch. You can watch this rotation around the Earth, and you can see, hey, here's the weather patterns in Australia.
Established it's a rotation around the Earth, dude.
Greenland.
Look, you're assuming the thing you're trying to prove is true. It's called affirming the consequent. You haven't established it's rotating around the Earth. You understand?
Okay. Did you forget the part where you can view this with your naked eye?
You can view a satellite go around the Earth with your naked eye. From where?
When it passes in front of the moon, you absolutely can. In my example, I gave you a pair of binoculars.
Okay,
which
airplanes
really
flying in front of the moon. Are they going around the Earth?
Yes.
Airplanes are rotating around the Earth.
No.
But they look the same. It looks the same as with the spaceship, right?
Yeah.
It looks the same as a bird going in front of the moon. It looks the same as a bug going in front of the moon. No, you've never observed that.
He
Okay?
thinks you need help, Indio. He
I
thinks
did.
you
I
need
did
help.
just last
Ever
night.
observed an
Just
orbit?
last night I observed it. Just last
You
night.
didn't observe an orbit of anything.
Yes, I did.
Indio, for the night, his joke about thinking that you need help from him. I mean, like,
Yeah, it is.
this is a good joke, though.
So
Hilarious.
you did not observe an orbit. You saw something move, and you inferred orbit from the loss of information.
No, you didn't
left
listen.
the information
You
of the
didn't
full
listen.
orbit.
You didn't listen. Here's
I
the
do
facts.
listen. I know what
Here's
inference
the
is.
facts. Are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah,
All right, just hear me
the
out.
facts.
It's going to take 12 seconds. Hold your horses for 12 seconds. When I'm telling you that we can, we know when the launch is. We know when it's going to go. You know, it launches from Florida. We know when it goes over Australia, and we can see this from Australia. We can track this and we can predict this.
Okay. Did you do that?
And we have the video proof.
Oh yeah, really? We have video proof of us from Australia. Let's see it. From Australia.
I don't.
The
I
ground,
still don't
dude.
have permission.
The
I still don't
ground.
have permission to put
From the
links in
ground?
chat.
Is it from the ground?
The Colt has decided to silence my
Is
links.
it from the ground?
Yes.
Is it from the ground in Australia? Someone tracked.
To be fair, earlier we already went
Why
over
can't
this.
you answer
But
fucking
you're
simple
asking me.
questions that are yes or no?
You're asking me. I'm just going to keep talking if you're just going to keep interrupting. Earlier, you were asking me the same question, and I clarified with you that it sounds like what you want is not just video proof of the launch.
I want
but video
evidence
proof
for your
of the
claim.
observation in the ground in Australia predicting this launch. Is that what you want?
That's what you just claimed happened.
Okay, is that what you want? I'm
That's what you
asking
claimed
yes or no.
happened.
Yes or no? It's not that
I
hard.
want your evidence, dude.
Okay,
All
I
you
already
want to do
posted
is
it, but I'm muted right now in the chat.
Brother,
If you'd like me to post it again,
I'm an
unmute me in the
empiricist.
chat.
I'm an empiricist. I go with empirical evidence. I don't go
You're
with
a fucking idiot. Why am I still muted in the chat? Let me post it.
I don't know who muted you, and I don't know why you're muted.
Hey,
I don't
send
undo
it to
people's
me.
mute.
Send it to me. I'll post it for you. Send it to me.
Really simple. I'm an empiricist. I want evidence. I don't want your storytelling. Okay? You know what times it fucking launched from fucking Cape Canaveral or whatever it launched from. So what? You said then we can track it and we can do this. You didn't do any of that shit. Someone told you some shit. Okay? You heard some hearsay. What I want is empirical evidence that shit is doing what it said.
How much evidence do you need? What kind of evidence
not
do you need? Because
empirical
we can
evidence.
get GPS data in the middle of the ocean. We have
GPS
Starlink in
uses
places that
Earth-centered.
didn't
You're
have
going to embarrass
signal
yourself.
before.
Stop. GPS uses a coordinate system called Earth-centered Earthfix,
Yeah,
which is
okay, I know you're on the script, but if you'd let me finish,
okay,
you
but
could respond
GPS
to the
is
whole
not
thing.
evidence of a globe because it doesn't use fucking globe geometry, dumb fuck. Just because it says longitude on your fucking phone doesn't mean that's what the receiver uses.
When I said we can get signal out at sea when we couldn't before,
That's because there's no fucking ball
it
in the
goes
way.
beyond GPS.
There's no ball in the way. That's why you can get a signal at sea. There's more transmissions at sea level that are 800 fucking miles because there's no ball in the way. There's 1918 radio transmissions at 10,000 miles because there's no fucking ball in the way. You only think it's fucking unbelievable because you think there's a big fucking hill of water between point A and point B. There's not.
So are you under the impression that before satellites we could have achieved
did
data in the ocean far off the coast?
Farthest transmission in 19 miles.
Satellites,
listen to me real
pay
carefully.
for satellites, maintain satellites.
Never needed satellites at all. They were never required to ever make a transmission. In 1918, they communicated Cornwall, United Kingdom, to Sydney, fucking Australia. And the reason they even tried to do it is because they were listening to fucking German radio from Berlin in Australia. There's no ball in the way. That's why you can listen to the fucking German radio in Australia. Fucking
how was the quality?
Admiral Byrd fucking talked, gave a weekly radio show from Little America in Antarctica directly transmitted to fucking Long Island, New York, which was 9,600 miles. How do you do that? Recently, there was a Laura chirp that was 800
What was the
miles
transmission
at sea
signal
level.
that you're describing?
What do you mean, what was the
Because
transmission?
I think the megahertz matters, right?
Does it?
Yeah, my understanding is that, long transmission waves propagate better than short bursts, depending on if we're going for distance.
Yeah, that's right, because they have more power.
And it bounces off
and
the
they don't
atmosphere.
attenuate. They don't bounce off of anything. That was a post hoc. That's a post hoc excuse, dude. Meaning that idea was invented after the transmission. Yeah, the Knikkebein radio transmissions, the Knikkebein radar bombing system. The Knikkebein bombing system was two towers that intersected over England, that they flew planes. When you were flying to the intersection point, that was your cue to drop bombs. Well, too bad England was 11 miles under the fucking horizon. So how did they drop bombs? How did they freaking pick up a signal?
Were the planes that far under the horizon too?
In World War II, planes didn't fly at 11 miles. These were propeller airplanes, and they had to bomb from 8,000 feet.
I agree with that statement.
They had to bomb from 8,000 feet. So this is where it gets fucked up, because the British, the regular scientists, thought, well, they can't be doing that. That's impossible. It's a globe. And one guy was like, yeah, well, Earth might be a globe, but they're fucking doing it because we overheard them talking about it in the jail cell. So they looked for it. He had to get permission directly from Winston Churchill, because all the other scientists go and kick rocks. Earth's a globe. So he went and he found the signal, and then they jammed it. Point is, people literally died because they thought Earth was a globe. Literally. Now, the whole point about this satellite stuff, there's no way to verify any of it. There's no way to test it. There's no way to.
I already gave you examples. You just reject all of it.
How can we test it? It's not a matter of
observe launches.
It's a matter of why should I believe it?
In both YouTube and in real life, which I've done.
What? No, you have not. You've never seen a satellite orbit the Earth. Never.
I saw 3 last night. Not even kidding.
How long did you see them?
They were fleeting.
It's 3 seconds, 10 seconds.
Yeah, I would say maybe 5.
Okay. Did they orbit the Earth in 5 seconds?
I was chasing them with my telescope's guide scope.
Okay. Did they orbit the Earth in that time period that you were watching them?
I don't think they made a full orbit, no.
Yeah, that's right. You've never seen anything orbit the Earth. You inferred an orbit from seeing something in the sky for a little while. Okay, that's a fact.
That same telescope I can track, and I can tell my buddy in Australia on the other side of the Earth.
Yeah,
hey,
you could, but you never did.
Hey, bro. Hey, look up in the sky and watch the same telescope that I just saw crossing my vision, I don't know, 12 minutes ago, whatever it might be.
Yeah, that's a cool story, but you never did that.
Okay, but you can, right?
How do you know that? You've never done it. How did you know that?
Here's how I know that. Because I have an app that tells me where the telescopes are.
Because I have an app.
Are you going to keep interrupting? See how you just can't handle
yourself?
yourself?
More ridiculous.
Somebody
You're not
help this
telling me
guy.
how you know anything. You're telling me how you think somebody else knows it.
Take a breather. Try to listen.
I am
Instead of
listening.
talking.
I am listening.
All you're doing is talking and you're responding.
Brother,
You're not even following.
You don't hear yourself. All you're doing is referring to third parties. When I ask you what you know, you don't know anything.
First-hand observation was a part of this.
Yeah, the first-hand observation was 10 seconds.
And?
Indio, he
And
sent me the first
the
time
rest of the
knowledge.
stuff you're talking about was made up in your head.
And so when I tell you that my buddy in Australia that I'm on the cell phone with, he saw the same thing.
With your boyfriend?
Yeah, but he didn't, because it didn't happen. You already admitted it.
Okay, just follow my example. Why
if
is
I
this so
would have,
hard for you?
yeah, and if fucking look, bro, I'm not
it's so
doing
hard for you.
hypothetical woulda, coulda, shoulda. What are you trying to convince people of?
This is
Your
real life.
imagination
This is real
true.
life. You just
Real
don't have
life
friends
is
in
your
Australia.
imagination. You never did it. How is it real life if you never did it?
In the same sense, I can call my friend in Australia and say,
my
"Hey,
God,
is the light out?" Okay, well, it's dark here and the sun's there. In the same sense, I can do that and predict when, where, how much. I can also do that with satellites in the night sky.
You actually can't do that because the solar time doesn't use a globe to predict when it happens. So you're just making shit up as you go along, telling us what you think is true.
If solar time doesn't predict when it happens, what
time does not
and
use
give
a
me a
globe.
wristwatch based off of
Solar
that.
time does not use a globe, dude.
Okay.
The predictions of solar time, time and date, sun calc, all those apps don't use a globe to predict when the sun rises, when the sun sets, when solar noon is. All
Does
that
it
shit
predict when it's nighttime in USA versus daytime in Australia? Does it predict
There's
that?
a model. There's a model that predicts
does?
those things. Hold on. There's a model that predicts those things, but it's not a globe Earth model. It is an observer-centric model where you are at a point at the origin of coordinates. You're not on top of anything. You're not on a globe. You're not on a flat Earth. You're not on a freaking blade of grass.
You're talking through your ass.
No.
When I'm talking about knowing it's going to be daylight in one place and nighttime in another,
I'll bet you 100 Bitcoin that what I said is 100% accurate. Everything I said is 100% accurate. You guys just don't like it. That you have explanations that and that you think the model and the explanation are the same thing, but they're not. The mathematical model and the mathematics within the model are not the same thing as your explanation. They're not equivalent.
No other flat earths here that are reasonable, don't interrupt, and can address what I'm actually saying?
Yeah, we know what you're saying. You're saying you think that something would happen if you did something, but you've never actually done it. But that's also real life because you imagine.
I have done it. I've watched the launch. I predicted where the launches are going to be, and I've accidentally seen orbiting satellites around our Earth.
You don't know they were orbiting.
But I do know that the prediction apps that were true are based off of a round Earth.
No, you don't know that. They're actually based off of Keplerian orbital
elements. Lying to me,
bro. No.
If you go Google right now,
orbits are
what map does Google Maps use?
Brother,
it's a projection map based on a round Earth.
That's just
with reality, bud.
Just like Google Earth is a graphic that projects a globe out of a
You're
cylinder.
all over the place.
No, Google Earth is a cylinder mathematically, but it projects it as a globe. You think because you see a graphic that underneath the graphic they're using a globe, but they're not. Orbits are predicted using ephemeris, which uses Kepler's orbital elements, which has an origin of coordinates and doesn't suppose it's on a globe.
I'll have
You have no idea how any of this shit works. You have an explanation in a story, and all you're looking is confirmation of your fantasy.
No, I'm giving evidence to my claim.
Evidence
and all you're doing is whining like a little bitch. Address my arguments instead of whining.
What argument did you make exactly?
You interrupt with what argument?
Yeah, what argument did you make?
Is that the world that we live in, we utilize round Earth philosophies.
That is not true.
Whether it be predicting,
you're ignorant.
Whether it be, let me see how you.
No, you're ignorant, dude. You're factually
Go cry
wrong.
me a river. Cry me a river.
You are factually wrong. Factually. You thought GPS used the globe.
Yeah, give an example.
Yeah, there you go, T-Dub. Give an example.
Give an example of the round Earth that we live in. Well, the apps that you and I use every day, whether it be
show the data. I asked you this earlier, bro.
One sentence
about
in,
your
and
app that predicts star positions, and I said, "How do you know that it uses globe to predict?"
Because it's in the developer notes. If you look at Google Maps, what they tell you is they use a projection map.
Show it.
Oh, I would love to link it, but I would love to post it, but I'm still muted from your cult.
Yeah, otherwise it's just Ipsy Dixit. They do.
He
How much
sent me the
trust me,
evidence.
bro, have we
He
gotten out
sent
of
me the
you?
evidence, guys. I'm gonna post it again. He sent it to me. Look, I posted the evidence that he sent
I
me.
sent him a YouTube video from 20 minutes ago.
Here you go, guys. He sent that to me as evidence of whatever he's talking about.
Hold on. This is your evidence? This?
Yeah, listen to this. All right,
Why
keep whining.
I
Is this your
want to ask
act?
you a question.
But keep going. We're
No, I want
applauding
to ask
for an
a question
encore.
about it.
Keep whining. No. I love
No,
the
I want to ask
whining. Don't ask
questions about
questions.
your evidence.
More whining.
I'm asking you questions about your evidence. No one's whining. You have to try to intentionally
You're whining all day, all
because
night.
you can't defend this. There's no way you can defend this.
Okay, I'm all ears.
You think that
Go
this is
for
what
it,
the Earth
princess.
looks like from the ISS?
Yes.
You think that this is what the Earth would look like from the ISS? That's what you think.
Dude, stop talking.
Okay,
You hear me.
so the ISS would only see 3% of the Earth. So you think that this little subsection is what, 1% of the Earth, this little piece? See, the ISS shouldn't show any curvature. It's not high enough.
Do you see how you're already
Because
going off on your script?
if you look at the
You're not
Chinese
even talking to me. You're
I am
literally just
talking to
following
you.
the script. You're no better than like an
script?
Indian
I didn't know
hacker.
how would I have a
But
script
ju-
for something I
but
didn't
ju-
even know you were gonna
But all you're doing is
Bro,
sophistry.
Bro, stop it. How would I have a script with something I didn't even know you were gonna post?
Oh, don't redeem! Don't redeem!
How would I know I have a script with something I didn't know you were gonna post?
The script that you're repeating is
Am I a
from
psychic scripter?
the script that you saying about this ISS altitude and the percentage. That's his script, India.
Oh, my script is that the mathematics. Should I cite different mathematics?
Yeah, the point is that you're not addressing the video.
I
And that
am
it tells
addressing it. I'm addressing its authenticity.
Can you let me finish? When the video tells you when it happened, when it was filmed.
with poisoning the
done.
well.
Thanks,
Bro.
guys. It was really fun.
Yeah, that's right. Don't start your statements with poisoning the well. Okay, that's the problem.
I can actually have a conversation instead of
can you
spazzing
start
out.
your
I'm
statements with
all
poisoning the
ears.
well?
Until then, I'm done talking with this retard.
And fuck off, dude. You can't defend this at all. That's why you don't want to talk.
He's driving
you can't
because
defend
Here
this
comes
at
the
all.
grandstanding. The
I wanna-
whining grandstanding. Here it
I want to
comes.
see you defend this. Everything you say is meta and posturing. Okay? I've been only trying to talk about the evidence directly, and you don't want to. You want people to go, oh, I trust bro in bro's stories about what should and could have happened, even though he's completely fucking ignorant about
Is that your
how
response to
anything
my
actually
high
works.
res video from the ISS on May 17th?
How do you know that,
2025?
dude?
Is that your response?
My question is, this video, how can this be from the ISS when the view from the ISS should not look like that?
Prove that it should not look like that.
Okay, I'm going to post a quote from Paul
What's your
Larson.
claim?
I'm going to post a quote from Carl Larson.
Oh wow!
Paul
Guys,
Larson.
make way for this studious student
Well,
here
he was-
who's going to post a quote from some guy I've never heard of.
Well, he was a finalist for going to Mars, so you should have heard of him, because that's your cult.
He's like the subject matter expert of what you're talking about. He's like the highest priest of what you're
What am I
preaching.
talking about? What am I talking about? Just answer
This
that.
video.
No, not you. Not you. That other guy that just jumped in. He has no answer.
So you see this? This is Paul Larson. That's a scale model. That white circle right there, that's what the entire circle of the horizon would be from the International Space Station. And the ISS would be a dot in the middle of it. Now, from the viewpoint of the ISS, that shit would look flat. Paul Larson says, let's say you are at the elevation of the ISS, you're about 250 miles above the Earth, and we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at the point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat. Paul Larson, planetarium director. I also have a GeoGebra diagram, and we also have photographs that China claim are from the same elevation as the ISS to show a flat fucking horizon.
Do you think that Mars astronaut would agree that there's only a flat Earth?
Who cares? That's irrelevant.
No. But you're
all or
sourcing
nothing
him for
fallacy.
this claim that, hey, this is the field of view of a person at the ISS. So you're going to take him for face value there. But if we
Mathematics.
ask him, oh, mathematics, what?
It's mathematics, dude.
You wanted to interrupt to tell me mathematics. What do you want to tell me?
Dude, I'm not trusting him. It's a geometric certainty that what he said is true. It's a mathematical fact.
Okay, but what he
It's for a
says
real
is
simple
not
reason,
true
too.
when he says that we orbit around the Earth.
He doesn't know that to be a mathematical fact.
You don't think so?
This is a geometric. How would he know?
Well, I can pull an app out of my phone right now and tell you when the ISS is going to orbit my house.
App doesn't tell me how you would know, though.
Oh, but it does the math, and the math that it uses.
How do you know what it does? You don't have no idea what it's doing behind there.
I don't need to see behind the curtain to know that it works because I can verify that it works.
So what? Lots of things work.
Great, and you don't need to peer behind the curtain of an elevator to justify getting on board an elevator, right?
Epicycles work to predict the positions of planets. So what? But you don't think the
If you're
epicycles
making
are really
claims
happening?
about how the elevator works, bro,
Can't even
yeah,
hear
it
you.
does matter.
Epicycles. Epicycles was the old way of predicting where the planets are. It works better than the current Keplerian model. It works. Is it true?
Okay, give me the app that uses that method and not the globe.
Every planetarium in existence.
Hello, can I ask?
Every planetarium,
planetarium
the planets
predicting?
in the planetarium, when they project the planets onto the fucking dome, they use the epicycle Ptolemaic model to do that.
Okay. When you project something onto the ceiling, it's a little bit different than what's actually happening on Earth, right?
How do you know that? It's the same view.
Because I can use these apps that aren't projectors. I can use these apps and they predict the future. Whereas a planetarium, it doesn't matter where they set up their hologram or their projector system.
Have you never been to a planetarium?
They're not predicting what's going to happen 1 second from now.
Yes, they are.
Okay.
The Ptolemaic model was used for centuries to predict where the planets would be seen in the sky.
Okay, but you're arguing that these planetariums have some analog model that the projection
They
is based
do
off of.
because they can just
No,
make
they
it out of
don't.
gears. Yeah, they
No,
do.
it's all digital.
The one that's literally
It's
down
digital.
the street, dude.
They're not projecting from an analog model.
Look, it was made by
They're projecting
MIT.
from digital images.
No, it's not, dude. You're wrong. You're just talking shit. There's one literally fucking down the street at the Omni Mugen fucking theater at the Museum of Science down fucking Cambridge Street. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You're a bullshit artist.
You're projecting off of
You
analog
are
models.
a bullshit artist, and I am calling you out.
Is that what
you
they're doing
are
at
a
your theater?
bullshit artist, lying fucking
You're
snake.
projecting off of analog models?
No, they have a
what you wanna get
literal
out?
physical gear system. Physical.
Physical gear system.
A
Good for
physical
them.
gear system. Yes, that's right.
That's great. And do you think that there's gears tied to Earth, Mars, the Moon, and the rest of the solar system?
Your argument was it works, therefore it's fucking true, dude. It works,
I'd
therefore
agree that
it's true. This is called a reduction to absurdity. So this would also be true.
Okay.
That the
By
Ptolemaic model is
definition,
true because it works.
these gears,
Are
if I'm
you slow?
assuming as if they're as rudimentary as they are not true. Whereas
Why not?
these
They work.
these software programs are. So my point is,
How did you determine that?
It might be true, these gears might be true today, May 17th, 2025.
God damn it, dude.
But a year from now, the moon's position relative to the Earth is probably not true. I don't think that these observatories, these
planetarium.
What did you call them? Thank you.
It's a planetarium. Did you
I
just
don't think they're going to be. They're not trying to represent perfect, true life. When I'm talking about these apps, they are, and they do.
You've never been to a planetarium. They will go back 4,000 fucking years and tell you what the sky looks like.
Planetarium.
Okay, but they can give you any time and date and show you
Okay,
what
but
the
when
sky
they do
looks
that, they're
like.
using computer programs.
They're not using a
rotating.
computer, dude.
They're not rotating an
They're
analog
not
geared
using a computer.
device back 4,000 years.
Yes,
they're not
they
doing
are.
that.
Yes, they are.
You're full of shit.
Dude, I'm not full of shit.
Can you imagine that model that in your head, the model that the place down the street from you fucking has? Can you imagine that model rotating 4,000
It has
times?
gears. You not know how gears work?
Oh, okay. So Gears makes this a magical analog system. Please send me a link. I'd love to see it.
He's just gonna
It
hand
must
wave
be a
it.
work of art.
It actually is.
Which is speed of
Each gear is a motion of the planet, and all they do is turn it. And the motions of the planets happen over and over and over again. In the precession of the equinox, so they just move the celestial sphere, they rotate it against the background of the planets. The planets are always in the same place. The only thing that changes in the back is the background star. You don't know what you're talking about, bro. You're out of your depth.
Can you explain to me why the Earth's flat?
Why? It's more of a metaphysical question, isn't it?
It's an asinine belief.
Why do you say that?
What's the basis? The Bible?
How flat the Earth is? No, how flat the Earth is.
How flat it is, yeah.
And what's the basis? Go to the ocean. Does it look flat? There's the basis.
Well, do you know what relativity is?
It's a word. What
So
context
now he's looking for excuses.
No, but it's a word
You know
with
that
a
Einstein
meaning.
said that in this theory of relativity, the Earth is equivalent to a accelerating disk moving up at 9.8 meters per second squared.
You're thinking much bigger than you actually have the capacity to think
You don't.
materially.
Why are you even saying
No,
that?
I'm
You
serious.
don't know me from Adam.
No, but I'm serious because this, right? If you think materially, like, if you're seeing it and it's flat, how do you know it's flat?
Because it's water. Okay, so
Like,
I see
you
the
have an
Earth. It
inflated
looks
ego.
flat. Should I reach the conclusion that it's actually curved?
That's what I think about flat.
Oh, so when you see
Flatters,
flat
as I'll
things, you go, that must
reiterate.
be. Yeah, you don't have any arguments. It's weird how you think
And
it's
when
so
he sees a
stupid,
dog,
but you
he
can't
thinks it's a
argue.
cat.
What's your response to that?
What's your response to what? Do you think I'm an idiot? I don't care. Was that what you said? I think you're an idiot. That was your
Look,
argument
Yeah,
for a globe.
I mean,
I can be an
You asked for
idiot,
the basis,
brother.
bro.
I can be an idiot. I can be the fucking dumbest retard ever to grace the Earth. The Earth is still flat, regardless of my
how do
mental
you know
state,
that?
because of how flat it is. Okay, really
To
simply.
you?
Okay, really simple. To everybody. To you.
Yes, to me
Okay,
as
where
well.
did you go when you saw the Earth as a globe?
In
Yeah,
a
that's what I thought.
fucking university in a book?
So you didn't see the Earth as a globe.
I mean, I also live on a mountain. I can see it like kind of shaved down. Like,
So you can
I
see
don't know,
Earth
dude.
curved from the top of the mountain.
Shape,
So I'm
shapes
gonna
down.
I'm gonna post a video from Mount Everest. I'm doing a 360-degree panorama.
I
That
hope
shows
it
it's
has
flat
the
from Mount
photo.
Everest.
I hope it has the photoshopped photo of New York on it. That shit
The
was so funny.
photoshopped photo of New York.
Yeah, and they're like,
What does that
look,
even
you can
mean?
see. There was a photo that was like, look, you can see New York from Mount Everest.
Why would you be
That's
able to see New York from Mount Everest?
Because that's how tall it is, and it's so the Earth's flat, guys.
Yeah, but the angular size of New York would be
Wait,
so
why
small.
wouldn't you be able to see
I'm going to
New
tell you,
York
because
from
the
Mount Everest?
angular size of Mount Everest, if you just do the calculation, Mount Everest in New York, say it's 5,000
What
miles.
calculation are you doing?
The angle calculation, how much the visual angle New York would subtend. The visual angle, right? Because we see in angles, right? The sun has a visual angle of 1/2 a degree. So New York, we could say, hey, what's the tallest building in New York? What's its visual angle that it would subtend from Mount Everest? It's way beyond the resolution of the eye or any optical telescope ever fucking made by man.
I mean, it's just kind of Occam's razor, though. Like,
yeah, I know it's Occam's razor. The simplest explanation. Yeah.
Really?
So the simplest explanation with the least amount of substance is most likely correct, right? The Earth looks flat because it is flat. Period. Boom. Thank you. Checkmate. Game over.
I don't think that's true.
How many assumptions did I have to make?
No,
How many assumptions did I have to make
Occam's
about
razor,
the Earth?
bro.
Occam's razor. I made no assumptions. It looks flat because it is flat. No assumptions at all.
You are assuming things to be absolute because here it is.
No, he's not assuming anything.
No. Hold on.
He's not assuming anything.
Okay, if you make this assertion that the Earth is flat, you are hereby declaring that there is a conspiracy to lie.
No, you are. You are.
No,
you are.
What
you are.
No, because the consensus
don't
is
say
it's
that we
round.
are. You are. You just said that, not us. Don't put that onto us, bro.
I don't
think you're the one coming to that conclusion
Why
and projecting it onto us because of the implications.
So why is there travel between?
Gish Gallop.
Why is there travel?
No. Hold on. Why is there travel between like different axes? Like if you go like negative, you can get to the same point.
Yeah, because east and west are circles, bro.
Right.
Yeah, circles.
East
Stick a
and
pole in the
west
ground. Stick a pole in the center of a fucking football field and circle around it.
What does that have to do with what I'm saying?
You
You're
end up
still
back
north-
at the same
north-
place, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you went in a circle. You just didn't flip upside
so
down.
to you, it's just one. But if you're going in a circle around a line, you're going on one axis.
No, you're in a
not
circle around a
going in
point.
3D space.
Circle around a point.
You're not circling. Yeah, but in a 2D space because you're not moving the other axis.
Yeah, there is no other axis. You're not flipping
but
upside
in
down,
real
dude.
fucking life there is. Your analogy.
Okay, prove it. Prove it.
What do you mean prove it? You can
Prove
walk forward and you can walk to your left.
That's right. You can walk in a circle, right? And you want to know what people do? Just go on Google and type in, why do people walk in circles? It's a well-known fact that people, if they don't have any outside reference, will walk in a circle.
What does it have to do with anything?
Because even though you think you're walking straight, you're walking in a circle.
No,
People do it flying, driving, sailing a boat.
Straight. You actually
can
can
for
walk
very-
straight.
No, you can't.
Yeah, you can.
Okay, then why do people when they get
If I
their
walked
plane
the
crashes?
train and I hopped on the
I
train
said
station
without
and
an
I took the train,
external spatial reference. Did you listen to that part? Without an external spatial reference.
Exactly.
The train is
How
your
do you know?
external
What does that
spatial
mean?
reference.
When would you ever be without an external spatial reference?
If you
There's
walk
always
100
landmarks
miles, the external spatial reference you started with, you can no longer see.
What would that even mean? What would that even mean?
Like say
External give that a definition, because like
external spatial reference, meaning a spatial reference that you can see from all places around your route of travel. We don't have those, so we use the stars. And we use the North Star, and we circle around the North Star. When you look north and you walk to your left, you're going west. If you walk to your right, you're going east.
right, yeah, that's how north, east, south, west work.
Yes, she's walking a circle around a point, the North Star.
Yeah, because it's a globe.
No, because you decided you're going to look. Do circles exist on flat surfaces?
Yes.
Okay. It's really simple.
No. What does the fact that circles exist prove that the Earth is flat?
Doesn't who said it did?
But then why
It
the fuck
doesn't.
are you
It's a
talking about it?
refutation to what you're claiming, you idiot.
I didn't claim that circles didn't exist. How would that refute anything?
No, but you just claim that
claim that
it's. You pretty
traveling
much
around in
claim
Go ahead, Dia.
that it's only possible on a ball going in a circle. That's what you implied.
But
look,
you
it's
can
real simple. Here's the
physically
proof of the
go
flat Earth.
from you
I'll give
could
you-
also take the circular route. So like there you could take that route, but what I'm talking about is not the same thing. You understand that, right? Like if you place a flag on the ground and you mark 360 on it, right? And you start at the bottom and you cross to the top, you don't have to walk around the circle. You can just cut straight through it.
Yeah, but no one's ever done that. No one's ever done that.
Yes, we have.
No, we haven't.
Yes, actually, people have walked across the entire fucking world, dude.
Not north-south, bro.
Because there's nothing there north-south.
Okay, but that's what you need. You would need a north-south circumnavigation on a single meridian. Otherwise, you just have concentric circles around the North Star.
Dude, people have walked from Mexico or like the fucking like South America to like the top of Canada. I'm sure
That's
people have
fine.
done
What's that got to do with anything?
So like, what you want them to go like? I don't understand. You think there's something behind
the
Antarctica?
entire latitude. So there's a system of coordinates called latitude and longitude. They are based upon the celestial sphere, and they are the main spatial reference is what's called the celestial equator. Now, how far that is above the horizon determines your latitude. But the circles are based upon Polaris. When we circle around that, that's east and west.
Mm-hmm.
It's very simple.
So how does
you
that
look in the
prove it's
chat?
flat?
And what proves the Earth is flat is that most of the surface of Earth's surface is water, not land. It's water.
So,
and that according to the globe, water is supposed to conform by gravity into the shape of a sphere. But we can go and measure that water, and that water measures flat, not curving.
Yeah, relatively, yeah. From what you're a cup of water, a pool,
no, the ocean,
water,
dude,
an ocean, a lake.
So we have a 50% flat ocean.
Have you been?
But the Earth is a ball. Yeah, I live by the ocean. I live on the East Coast. I live in Boston. I'm about a mile from the ocean right now.
Boston.
Want me to show you some
you're
videos?
Making a bad fucking name on Boston, dude.
Want me to show you
pissed off.
Show
me.
Yeah, I'll show you some videos I took from Revere Beach of a ship 30 miles away from me.
Show me.
How far is a ship 30 miles away supposed to be under the horizon?
30 miles?
Yeah, it's 30 miles. I'm a 15-foot elevation. How much should that ship be under the horizon? Should I even see the ship at 30 miles? Or should it be hidden by the curve of the Earth?
You know, there's like literally an equation for that, though.
Yeah, I know that.
So you can do the equation.
Yeah, I know the answer. I want to know if you know the answer.
Literally.
I want to know if you know the answer.
I mean, I could probably look it up.
Okay, well, I'll just tell you then. That's what 420 feet under the horizon at 30 miles. So how did I take a photo of the boat? If it's 420 feet under the horizon.
Because it's curved.
No, it's under the horizon. The horizon is supposed to be the Earth curve, right? And then ships sail over it.
The horizon is not the Earth's curve.
Okay, then what is it?
It's your perception of the Earth's curve.
Okay, my perception.
That's something entirely different.
That's a good clip.
Dude, that's entirely different. You can't even say it's not. What
so your perception of the curve is different to the curve.
Yeah, 100%.
Right. Okay.
How are you perceiving it?
You perceive it as flat.
No, how are you perceiving this Earth curve?
You perceive it as flat. That's how
With
you
what
perceive it.
sense, dude?
Your eyes, your fucking
Okay, so with my eyes,
nervous system and the shit that keeps you
so
standing
so with
upright.
our eyes, we're perceiving the horizon as Earth curve, but that's not actually Earth curve.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
So we look and we see a horizon, and that horizon just seems like it's Earth curve, but that's not actually it. So when they give us a formula for where the horizon is, the 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and then we do the calculation, and then it says the horizon from 15-foot elevation should be 4.5 miles away, and then I see a ship 10 miles away on that horizon. What's the problem, dude? How come the horizon's 2 times? But the horizon, but geometrically, the Earth curve's supposed to be 4 miles away, not 10.
So what the fuck does that have to do with the fact you're seeing it, though?
Well,
like there's
welcome
no
to flat Earth, dude.
Yeah. Based on based on the geometry, your line of sight to the horizon is supposed to be where that meets the sagittar, right, of the Earth curve.
Show you a diagram, dude. Make it easy for you.
It's just not flat, dude.
I know. You can bury your head in sand. It's not really happening.
Yeah, you can keep telling yourself that.
So wait, what's your
So look in the
guys'
chat.
take?
Look in the chat. This is a diagram from a Globetrotters website. So look at this. See this horizon? This little marker horizon? Where you can't see any surface past this shit? This has a set fixed distance. We can calculate where it should be on a globe. 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet gives you the horizon distance.
Right.
Now, and I'll post the observation. I'll post it right in here.
Right, so for 15 foot, what is that?
Infrared. I took this in infrared in December. This video.
So it's a phenomena. So how does that prove?
What do you mean it's a phenomenon? No, it's supposed to be the geometric edge of a ball that you can't see the surface past.
So in your observation, Indio, 15 foot, that gives you a horizon distance of...
So first of all, you took
this
video?
Like 4.5 miles.
So
4.5 miles, and you could see
I
a
took
ship
this video, yes.
causing a wake, spray
How do you know how...
at the bottom of it on the water from 30 miles away.
Now this one is only 10 miles.
How do you know how far away the ship was?
Okay, that's 10 miles.
I'll show you how I know.
You have proof?
Yeah. I got everything. We're very thorough.
So why are you recording in black and white?
It's an infrared.
Oh, I see. Hey man, do dinosaurs exist?
Depends on what you mean by dinosaurs.
Well, not anymore.
Or is there
did
stone?
they ever?
Did they ever?
Did they?
Yeah.
Do you think they have dinosaur bones?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah? Is there any
my
bone in the dinosaur bones?
No, it's fossil.
Oh, so it's rock.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. So you don't have dinosaur bones. You have rocks. Rocks shaped like bones.
We have
fossils. Rocks shaped like bones.
Right, that's what a fossil is.
Yeah, it's a rock shaped like a bone, but it's still a rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
So
things
you
can get
think
preserved
that your
extremely well.
rocks actually were
And actually,
organic
there is
material that
there
walked
is
around
real-
and fucking roared? How did dinosaurs have sex?
No.
Yeah,
I
no
mean,
one
I'd
knows.
probably ask my ex-girlfriend because she was a paleontologist.
She doesn't know. So there's how I know. So this
I mean, she
website,
does.
Marine, I'm going to tell you, no, she doesn't. They have no
I'm
idea.
sure she knows more than you, man.
They have no idea how dinosaurs had sex. It's not even fucking, what would you call it? Anatomically
laid
possible.
eggs.
Yeah, how did they fertilize the eggs, dude?
I mean, they dude, fucking birds.
How do
and
Stegosauruses hump?
They don't.
Yeah, I never thought about it, did you? So look in the chat. This is a screenshot from marinetraffic.com. This is the ship, has the coordinates 42, 23, 46, 70, 47, 05 west. So that's the coordinates. I have more because we don't want you to be deprived of information. Where the hell is it?
So when you're using your Maps app, or like, do you have a custom one that like has like the real version of the world?
Well, do you?
No, because I accept that as like what the world is.
Well, you have no idea how your Maps app works, dude. You're just talking out your ass, your ignorance, dude.
Exactly. Nobody's using a world map to navigate, bro. Well, you aren't anyway.
I mean,
military might claim to, but you don't.
Do you think Google Earth is a globe?
Yeah.
It's a cylinder.
It's a cylinder? What do you
Yeah,
mean?
Google Earth is a cylinder.
Well, I mean, yeah, I guess
it displays to you as a globe, but it's actually programmatically it's a cylinder.
Well, what? Because we don't have all of Antarctica fucking mapped out, and
No,
Arctic.
because it's called a Web Mercator GL, so that's it's a cylinder. And you can easily prove this if you try to draw a circle around either of the poles.
Hey, if you're gonna say something like that,
they'll clip into a.
What do you mean by that?
What? That Google Earth is a cylinder that uses the Web Mercator GL?
How does that prove that's a cylinder?
Because that's what the Web Mercator projection is.
Okay,
a
that
cylinder.
could be a fucking programming trick. Do you know how programming works?
Yeah, that's why Google Earth is a cylinder, and it looks like a globe. But what about your Maps app, dude? But what about your Maps app?
What about my Maps
You
app?
just cooked yourself. But you know how programmatically things work? You just cooked yourself, dumb fuck.
Dude, what about it? It's a fucking globe.
You cooked yourself.
You zoom out and it's a
Your
globe.
whole argument, you pulled out the rug out from under yourself.
No, I asked you if you have a custom one, or do you use this?
Why would I need a custom one?
Do you use this one?
What one? Google Earth?
Or like Google Maps, Apple Maps?
Yeah, sure.
But it's inaccurate.
So? It's good enough
So
for
you
practical
think-
purposes.
Oh. Wait, so...
Those are two different things, right? Good enough for practical
could be-
purposes and accuracy?
Wait, but there could be things that, like, they're hiding from you.
So what?
Are on the map.
Well, I wouldn't know, would I? Because they're hiding them from me.
Wait. Google Maps isn't
I
the same
agree
as
with
Google
that.
Earth.
I agree with that.
Is
They're
it?
hiding a lot
India?
of Antarctica.
Hang on, India.
So,
is
like-
Google Maps the same as Google
that's
Earth?
not good.
I think there might be a difference. I'm not sure exactly what
Right.
that difference is. So this is Google Maps. Since we're talking about Google Maps, this
And
is from Google Earth. What I just posted in the chat. So this red circle, that's the globe predicted horizon distance. But that's where the boat is. That's in the video. How did I see past the horizon? How is the boat on the horizon, which is supposed to be 6 miles in front of the boat? Curious.
I mean, do you think you understand how a horizon works in its entirety?
I've been doing this topic for almost a decade. Yes, I do. I talk to PhDs in
So where's your
physics,
PhD?
astrophysics, mathematical physics.
I talk to people, dude. I talk to people on those programs.
I've debated them, and it's recorded.
So? I'm asking.
Seeing I
like,
have
that-
never
that's
lost
not,
a
like,
debate on this
credibility.
topic ever. You're like, yeah, that speaks for itself.
No, that's not credibility. I mean, like, objective reality just disagrees with you.
You haven't
there
named
are
any
people that have
objective
got-
reality that agrees.
wait,
The only one
so
who's
wait,
talking
there are
about
people
any
who have
objective
gone to
reality
space.
is actually me. I'm posting video of objective reality. I'm telling you what the oceans do, what the
Exactly.
water does.
So
I'm
wait.
talking about objective reality. You said go look at a textbook.
So there's the view.
Objective
of the
reality
Earth
is
from the
disagreeing with you in
ISS.
this instant.
There's the what?
Oh, that's not
What
objective
about the
reality.
ISS? The ISS.
So now we're going to talk about cartoons.
Cartoons.
Yeah,
Proof
cartoons.
It's a cartoon. That's insane.
No, the video is a cartoon.
Why don't y'all
First of all,
check
there's
out
all
what I
sorts of
posted?
problems with it.
Why don't you flat earthers address what I posted?
What about what you posted? What is that?
How do you explain that?
Explain what?
My photo.
What is it a photo of?
Oh my gosh, I thought you would have known. It's okay. This is on Antarctica. You guys were just talking about.
How do you know that?
Excuse you.
How do you know that? What you just said? You said this is on Antarctica. How do you know that?
Right, I Google searched it from an archive.
Yeah, but that doesn't tell me how you know that. How you know that this is actually whatever they portray it to be.
Well, just grant me this, all right? So this is
Oh, just give you a free one? Yeah, I don't think so.
Well, I'm just
Moving
asking if this is true. How would you?
How would I know? You don't know it's true. When you find out if this is true, then you come
Okay,
back.
so if I find it on Google Maps, you're gonna give me a cookie?
How are you gonna? What do you mean find out? How do you know what they're showing you on Google Maps actually exists in reality?
No, that goes into my point. That goes into my point.
I'm asking you. They're showing you images. How do you know that that is what they say it is?
I agree
How do you know?
with you, but you were arguing.
So here's
the
the thing. There's a book written by a guy that he was founded. He was part of the NSA from the time it was founded. He wrote a whole book on how photography is fake. And one of the biggest ways of faking photography is taking a real picture and just captioning it different.
What's fake about this one, and where's the caption?
Just captioning it different. You understand what that means?
That's why I'm not captioning it. I'm letting you caption it.
They captioned it when they told you what this is.
I don't know what it is. I'm asking you.
How would I know what it is?
It's on Antarctica. Don't you guys?
How do you know? That's your claim.
Okay, let me find the source.
How do you know that this isn't a picture somewhere in Greenland?
Oh, for fuck's sake!
How do you know if this isn't a picture somewhere in fucking Idaho?
Let me get a source. Hold on, dude.
No, no. I'm asking you how you know. Just getting this claim stacking, just saying this person's claim is my claim. That doesn't tell me how you know it's true. How you evaluated it to be true. What you did. Did you do anything?
This is a still from a video footage uploaded onto YouTube. You ever heard of YouTube?
It's a still from video footage uploaded to YouTube that still doesn't tell me the provenance of this image.
And there was a person behind the camera filming. I don't know how much more, how much more I can explain this.
There was a person floating in the air?
Probably a helicopter.
In Antarctica?
Yeah, it's not abnormal. Helicopters fly over there all the time.
I don't know if I should ban you for lying or what. Helicopters do not fly in Antarctica all the time. You just made that shit up.
Permanently? No, they do. To go. How do you think they pick up their people, their researchers and scientists on Antarctica?
With an airplane.
They also have helicopters out there. I'll prove it right now.
I'm not saying they've never had helicopters. But they don't have helicopters out there all the time. Do you know you have to fucking carry your poop and pee out of there?
Okay, I don't know why we're getting caught up on the semantics of helicopters and how often they go in.
I want to know how you know this picture is what they say it is, dude. Whoever says it is.
Yeah, so I'll get
How did you evaluate it?
Yeah, I'll get the source material.
I don't care about what their claim is. How did you evaluate it?
So are you saying I should distrust every picture I see?
Okay, that's an all or nothing fallacy. Try again.
No, I'm just trying to understand your logic.
No, why would I say that? Why would I say distrust every picture you ever see?
No, because I'm confused. When you say something like
no, it's not confusing. It's not confusing at all. This is a rhetorical gimmick, dude.
Okay, ask it again.
It's a rhetorical gimmick.
Ask it again.
This is a specific picture you're presenting as evidence of something. How do you know anything about this? What did you do to evaluate it?
Okay, so what should I do to evaluate it?
Why are you asking me? So what you're telling me is you didn't do
expert.
anything. So you didn't do anything.
Oh, so you're going to tell me you don't just Google search and then drop something in as evidence?
No, I don't.
That's okay.
Your incredulity is not an argument.
In what?
I said your incredulity is not an argument. Okay? It's really simple. And I know you're just here to get off the fact
No, I was actually interjecting into the topic.
What's it supposed to show you anyway? What is that?
Okay.
What is that image supposed to tell you anyway?
Yeah,
So
let's
they
say
were-
we take this image as completely true and authentic and all the other shit.
Okay.
How does it prove a flat Earth?
No, I'm saying because
How does it disprove a flat Earth?
so Antarctica possesses many unknown qualities, and we don't know if.
How do you know that?
What do you mean? It's been well studied.
Well studied. You mean some shit people wrote that shit down in a book and you read it?
Yes, there was one person in
Yeah.
particular, but others as well.
Yeah, but what was the evidence they presented?
So it was a rear admiral who led a fleet.
What was the evidence they presented?
So in his journal, which is documented.
What was the evidence they presented? I don't care what they do. Look, people talk and they say things. Okay? So what? What's the evidence for their claims?
Okay, so you think there's nothing mystical?
What's
going
the
on?
evidence, dude? So you don't have any evidence. This is the
I
same thing
have
over and
it.
over again. You
Dude.
guys love stories.
Bro,
you are just mystified by stories.
Let me ask you something. Is diaries not admitted as evidence in court all the time?
No, they're not.
Really?
It's hearsay.
You're wrong. You're wrong.
Hearsay is not admissible in
they
court.
find
They would only
someone's
admit a diary if
journal-
the person, if they wanted to testify and the person was dead.
No, the diary of like say,
Yeah. It
say
could be used to sway a jury.
murders haven't
So
gotten
it's going to be
caught.
subjective anyway.
Murders have gotten caught by their diaries. Okay.
Really?
Oh, really? Look it up.
No,
And
police can use that as a clue towards seeking further evidence, but it wouldn't be.
No,
it wouldn't stand as evidence alone.
No, what is it? What is
wouldn't-
it?
wouldn't
put
be enough to
into-
convict
in the,
someone.
in the court of law. It's a circumstantial evidence, regardless. It's evidence. It's marked as evidence. It's a form.
Yeah, to maybe sway a jury's opinion.
Okay, well, I'm swaying an opinion
okay.
right now with the admiral who had a diary that talked about this, and he was an esteemed
Okay.
man.
Okay, you're talking about Admiral Byrd's diary, which is a proven fucking fake, dude.
Oh, what? Bullshit!
Oh, bullshit? Who'd it come from?
It got oh, I know this well more than you probably do. It got released from a journalist after he died, and his wife and his son was on the expedition with him, by the way, and both his wife and the son didn't what's the word? They didn't discredit the journal. They just
journalists
no, they didn't come out and say,
honest,
"Oh,
aren't
these
they?
are."
Yeah.
They didn't come out and say these are lies. They gave it to the journalist to kind of absolve themselves, or else why wouldn't they go out in the press and say
Uh-huh.
this is a fabrication?
Sure
this
they
is
did.
a fake book.
Cool story, bro.
It's the
Doesn't
truth.
matter. It
You guys
doesn't
just
even
don't like
matter
the truth.
because his fucking journal could say, I saw fucking little green men from Mars. And it wouldn't matter because we would need the evidence.
What? He's gonna shoot him down?
Look, Isaac Newton famously said, if it can't be proven by experiment, it's not worthy of debate. I don't debate people's opinions.
Well,
I'll
what if-
debate what the evidence means, but there's no
What if-
evidence. We
what
just
if-
have someone's hearsay.
If one person conducts an experiment, say Admiral Byrd conducted an experiment where he was at, then that counts.
Admiral Byrd had a. Do you know about Admiral Byrd's weekly radio show?
Yeah, I've watched quite a few.
Okay. Where did he broadcast that from? His radio show. He had a
Okay.
CBS News radio show that he did once a week from Little America.
And what's the point?
How far is that?
How far is that? Little
yeah,
America?
how far is it? From New York, where he broadcasted to. He broadcasted to Riverside, Long Island. That was
From
the
Little
receiving
America.
antenna. From Little America. It's
In
9,600
Antarctica.
miles.
Holy shit! What were they? Was he bouncing it off Echo 1 or something?
he came back with technology. That's you're proving my point.
How did he talk to New York City from Antarctica if the Earth is a ball?
Because when he was in Antarctica, he found crazy things and technology, and then brought them back.
And they say the flat earthers are fucking crazy.
So how did CBS get the other end of that technology so that he could talk to them?
No, it wasn't a receiver end. The receiver end doesn't mean anything. It was the output.
So, but they picked up at a certain frequency. Do you know how radio works? They have
Not
equipment
really.
on their end, and they have a receiver, and that receiver and the transmitter have to be tuned to the same frequency.
Right, but if he has this technology that can tune, you're missing this.
What does that mean?
Where'd he get
Technology
the
that
tech
can
from?
tune. He has to tune the CBS receiver to match
Have
his.
you
How did he do that with ESP?
Have you read the diary? Because this answers all your questions.
Did he get it from the inner Earth folk? They said,
Yes, he
we're
actually
going to give
did.
you the
He actually
ability to
did.
transmit radio signals across thousands of miles across the globe's surface,
Yeah,
but
through the
we'll give you
globe, I
the
guess.
cure
No,
to
it went through the
cancer
globe.
later. Right, went through the globe. But we'll give you the cure to cancer later. That's not important right now. What's important is you being able to broadcast signals across
Yes,
the Earth.
Yeah,
once
because
a
he was
week.
broadcasting.
Keep him busy.
Exactly. That just goes to show he was broadcasting warnings to the rest of the world about the dangers that are coming from the South and Antarctica.
Yeah, is that what he was doing? Was
Listen,
that in
dude,
between?
you know,
Was that in between selling cigarettes and fucking chewing tobacco?
This isn't hearsay I'm spewing here. His fleet got attacked out there, and that's documented.
So what?
By UFOs. What do you mean, so what?
Oh, by UFOs. It's documented his fleet got it. Can I see the after action report?
Oh, no, the government would never admit that, but there was...
Then where's it? Then how do you know it's documented?
It's first-hand accounts.
From who?
I don't know.
You know, when it comes to testimony of individuals, you know how the courts, you know what the legal maximum in court is, since you wanted to bring that up? Sacrifice is the measure of credibility. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, like Jesus had great credibility because he sacrificed himself. Yeah.
It means that the truth of your statement is, the credibility of your statement and how it should be taken as credible is directly proportional to the risk you're taking by making it.
Right. And you know, his diary, he wrote in it, and this is
If he lied, what are the consequences?
This is the one thing I'll leave you, is in the diary he goes, I am troubled because what I witnessed out there, I have a duty, I feel, to tell the American people and let them know. But I am bound by secrecy and oath through the Navy, where they prevent me from doing that. So that's why the diary came out after his death, is so he didn't have to break it, his oath.
So zero credibility because he didn't sacrifice anything, dude.
He did. He killed him, or he died.
He was dead already. He didn't sacrifice anything.
Well, he didn't want his family. Like, hey, James Forrestal, the guy who signed
Doesn't matter why. If sacrifice is the measure of credibility, which has been the rule since fucking Roman times, he has no credibility, dude. He didn't sacrifice anything.
Listen, he did.
There's no consequences to him lying, dude.
They killed his son, who was going to a conference to speak about his dad.
Who's
that's
they?
What he was. I don't know, but his son, who was on the fleet, was going to speak at a conference about his passed away father, and then he never showed up, and he was found shot to death. That's not weird or anything, is it?
Yeah, this is great story.
Maybe that's why he didn't sacrifice himself, because it wasn't himself. It would have to be his family if he came out.
Well, that'd be even more, give him even more credibility.
Yeah, well, his family, his son died under very, very mysterious circumstances.
Well, instead he sacrificed nothing.
And he probably got killed because they were telling the family, disavow this diary, disavow it.
Why didn't they just kill the journalist?
No, because the journalist put it off onto the family and said, contact the family. And the family refused to speak, so they took it out on the family.
Well, the story's preposterous. It's idiotic.
So you say.
Especially at the time. No, it is, because the military has no problem censoring anything they want to censor, and they've never had any problem. They've controlled the press at least for fucking 200 years. Okay, only thing that gets published are the shit they want published.
That's not true. With a new social media age, X especially, things are being published that they don't want published.
Well, it's different now. They fucking fucked up. They let the cat out of the bag. They didn't realize what they were doing. They thought that they could control this, but they can't.
And that leap in technology has led to your guys' benefit.
Look, bro, I was on the internet before you were born. I was on the internet before there was a web browser. You don't have to tell me about the internet.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying, like, back in the day, like, only a few people could yell at you on the street. Now you get the whole crowd on Discord coming in to yell at you.
What are you talking about? Over Flat Earth? Yelling at me? They're not yelling at me. They're fucking preserving their own fucking ego.
Hollow Earthers. All of them.
Oh, there is no fucking hollow Earth, dude.
Alright. Have you explored the entirety of the Earth?
I don't need to.
Convenient.
Why do you need to explore the entirety of the Earth? Most of the surface of the Earth is water. Right?
Does the flat claim of the Earth...
Is most of the surface of the Earth water or not?
Yeah, I'll answer yours and you answer mine. Yes. And then, is the flat claim of Earth dependent upon the entirety of the Earth?
No.
Oh, well, that's confusing.
No, because most of the surface of the Earth is water. And water's flat. And unless the physics of water change, then I don't need to know what the entirety of the surface of the Earth, because it's all connected.
Yeah, so you're taking an educated guess based on that the whole Earth
It's not an
is flat.
educated guess. It's all empirical evidence that any human being ever has is that water lies flat and level when it's a large body.
Okay.
And it's connected.
I'm just trying to wrap my head around. You said we haven't explored the entirety of the Earth, but now you're saying we're referencing flat Earth based on what is been. It's confusing.
Look, brother, we know that all the waters of the Earth, they call them different oceans, but it's really just one ocean. They're all connected. All the so-called individual oceans, they're all connected together. Okay?
Yeah.
Since those oceans are connected together, they'll share a same property because their molecules are all intermixed. Okay? And on the surface, no matter any distance we ever measure, the surface of that water is flat. So it would be crazy, and there's no good reason to think that it's flat here and flat at every place I measure it, but curving somewhere else.
Except
where I didn't measure it.
Right. Okay. So I guess a fair argument or a fair assessment of that would be all observable parts of the Earth are flat.
All observable parts of the water of the Earth are flat.
Mm.
All parts that have been observed so far.
Have you ever seen a geyser?
Yes, I have.
Is that flat?
Is it a body of water?
No, like as it's.
Didn't I say large connected bodies of water?
Well, it's not connected. A geyser shoots up in there.
It's also not a body of water.
No, I thought you said water. Okay, my bad. I thought you said water.
Obviously, water in some states can be not flat because I could take a fucking baseball bat and smack a fucking pond with it, and the water's not going to be flat when it flies out. You're just being a pedantic douche. I don't know why you guys do this. Because you don't actually have an argument to refute what I said. It's 100% true that the surface of the Earth, the water is flat. And unless you can't have a fucking majority water flat ball. Well, you said something stupid like, where in that case, objective reality is subjective. Come on, dude.
Well, no, supposed objective because we don't. I don't think reality is objective if we haven't explored every crevice of Earth and our space, so to say, or whatever, right? So that's my whole point. Is that if the
entirety of the Earth is flat as you claim, then surely you should be able to map it. What do you know about mapping?
I know that
nothing.
Hold on.
Nothing. No, you know nothing about mapping, dude. Nothing.
Can I answer?
Yeah. Tell me more about. Go ahead.
Okay. So mapping, to my rudimentary knowledge of it, is basically a way to put on, say a map or some paper, the distances and the locations of everything upon the Earth at the basic level.
Okay. Now, what gives you? How did you wake up in the morning and grow the balls to say, I have a rudimentary understanding of mapping, but I am going to make absolute claims like, surely you should be able to map it, when you don't know anything about maps by your own admission?
So are you saying that I'm wrong when I said the Earth can't properly be mapped?
There's always a problem with mapping, and it's called the origin of coordinates. There is no accurate map of anything. Maps are representations of something else.
So then, okay, so if that's the case, then my argument
If you want me to give you a Harvard professor that does maps for a living saying what I just said.
No, if you can clip note it, I'd appreciate that.
I got a clip, dude. I clip this shit when academia says the same shit I say. You guys don't believe me when I say it.
Okay.
So I clip academics saying what I say, and you guys still fucking don't believe it.
Well,
or
no,
you change the subject.
It's because you guys kind of, with all due respect, you guys pick and choose which academics you know.
What? And you don't?
You don't pick and choose, dude.
I haven't posted a single academic. This is my reality.
So you come here with nothing to back any of your words.
My reality, Judge.
Awesome.
Yeah, observer-dependent reality, which is why we can't map the Earth properly, because it's ever so shifting, dependent upon the observer.
What does that mean?
It means, so it's basically an ironclad claim against that, the reason we can't map the Earth, because we can never truly understand where things are within the Earth if we haven't been to its fullest expanse, right?
So if I've been all the way around Australia, therefore I should know the United States, because I know every crevice in Australia.
No, sir, you're misunderstanding me.
No, you're misunderstanding just mapping in general. Have you ever heard of the map territory problem?
No.
You can't make a map that is a one-to-one replica of any particular territory or fucking object in the world unless that map is the same as that object.
Okay.
Right? So if you want to make an accurate 100% map of the United States, your map would need to be the size of the United States.
Oh, no, so you don't believe
So
in
we have to
scale?
pick and choose the things we place on the map, because it's only going to, we have to say, what is this map for? Okay, it's for this. How do I represent that on this map so that someone can do that thing and use this map as a guide to do it?
Okay, so you don't believe in scaling?
Oh my Jesus Christ. Yes, you can scale things, but what happens when you scale things? Do you lose information?
Not if you have a high enough pixel rate.
Then you wouldn't be scaling it, dude.
A piece of paper
Jesus Christ.
drawn with pencil, and you're talking
You really
about
don't
pixel
understand
rate.
maps.
No, I think the topic of maps, as you guys espouse it to be, is confusing, almost on purpose.
No, it's basic differential. It's basic geometry. Well, differential geometry. That you have a surface, you map it to another surface, and there's ways to do this. But you always have to start with the origin of coordinates. Meaning, what is the first reference point? My zero for all from which I relate all the objects in the map against, right? So, say in Cartesian coordinates, right? You have your zero, your x zero, your y zero, your z zero,
Right.
right? Okay. Well, how am I going to relate that zero to all the other axes? Okay, am I going to have a one-to-one relationship between the x, y, z scale? Probably.
Well, if it's a flat
I want to
Earth,
have a
then it
linear, but I don't have to do that. I can do something else. I can fucking have a non-linear y-axis, a linear z-axis, and a linear fucking x-axis, right? And then I can create a map for that coordinate system.
Right.
So I take the objects in the world, and I just map those objects to that coordinate system. And it's not going to look like the object in the real world looks, but the way the object looks isn't the way it is either.
Why not?
Because we have a single point perspective. Because we have the 3D world mapped onto a 2D surface, the curved surface of our fovea in our eye. The external world maps to that.
I'm not talking
approximately
about
because we have the wavelengths of light. And those wavelengths also have a size, and they also don't map perfectly.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about like mountains and valley, like, you know, that type of stuff for topography. I'm talking about just zoom straight across.
Yeah, what are you going to use? Is the surface smooth?
You could fly a plane in many different directions.
And do what?
Around the Earth to get an accurate, because you guys claim flat Earth, so surely the flat Earth should actually be easier to map than the globe Earth, because the globe.
You guys say that stupid thing all the time. It's not easier at all.
In theory, it should be.
Okay, so check this out. In theory, no. In theory, it's not because there's topography.
Just go.
So say I have a road. Say I have a road, dude.
So
really simple. Really simple. Oh yeah, and what?
A plane.
So I have a road. It goes up to the east side of the mountain, climbs the mountain, goes down the other side, and fucking continues on the west side of the mountain. Right? Now, let's say the mountain is a mile at its base. It's a mile in diameter at its base. Perfect fucking circle. It's a cone mountain. And before the mountain's 5 miles of road, and after the mountain's 5 miles of road. How long is the road?
Well, 5 miles. You said up and
5 miles. The base of the mountain's 1 mile, and after the mountain, the west leg is 5 miles. Is it 11 miles? No, it's not 11 miles. You had to go up the mountain. So the road also contains the side of the mountain going up and the side of the mountain going down. Okay? So now you have a different distance.
Yeah, but
your odometer.
Yeah,
the odometer that you. So on a map, you would project a linear distance based upon an orthographic idea, right? But that's not the actual distance you would travel on the surface. The surface distance is going to be completely different. And the fact of the matter is, it gets even more complicated. Because if the surface is not a continuous curve, and it's an undulating curve, you have what's called the coastline problem, where the unit of measure determines the length of the fucking distance.
I don't argue for the curve, though. That's not my argument.
No. You don't understand. If you have a surface, and the surface is not a continuous curve, you can't measure the distance on that surface. The distance that you measure will vary depending on the length of the unit you use. So the smaller the unit you use, you can fit it into smaller and smaller crevices of this bumpy surface, like a coastline. You know how coastlines are all jagged, right?
I think I understand.
So if I take miles and measure the coastline, and I sum that, and then I take inches and measure the coastline, when I sum the inches, it'll be a greater value than when I sum the miles.
Okay, I'm gonna.
But it's the same coastline. So why is it different lengths?
Hold on.
Why is a coastline different lengths, though?
But you're talking about, if I'm understanding you correctly, you're talking about
reality.
No.
Yeah, reality. Because in reality, the surface of the Earth isn't smooth. It's jagged and bumpy. And depending on the unit of measure we use is going to determine the distance we measure. It's not as simple as you think, dude. You have a cartoon view of reality.
No, okay. So I agree with you. So say you had a road.
Doesn't matter whether you agree or not, quite honestly.
Okay, well, then I don't agree with you. But anyway, so if you had a road that went up straight up Mount Everest, right? And then it went down Mount Everest on the other side. Obviously that's a distance, but
not on a map it wouldn't be.
It should be because
you would just measure the distance on the coordinates. You would look at your little scale and that says 1 inch equals 1 mile, and you take a 1 inch fucking mark and you'd stick it over Mount Everest and say, oh, this is only 1 mile.
No, that's wrong.
That's how you fucking use a map, dude.
That's not how I use a map, but I'm saying is when you're creating the map, right? So if you say whatever 1 mile up Mount Everest, 1 mile down, but then if you put the starting point where the base of the mountain, and then the ending point on the other base of the mountain on the opposite side, that on from an aerial view will be the same distance.
No, not from any view, dude.
How would it not be the same distance?
Because from a view, from it. Look, when you say view, that assumes perspective, that you're looking at it, that you're being projected to a fucking point. No, it wouldn't be a view. It'd be an orthographic projection, which is not a view. Everything, all the lines are parallel. All the lines are parallel like a blueprint drawing. Okay. Now that's not how the thing actually looks.
Okay, so then
see, like, why? Look, brother. Okay. Really simple.
I don't think it is.
Just remember you said that because you just said should be easy to map a fucking flat Earth. Remember? Now you're realizing it's fucking hard. It doesn't matter what it's a map of.
No,
it's fucking hard, dude.
I was gonna rebut
There's a reason engineers and people that do fucking drafting and tradespeople that do that job get paid a shit ton of fucking money because it's not easy.
Right, because it's an ever-moving planet where things shift.
It has nothing to do with shifting. It's that you have to prefer some type of display or projection or how you want it. It has to be for some purpose. We don't make maps without a purpose. They're purpose specific. You make a road atlas because you want to know about the roads. You make a topographical map because you want to know about the topography and you want to know if you're falling off a cliff. We make these maps for fucking reasons. And they're good. They're only accurate for the purpose they're designed for, and nothing else.
Mainly for navigation, travel. I got this.
We don't navigate with maps, dude. Worldwide navigation is done with stars.
No, you navigate with maps. That's not true because I know in the military they do navigate with maps.
Yeah, use a map to get to Australia from New York. Go ahead.
No, I'm not talking about aqua, like the water. I'm talking about on land.
You were quick to backpedal.
No, he didn't clarify that there's different.
We don't use maps to travel across the world, dude. That's what I said.
Okay, well, all I said.
And we have maps for the land. We have road atlases, right? If you want to drive between point A and point B, you go buy a road atlas. You look at the fucking road atlas. But if you look at the road atlas and look at like the actual road, what the road actually does, they don't match each other. The road atlas just has a fucking squiggly line going through a state, and then it'll have a little square where the exit is. Say exit 15, exit 14, exit 13. It's not meant to be accurate. It's only meant to be accurate.
Those aren't meant to be scientific, dictates.
Well, really, they're only meant to be good for practical purpose. The practical purpose of driving. It was made for driving.
Right. So we have to go to the source that creates the actual scientific maps, not this.
The scientific maps.
Yeah, the
I'd
ones
like
that
to
are
see
accurate.
A scientific map. How do you know which ones those are?
The ones who take their time and maybe walk along, like they have people lined up left and right, and they walk down a certain quadrant, and then they mark it on the map.
Well, people can't walk straight. How would they do that?
Well, what do you mean they can't walk straight?
People walk in circles if they don't have an external spatial reference.
No, they'll have a compass or something, so everyone stays on the right path, right? And they stand shoulder
that
by
won't work
shoulder.
because you have magnetic declination, so that's not going to work.
That's only at the North Pole or whatever.
No, that's everywhere.
So you're telling me a compass will spaz out?
Magnetic declination, dude.
Let me look this up.
Magnetic declination is the difference between the geographical north and the compass north. It's different everywhere.
Remember that part of the military map that you were referring to earlier? How it's got grid north and then it's got
He's never seen a military map in his life.
I have. I went to basic training in Fort Jackson. What are you talking about?
Oh, did you?
All right. So whenever
did you take land nav, dude? Because you must have failed it. Sorry, dude. Go ahead.
I didn't. I took it, but I didn't fucking look at the map too much. I had my buddy do it.
Okay. So whenever you failed to look at the map that they gave you so that you could go look for the shit in the vines, you were supposed to pay attention to grid north and then the magnetic north. And then so whenever you would get your azimuth direction towards an object and you would put that down on the map, then you would adjust the compass heading to match the magnetic and not the grid north.
Sorry, you
Yeah.
lost me.
On a compass, there's a little dial. Okay, that dial is supposed to indicate the geographic north, right? So if you look at the map and it says the magnetic declination is 10 degrees east, and you turn the dial to match the 10 degrees, and then you know when you line the compass up north-south, the actual north-south, right, the geographic north-south, is the direction that your adjustment dial is pointed, not the direction your compass needle is pointed.
I don't know. That sounds like kind of pseudoscience. I'm a little distracted also by
Pseudoscience, they build them into every fucking compass, dude. Like, what are
I'm
you
a little
talking about?
distracted
Okay, Goran, just do that the easy way. Just type in magnetic declination into Wikipedia or Google or one of them.
I will,
please.
but at first I've been distracted also looking at the side chat, and one of your
pseudoscience, bro.
one of your
You hide.
cheerleaders is calling me a glober, and I don't think that's appropriate given that I haven't called you guys the Flat Earth
Map
Society.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
No, but like I'm not a glober. It's like if I were to call you guys part of the Flat Earth Society, that's slander.
Okay, I'll call you a Glover. Sorry, Glover. It doesn't matter.
All right, you're teetering on libel right now because that's
libel. It doesn't matter.
You're defending the
And
globe. You're a
nobody made
glober.
a
Deal with it.
claim.
Okay, I guess
Nobody
I'm
made
talking to a bunch of people from the Flat Earth Society. Then deal with it.
No.
So no, that's a straw man.
Not even analogous, dude.
Isn't libel in print anyway?
No,
So-
libel can be oh, slander. You're right. I don't know. Maybe.
Okay, so let's libel him in the side chat.
It's slander if it's said. It's libel if it's printed.
Semantics. Typical with you guys.
Semantics are important.
Yeah, words mean things, dude. Sorry.
Exactly.
Yeah, Goran, Nick, you seem to be one of these people that thinks you just get to make it up for yourself as you go along.
This guy's fucking
and
Shakespeare,
then have your
dude.
own truth.
He just gets to decide
No,
what words
I think
mean. He's Shakespeare.
I think the world is more metaphysical than you guys realize, but you try to look at it through a scientific
You
lens.
have no idea what I think about the metaphysical, so don't even try.
Well, you guys
it.
don't even address it, so I'm led to believe my conclusion.
Because globetards claim they're empirical. They claim that the globe is based upon science. They claim that all this stuff is based upon empirical evidence. So we use their tool to show them that they are in fact wrong. This is why we focus on the empirical, because these fucking atheist, materialist globetards only accept empirical evidence as proof of anything. So you have to meet them where you find them. We can't meet them where we hope they were.
No, but you can't use so you meet them where you find them, and you use science as a way to refute. But science is flawed in itself.
No. We're not using science as a way to refute them. We're using empirical evidence.
No, I've seen you guys use science that they claim against them.
If they make scientific claims, then we'll use science. If they're making a shape claim, then we'll use geometry.
Typically,
That's why whenever
Jim.
they azimuth directions and grid north directions on a map, that's pseudoscience. Nobody made a claim to science. You fail at logic. You fail at understanding, and you argue from ignorance. And then so you're saying, oh, well, you guys are the ones who are in the wrong because and here we are.
Okay, that was a great summary of what happened. Anyways, I have to go. This was a great dialogue. Now, Indio,
I didn't unban you yet. Hold on, I'll do it right now before I forget.
I appreciate that. I do like the literature in there. But I guess I'll have to refrain.
Dude, we got the fucking best information channel on Discord.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing I was bummed about. Like, some of you guys are cool, like Alpha Veritas, good guy, great guy. But I just feel like you guys aren't open-minded enough to other opinions regarding this, and it kind of bugs me a little bit.
Because nature will tell us what it is, not you.
Well, I'm
Flat
gonna.
Earth or globe Earth isn't on here, and you can look in all the books and diaries and read all you want. If you want the answers, you have to go out fucking side and find them. With
Okay,
the
so
Earth.
then why
not
don't we crowdfund an expedition to survey the entire Earth?
No, crowdfund.
Just think of us as
Crowdfund a
Kevlar,
survey of the
bro.
entire Earth. That would cost a
Just
fucking
think of us
$1
as
trillion. You fucking crackhead, dude. Are you high?
I
Well,
know,
aren't
right?
there some flat Earth
bro, just think
billion-
of us as the best bulletproof vest ever, and you're trying to design a bullet that will go through it.
Oh no, I would never want to shoot any of you guys. No, never.
No, it's metaphorical, bro. Jeez.
Well, anyways, I last time he was here made the same. Oh, in this channel, or are you talking about in the Discord? Old.
No, out on Mars.
No, I'm saying like in this.
Last time you were here, I remember your Kennedy PFP. You were asking who was the boss. I said you're Kennedy wearing shades. You're the boss, and then you ended your visit with the exact same complaint.
Which was?
Just saying. Yeah, you want us to? You get mad that we won't sit here and play make believe with you. I mean,
no, you guys keep shifting me towards like make believe Sundays in here, but that channel's dead or on your Discord.
yeah, whatever, dude. Here's the
dead.
thing. Here's the thing. I told you this last time. You can speculate until the cows come home, but that's all it is.
But I'm not speculating. I'm referencing empirical data,
So
like
why
you
don't
guys do.
like write it down in your diary or something? Get it out of your system.
Like you guys say, you reference empiricism, right? And then I say reference it with say, Admiral Byrd's diary, and you go, oh no,
it's
not
not empirical.
Why not?
Empirical is about an observation of nature, not a fucking some shit a dude wrote in a book.
No, I know his observation was based on the nature of.
Is Shakespeare
Antarctica.
empirical?
Is he talking about the nature of the
Oh,
Earth?
he wrote about fucking, I don't know, was it The Merchant of Venice or something? So, well, let's pick that one, right? Is that empirical evidence for A Merchant of Venice?
No, but let's not compare an author to a rear admiral in the Navy.
Isn't he an author?
No, I'm saying a fictional author. You know.
How do you know it's not fictional?
Because
yeah, exactly.
Like none of Shakespeare's.
That's why we rely on empirical evidence from the natural world, not the words that come out of fucking some idiot's pie hole.
Okay, so the natural world would be Antarctica. So why don't we cheaper expedition? We'll crowdfund.
You go.
We'll crowdfund the next.
What do you know about Antarctica?
I want to learn more. So should you.
Go. Here's how you find out.
So should you.
Go to a rubber boat and fucking get a paddle and paddle there.
Okay, don't be facetious as if I don't know there's a bunch of ice in the way. You know, like, come on.
More than ice in the way.
That's my point. So we need a crowdfund. I'm sure you guys make lots of money, I would assume. You do this part-time.
Zero.
I'm getting paid?
No,
hey, where's my check?
No, I'm assuming, because I know I see you guys here a lot, like, and I'm assuming.
Why would you assume we're making money doing this?
No, I assume you have a high-paying job that allows you to kind of like sit on here and, you know, bloviate all day.
Ever think maybe you're just broke?
Oh, am I broke? I'm broke spiritually.
High-paying job is a relative statement, and the amount of someone's free time depends on what they find is important. It has nothing to do with the amount of money you have.
I don't disagree.
How do you know I'm not using free Macca's Wi-Fi while I'm cooking burgers? Listen. You hear the sizzle?
No, but I'm just saying, like,
no,
okay, maybe.
okay,
I have
that's not fair.
I've been unemployed before, and I hung out all day in these Discords. But now, I have an affinity towards this channel. But I do see some more than others on here consistently throughout the day, which makes me wonder.
Dude, what do you want to find? What are you looking for in Antarctica? What is it that you're seeking?
Oh, thank you. Finally, a great question. I think obviously
gonna be a great answer.
I think after the esteemed rear admiral who led a fleet, which by
You
the way,
like rear admiral, don't you?
rear admirals didn't usually lead fleets, so that's just a
Hold on, dude. This guy had this guy had the Navy, so we have to crowdfund the Navy's fund.
No, I'm building. Hold on, I'll make it short. But my point being is that we have to take the word of a rear admiral who is esteemed
No, we
good
don't.
man, and we have to build
You don't know
upon
that.
Right, so we could at least go explore on his behalf, and we could discredit it or credit it.
Why
and
would
be
we
like, wow.
want to do that? There's millions of other things to do in life. Why would we want to do that?
Because supposedly he ran into a civilization that had bountiful like food, water, and
Okay, that doesn't give me a why.
Everyone was happy. No one was arguing about flat Earth anymore, from what I saw.
So you're running to Antarctica to just
get away from flat earthers arguing. If I go to Antarctica, I don't have to worry about flat earthers arguing about flat Earth.
No Wi-Fi, no Discord. I'm free.
You'd be so enamored with what you see that you would like find solace there, and there would be no need to argue.
What,
I think you're nuts. I think the negative 90 degrees Celsius temperature is gonna wipe away all your dreams, dude.
No, you have to get past that. Like Admiral
He
Byrd
just wants
did.
the super duper Wi-Fi that you can get that'll stretch over 10,000 kilometers.
Let's not be silly. You
have
Admiral
no
Byrd,
idea what Admiral Byrd did or didn't do. He probably fucking went to
Let's
goddamn
not be silly.
Alaska.
You're talking about going to find some people that are living in some utopia down in Antarctica. Let's not get silly.
On going there, doing whatever the fuck.
So, dude, hold on. So this has nothing to do with the flat Earth topic. This is basically exploring enthusiasm.
Hold on. I'll leave it on this. If you get to
I'll leave it on this. I doubt that.
If you get to the spot, if you're able to get to the spot because supposedly Admiral Byrd was guided by UFOs with Germanic voices, so I don't know. That's a little weird, but they guided him.
Your troll riders need to step it up, Kennedy.
Why do we got to go find them? Why don't they come find us? Why do I got to go there?
I'll just wrap it up real quick. So if we get there, because they don't let you in unless they find you of high esteem and value. So if we get there, and I think many of you would qualify under that.
Good Lord, I hope you're not coming.
They might kick some of you guys out of the ship.
I heard a we in there.
High esteem and value.
They might kick some of you guys out of the ship.
How do you know that's what the requirement is? Maybe you just have to be like
you have to be a rear admiral to get in.
Pickle puffer.
No, they told him. They brought him there because he was esteemed and regarded.
So the guy said they only let you in if you're a special great person.
Right.
And of course I got in because I'm a special great person. But you're not going to get in because you're not so special and great.
Well, I think they would welcome me with.
I have a bridge in Brooklyn. It's fucking cheap, dude.
They would welcome me with open arms because I'm more open-minded than most, right? And I'd probably.
Oh, that's a criteria too. Is that what Admiral Byrd said? He said you got to be open-minded.
His delusions. You got delusions of grandeur, bro.
Okay, well, all I know is they used Byrd as a tool because they were developing nukes at the time, unbeknownst to Byrd, and then they told him, go back and tell your government, stop doing this. This is going to create a huge problem in the future. And he went back and told them, and they kept doing it anyways and said, keep your damn mouth shut.
The more you recount that whole tale, it's starting to sound more and more like L. Ron Hubbard to me.
So you're saying a highly regarded, esteemed...
So, Goran, I want to ask you a question. Is it important you be open-minded?
Always.
Can you be so open-minded that your brains fell out?
You could be so open-minded that you let the gutter water drain in. I think I know what you mean.
I think you did.
You let your brains fall out, brother.
Is it worse to have your brain fall out or have gutter water go in?
You had
well, dude.
Okay, so maybe we can take part of what he said at face value, and the aliens or whatever, the Germanic aliens.
I hope you take it all.
Hey, you could come to Antarctica. Those were actually Freemasons, and he was allowed to do whatever he wanted because he was a Freemason. And now that he came back, he was sworn to secrecy because he's Freemason. And now you're like, oh wow, alien. And then now we're just stuck here arguing about aliens.
So why would a bunch of
And it's just-
Freemasons be in the ice barren? Like that doesn't even make sense.
Yeah, I don't know.
So your
But-
theory.
Well, why would there be aliens concerned about nuclear weapons? What do they
My
care?
theory is more plausible than that one.
If you were to go to Antarctica, right, are you going there with permission and a planned route, or are you just going there and doing whatever you want?
I would take the route that I would crowdfund first, and then take the route.
Crowdfund him a kayak.
Crowdfund and then take a route, the same exact route Admiral Byrd did, in hopes that they will intercept me, and I can come back to talk to you guys. But I need crowdfunding of it.
Now we're going to crowdfund you a kayak. We're going to hire Zanuck to give you kayak lessons because he's an expert kayaker because he kayaks around the Black Swan oil rigs all the time. So he's going to teach you how to kayak across from Chile to Antarctica. And I mean, well,
Okay.
I guess I'll raise money for some fucking MREs or for some food so you don't starve to death.
No, I'll take care of that. All you have to do is crowdfund for the hot air balloon on top of my kayak. So when I need to go over, then I could get there.
The hot air balloon.
Yeah, because obviously I have to go up at some point. Who knows?
Well, the peninsula of Antarctica is not ice covered.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go play some video games before I have to work tomorrow for about 12 hours, but I'll be on after that to discuss further. I appreciate the unban as well.
Okay.
That was great. I will try to not break the rules next time, but I feel like I might because I don't know them still. But okay.
Hey, just remember, if you work hard, you'll get rich. So go do that 12-hour shift and keep dreaming.
No, I'm already rich, but no, thank you. I appreciate it.
And another welcome.
Oh, hiya.
Oh, at least this one talks. The last one didn't.
You remember me, don't you?
Yes.
Alright, lovely.
You got any proof of curvature?
Oh no. The Earther from last time we were talking about what we think would be out there, whether it's the dome or the ice wall or it's anything else, you know.
Science fiction.
I mean, what could it be though? What do you guys think?
Could be literally anything.
I'm thinking about the ice wall, right? Like this, it's where the sun doesn't reach, like, you know, the Earth. Maybe there's different suns out there. I don't really know, but you know, it makes sense that there'd be ice, like a lot of ice, going on for a little bit. You know what I mean?
Well, one of the reasons why I tend to shy away from this is because too many people rely on using the Gleason's map when we know that that is most definitely not the case. The whole Gleason's map is basically flat Earth society nonsense. It's a nonsense because what you're staring at is a globe that's been projected flat. I mean, it's probably one of the greatest trolls that Globers ever propagated was to present this as a possible flat Earth configuration. You know, and what's funny is for the last, 10 years, you still have globers and flat earthers arguing over it when neither side understands what they're even looking at. But it's that depiction that gave people the idea that there could be a ring of ice surrounding the outermost perimeter of our world. Whether that is or isn't the case is left to be seen. But I do know that if you take a globe and project it flat, that the globe is not true. So the globe that's projected flat is not true. Yeah, and so I just distanced myself from all that. You know, so people say, but what about the 24-hour Antarctic sun? Yeah, great. What about it? Where were they? Suppose they actually went. Where were they? How do you verify that they went where they said they were and where even they thought where they were? And so what if the sun does seem to behave in that way, even if you were to assume that they were where they thought they were? What is the sun? You can't triangulate its height above the surface, globe or flat. You can't triangulate it. Now the globers, right, they'll have the explanation handy. They'll say, well, you can't triangulate it because it's so big and so far in outer space that all the light rays are parallel. So you can't really triangulate it because of that. What's your explanation, Flurf? Flurf, meanwhile, says, I'm not going to invoke magical space rays. That's for sure. I'm not going to come up with a story that I can't verify like you did. So I'm just going to leave it open-ended for now. And you know what? That's perfectly fine to do. Because at this point, we both agree that you can't triangulate the height of the sun or any object, you know, a celestial object above the surface. So, explanations be damned. What do you have left? Well, we got the measurements of the surface. And if I measure the surface to be flat, then I'm going to have a hard time accepting that light rays from the sun are parallel. So what is it? What even is it? How does it manifest? Well, it seems to be observer dependent. And it seems to be observer dependent in a very consistent way, meaning you could go to some location on Earth and you can see the sun rise and set at an appointed time. Multiple observers then on Earth would be able to see the sun rise and set at their own observer-centric point of time. And the sun will not triangulate in 3D space above each of the observers, as far as we know. And we know that they can't do this if Earth is a globe either, hence the parallel rays. So then, you know, the globers will try to model this for us, right? And they'll show the sun how it seems to rise and fall on the z-axis, on the vertical axis, with respect to the observer, and how it's not at any determined position in 3D space for all observers at the same time. It tends to float up and float down, they say. And you know what? I'm fine with that. I mean, fine, if you want to put that forth as an explanation, great. I mean, how is that any more ridiculous than magical space rays, magical space geometry? Which, by the way, has its own set of problems. If you have ray parallelism from the sun in the manner that they described, of the sun that's so enormous and so far away, then how is it you're seeing anything if when looking at it and looking around, you have nothing but parallel rays coming into your eyes? How do you see a point? I mean, there's like a contradiction here. How do you get the parallax effect you need? How do you get angle convergence and change of angles over time in order to discern distance or to discern object relationships. I mean, if you don't have that, you've got nothing but ray parallelism everywhere, then that's an inherent contradiction based off of how we actually see. But we can accept their explanation for the sake of moving the discussion forward, and then just chastise it for being magical space geometry and space rays. If they want to chastise us for having like a magical floating position of a sun that's not triangulatable in 3D space, well, then they've got the same problem. Sure, they're loaded with an explanation that came from 500 years of mathematicians coming up with good explanations. Doesn't make it real, and it doesn't mean that we need to be sitting around coming up with explanations too for 500 years so that we can have a cool story as well. Because the truth of what this thing really is and what it's actually doing lies well beyond outside anybody's realm of capability to actually investigate. So that's why I tend to shy away from this idea that the Gleason's map is a representation of our world, why I shy away from notions of an ice wall surrounding our known world, and why I shy away from using the dome or some kind of spherical sky geometry as an assumption, as a foregone conclusion even. I don't trust any of those explanations, and they don't seem to comport logically, so well, I see our friend left who is asking that question. Wonder why he left. Some people, some flurfs want to keep their space pizza with the dome on top. They love the Walter Bislin rolling hamster ball around a Gleason's map. Sorry, you can't have that. If you're in this discussion and you're going to claim to be one of us, you literally cannot have that. It's just loaded with unverifiable assumptions and incoherent geometry.
Call them map tards.
Yep. I mean, there's a whole side to this community that seems to be afflicted with this, right?
Yeah, there's some. Well, my opinion of the maps are tools. If you use the wrong tool for the wrong job, well, you're not going to get the job done. It's going to fail.
Yeah, and maps can be good enough, no matter how actually inaccurate they are.
The map and the model. Some of these globalists are still stuck in 2016. Oh, the Earth is flat? Can I see a map or a model of that? No map, no model, then no flat Earth. Yeah. Like, really? How'd you do that? How does that make sense to you? That you had to completely eliminate reality from the conversation and dive headfirst into some complete abstraction and then say that is reality while not having any map or model yourself. That's the best part. Then just start saying physics and stuff over and over again. Volcanoes, acid rain, just words, and then think that then they've won the debate. And then come back tomorrow and do it all over again. Like 10 years now. Like Brenda was just here yesterday. Oh, yeah, I've heard you reading about this the other day.
I love it. It's just one of my favorite quotes of all time in the space race. Charlie Wilson calls Sputnik a neat scientific trick. I just can't get over that. It's so deliciously appropriate, especially for us and our objectives in exposing sense. I'm pretty sure they thought this quote would haunt. This quote is buried in time. So, but it takes folks like us to unearth it. It takes folks like us to rub their faces in this. They probably didn't know what direction they'd be going with the space program back then. I mean, the idea of a self-sustaining satellite orbit was talked about long before 1958, 1957. Talked about in the 40s and 30s and 20s. Arthur Clarke, right? I think what's really stunned the world, Sputnik, was the game itself. Scientific trick going. What will they do? And the rest is history. I mean, we saw what they were capable of doing. Movie tricks. I'm being told that I'm roboting real hard.
Yep.
Mic check. Good. Okay. Just monologuing a bit, I guess. Killing some dead air, but what a bold claim, though. Like, the Russians were the first to lie to the world about an achievement that wasn't really accomplished. And I would say that you could be a glober today, still be skeptical of this claim. Still be skeptical that there's actually anything orbiting a globe Earth. You could still be a glober today. You could still be a glober working at NASA today. You could be read into the highest levels of national security at NASA. Perhaps at some point, you're told that we never actually achieved a self-sustaining orbit for anything, but neither had the Russians and neither has anybody. And here's how we're doing this neat scientific trick. But damn it, we're still going to try because we know it's a globe and it's theoretically possible. So brand new satellite engineer. So Josh Ingersoll, why don't you go work on that? Why don't you go work on actually trying to get a real, true, self-sustaining gravity well-driven orbit? 2026. Meanwhile, we will continue with our neat scientific tricks. We'll continue to use the program, meanwhile, for international security, because everybody that we invite into this program will have to lie to their constituents, to their populace, about the same achievements that we lied about. And if we're all lying to each other, we can all trust each other for fear of mutually assured destruction. Wouldn't that be interesting if truly the mutually assured destruction was not over some doomsday weapon, whether or not it exists, but rather over the destruction of credibility, over these fake space achievements that also involve the use of such weapons? Mutually assured destruction means this mutual lie that we've all formed into a compact with in order to deceive the world and our respective constituents that vote for us year after year. It's something that we're using to make sure that all of our policies internationally are duly coordinated. If any member breaks from this pact, we will expose the lie and we all go down. Too big to fail. Too big to tell the truth. That's what they've done with this, with the space program. It's become too big to tell the truth and too big to fail. Its failure would mean mutually assured destruction, would mean the instant loss of credibility of all these famed institutions that people put their trust and hope into, the American dream. Can't have that. Can't have mutually assured destruction. So we can't tell the truth either. So we're all kind of stuck with this. Maybe we can try to pivot away from it gradually over time. Maybe that's the goal. So we will make space seem much more difficult than what we did 40, 50, 60, 70 years ago. We'll make achieving space to be dangerous, more dangerous than it was. And we will offer another solution, right? I remember reading in satellite industry magazines and publications how they're going to pivot away from self-orbiting space junk and go back to the future, back to where they were using balloons and trillions of dollars of commerce can be made and achieved in a much cheaper fashion, more expeditious fashion, using more conventional means. We can use balloon technology, high altitude balloons, and can move away from these claims of self-orbiting space junk. We could pivot away from that story. That's what I kept reading in these magazines. And that's what we're reading about today, the commercialization of space. I think we're living through a transitionary period. We're moving away from space being what it was in the Cold War to what space will be for the future, which incorporates more conventional technologies, which is really what it was all along. And it's a brilliant way to pivot. It's going to be expensive. It's going to take multiple generations. But it's going to become even more expensive to keep up the lie as technology matures, as people get better cameras and better means of transportation on the ground. They won't be able to keep up the lie of space, and probably the globe too at some point. Maybe that's why we exist. Maybe we're fulfilling a greater objective, transform people's cosmogonies from this outer space Big Bang mythos to something also more conventional, like the fact the Earth's really flat and space is mysterious, just as humans have always known since antiquity. That's kind of what I think is going on. You know, am I crazy for thinking this?
No, I agree. Kind of seems obvious, doesn't it? So what happens? What happens when you move from being read into some of the highest levels of national security at NASA, where they're like, yeah, guys, but it was balloons and scientific trick. Nobody's actually achieved a self-sustaining orbit even to this day. But hey, newly hired NASA engineer intern, we still want you to work on this problem because we think it'd be great if we could actually, for real, get a self-sustaining satellite orbit up in place. You work on that. What if there's a level higher than that? The level higher is we know that won't ever be achieved either. You know, you've basically got, ironically, Russian nesting dolls of lies and misinformation. So you can have multiple levels, right? At the very bottom level, 98% of people at NASA, at NOAA, other places, right? They think that self-orbiting space junk is real, and the globe is real. That's like level 3. And then level 2 is, no, none of that was real, but the globe is still real. And then level 1 is, no, neither of those things are real. And amazingly, what you could do with that knowledge, I think, is quite powerful, right? Because now you can build true coordinate reference systems that actually work for more precise targeting, for more precise asset tracking. You can sell the globe crap to other countries and make a killing. It works good enough, but you're going to keep the other stuff for yourself. You're going to watch as like Saddam Hussein uses stolen guidance technology that operates on a globe and misses its targets. And you're going to laugh because, you know, the stuff you kept for them yourself doesn't operate under such an assumption. You might even go so far as to build in globes to everything that's used conventionally by the masses. And there's maybe a secret switch that gets flipped underneath that layer of abstraction, underneath that screen that depicts a spherical coordinate system. When the switch is flipped, the user still gets to monitor stuff on that spinning ball on the screen. But the mathematics behind the scenes are taking on a whole different kind of geometry. That's kind of what I think might be happening. I wish I could take credit for that idea. I've heard in very few instances people in our community suggest the same. Jay Tolan, for example.
All right, what do we have here? Some space news from Crit. Scientists found 5,000-year-old frozen bacteria. It may be the blueprint for new antibiotics. How about that? How about that? You know what I was thinking, folks, along these lines? Since there are still so many parts of this world that are isolated and walled off and you can't access them without being a special person. One such place being Lake Vostok in Antarctica. There are creatures, by their accounts, living in this lake that bear little resemblance to anything else on the Earth. It's because this lake is completely isolated. It's a massive lake, 6th biggest, largest lake in the world, they say. Super deep with lava vents. Teeming with organisms. Now, what's to say that if they need to produce evidence of aliens, what's to say that they couldn't go grab a gravy ladle, pull up some very strange phytoplankton from this lake, and then present that as exoorganisms? A frozen lake? Well, it's actually not frozen. Even though it is at like 87 degrees south, right? There's a Russian research base there, Vostok base. It's quite famous. I actually knew 2 people, one person who went 2 times over there for work. No, he didn't tell me anything. Of course, I didn't really ask. Yeah, so they could just grab a gravy ladle, present phytoplankton that don't exist in any form of its kind anywhere else on Earth. And say, there's your space bacteria. That came from a meteorite. Or that there is what the Mars rover picked up and sent back home. It's Martian. They could say they found this on Mars, and you would have no way to verify it, just like everything else, right? Just have to trust. So they're absolutely loaded for the next phase of whatever this is, if they want to take it there. But will they go in that direction? I mean, they probably could, but it might come down to cost. You know, baking stuff is expensive and risky.
Yo.
What's up?
What's up? Am I understand right that this VC is for like flat Earth supporters?
Yeah, you got it. We've been around about 10 years. We record all of our conversations. We have 2 YouTube live streams. We have a live stream on Rumble and X, and a podcast on, was it Spotify? Yeah, this is the best place on Earth to talk about Earth.
About flat Earth, right?
Just Earth, man.
Just Earth. Okay.
It's Earth, yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Sure, yeah. What's on your mind?
No. I know about like classic model of Earth in the world or something, position of and I know that we have a planets, solar system, we have this shit universe, and how how I know what I know, and with my feelings I see it, and I think that I heard, and I think sounds like logically, like possible, crazy but possible. And when I see and hear about flat Earth arguments, or I do not accept it, but I don't know why, and because maybe because like it is not something like I do not see it as possible, So can you maybe explain it to me personally, how it works?
Yeah, I guess so. Well, it might help to begin with how we came to this idea. About 10 years ago, maybe 12 years ago, it started basically with a camera. Here's a camera made by Nikon, the P900. Legendary, absolute legendary camera. They were able to achieve a 2000 millimeter zoom. Optical zoom, not digital. Using a cool trick, they used basically a really teeny tiny sensor. This allowed them to get a very long focal length in a relatively small camera. A 2000 millimeter zoom on this small sensor, they marketed it as an 83x, 83 times optical zoom capability. Really, for the first time in history, the average person could afford to get a camera that could zoom in at extremely long ranges and see things from a distance that they'd never seen before. So people were buying these cameras and they were taking them on vacation to a beach. And they were zooming in on boats. They were zooming in on oil rigs, lighthouses. They were zooming in on the far side of a bay, on islands. And before long, people started asking themselves, and asking the internet. They were posting these pictures and videos on the internet. They were saying, wait a second. If Earth is a globe, how is it I'm seeing this stuff? Because all of these things should be below the curvature of the Earth. But there it is. So people would work out the math. They would take the globe, they'd work out the math, and they'd say, yeah, well, this doesn't make sense. And so the imagery, the videos just kept pouring in. People were trying to come up with explanations for this. Well, maybe it's terrestrial refraction. Maybe it's a mirage. And so this, of course, led to debates and led to people asking themselves, well, what if this is true and what we're seeing is actually flat Earth evidence? That's how this started. That's really how this whole conversation and this community got itself going. So then this led to people doing other things, potentially more extreme, right? So they would take their cameras.
Oh, what's up, ladies?
They would modify them. So you had then the P900s with infrared optics. And then you had people taking P900s with infrared optics to see through the haze, to see through the refraction, right? They would go up on airplanes. So now they're way up high in an airplane where the air is thin to begin with and doesn't distort that much. And then they're zooming in, hyper zooming in on the horizon. And they're seeing things well beyond the range of what the globe should predict in infrared. One guy even brought in a weather balloon and took his infrared converted camera and attached it to his weather balloon, sent it up to like 120, 130,000 feet. Was able to zoom in on the horizon that way. I mean, just absolutely amazing footage. And before long, I mean, people were basically saying, well, I mean, Earth can't possibly be what we're told. If we're able to see these things quite simply, we see too far for it to be a globe. And that's how this started.
Pop pie, bro.
About 10 years later, here we are. We're still asking the same questions. How can we see too far? We're also asking who measured it, who measured the Earth to be a globe in the first place. Given that we can see too far, that there's no evidence of globe curvature that we can ever see anywhere, how was it ever supposedly measured to have curvature in the first place? People are asking that question today, and we don't have answers. Instead, we get excuses. So you're asking, where we are with this, how we got here. You want the explanation? That's kind of how it happened in a nutshell.
Okay, understandably, but right now you said that how people begin to believe in it. But like my question is, why? Why is Earth is not globe? Is flat? That's my question. Can you explain me if you know?
Yeah, well, I mean, what is the Earth? I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's the floor to our existence. You walk upon it, but what is it? Because it's not a planet in outer space.
So the humanity is like do not know about Earth the truth, right?
Yeah, it's not a globe in outer space, and we know that that's the case. So our ancestors, they didn't believe in a globe in outer space either. So we are reconnecting with our past. We're reconnecting with how our ancestors understood the world to be. I think that's kind of cool.
Okay. So if Earth it is not like globe, there is a question. I think that like logically, why people think that it is not like
I see
a flat. It is that it is a globe. Why? Well, like why?
Well, yeah, why do people think it's a globe?
Yep.
Because of philosophical interpretation. Some of the ancient Greeks, they looked up at the night sky. They saw a black void. They saw the stars, the starlight. They wondered what it could be, but they concluded that the geometry of the night sky was like a ball, like a gigantic black ball, with holes poked in the ball and the light of God shining through the holes. They call this the celestial sphere. The celestial sphere, they teach this in astronomy today. From your observation standpoint, you look at the night sky, you can imagine a dome over your head and all the stars and all the planets and everything. They're inside of this celestial sphere. The Greeks reasoned that, well, if the heavens are a sphere, then below must be a sphere too. Something like it. Yeah. Because, and they had all kinds of metaphysical explanations for this. To them, to some of them, a sphere represented the perfect ideal shape, the ideal form. A sphere has one side in 3 dimensions. Amazing. It's got one face. A tetrahedron would have like 4 faces, right? It's like 3 sides of a triangle in the base. But the sphere, sphere had one face. A cylinder has like 2 faces, or 3 rather. A dome has 2. But they figured if we can imagine the sky as a sphere, then the Earth is likely a sphere too. And that's really how it started. People started to use the stars to map the Earth.
And they mapped it under the same assumption that the celestial sphere matches a terrestrial sphere. And as they used the stars deep in the ocean with no other landmarks in sight, no object markers to get your reference from except for the stars, they used the celestial sphere model, and they used it in conformal to a terrestrial sphere. This simple mapping idea, not so simple actually, but this idea is simple, became reified into existence. People started to believe that this model accurately reflected reality itself. So people started to believe the map preceded the territory, that the map of the sphere is the sphere in reality. And so how this got started, I think, had to do with navigation and then later some surveying methods based on how people perceive the stars. Now, is the star, are the stars at night really inside a celestial sphere? Whether you think the Earth is flat or not, the answer is no. It's a concept, though. It's a model that can be useful in many situations for practical purposes. But is that truly what it is? I mean, no, of course not. If you believe in the Big Bang Theory, the cosmos of outer space, of course, there is no celestial sphere. It's just a way to conceptualize it. Same thing for flat earthers. Flat earthers know that what they imagine the heavens to be is not necessarily really what the heavens actually are. So, yeah, I mean, it started off as a concept. People imagined it so vividly that they started to believe that it was true. And here we are, it's 2026.
You know, it sounds like possibly, but you know, why the big guys as government, as big companies, as scientists or something, you know, talking that you know, like about the globe Earth, not flat, and they, you know, like throwing rockets to, you know, like space, filming something, you know, sending people to moon, wants to, you know, like send to Mars, you know, and why?
Yeah, well, most scientists don't really know anything about this. They believe in the globe like everybody else does, and they take their measurements and their data and they cram it into the globe as much as they can, and it doesn't work, but they do their best. Now, as for all the people involved in the space program, well, that's a whole different conversation. We need to be specific who in the space program is lying about this and who would actually be in a position to know. You know, I don't accept that the Apollo missions were real. I don't accept that they landed on the moon with men who played golf on the moon. I don't believe men played golf on the moon one bit. Nope. Now, those astronauts, they know that they didn't go to the moon, but that doesn't mean that they know the Earth is flat. They could still believe the Earth is a globe. The purpose of the moon mission was to project scientific and technological achievements that didn't exist, that were unattainable.
those scientists involved in that hoax can still believe Earth is a globe. They're not necessarily in a position to know that the Earth is flat.
Do you using like any how it's like like moons? I don't know how to say it, like people made moons, something like that. I don't know, like Starlink, is it like you know what I mean?
Yeah, what about Starlink, right?
Yeah, why Starlink is exist? They're like just flying around the Earth or around the planet or something. So why they're like in zero gravity and just they just exist and works.
Yeah, well, I mean, how do you know what Starlink is?
Huh?
Sorry, Yoder.
How do you know what Starlink is? Who is in a position to really know what it is, what it's actually doing? I don't know.
Just big guys just saying that this is a low orbital things that just flying around the Earth and sending and receiving, like information, and just walking. So why is it walking? That's my question. And or
I mean,
like
this assumes you know how it is working.
Huh?
Nobody knows. Nobody's able to demonstrate or validate how it's working.
Oh. So.
Right?
Yep. So you want to say, or you think that Elon Musk is like something like a villain that just doing crazy things.
I can prove to you right now.
Yo.
I can prove to you.
Let's go.
By their own admission, Elon Musk is not in charge of SpaceX.
Oh.
In fact, SpaceX is operated by the president, Gwynne Shotwell. And her husband is in charge is like the chief of security for SpaceX.
So?
And working there requires an above top secret clearance. At that level. So, I mean, this means by default, by deduction, you can't independently verify what they're doing. They will not let you. Yeah, what is SpaceX? I mean, what's funny, this was in the news a long time ago, like back in 2012. Google had a balloon project, a communication balloon project, using what they call satelloons. These are satellite balloons. The project was called Google Loon, Loon, Loon. And Google sold it to SpaceX. So what happened to all that technology? I don't know, man. Maybe SpaceX is on balloons or something. Who freaking knows? It'd be nice if we would actually be able to know, but it's not like if you're working there, you can tell us.
So. So why 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 wait a sec. Why they are sending rockets something to to space, or for what? If it is working on balloons, for what? Why?
Maybe because it's impossible to orbit something around a globe.
So why they're sending it? Okay, if it is working on balloons, maybe. But why are they sending rockets, or filming how they walk, opens their
I don't know.
satellites?
I don't know. I can guess. I can speculate. Maybe the rockets. Maybe they're testing nuclear weapons under. Yeah, except they're pretending that it's for scientific and space endeavors. Who knows? If you take a nuclear missile and you put a NASA logo on it, everybody sees NASA on the missile and doesn't think anything of it. That's just my speculation. But, you're asking me to speculate, and I don't like to do that very much.
Oh, okay, sorry. So, okay, how can I prove personally that I live in flat Earth, not globe?
Water. Use water. The physics of water will never lie to you.
What?
The physics, the raw power in physics, objective reality, will not lie to you. People will. People will lie to you, especially people in government, especially people in government of the executive branch, especially executive branch at the federal level. Those people will lie to you all day, every day, and there's very little accountability or oversight for when they do wrong. What you can do is use you and water and measure, observe, and practically use the surface of the earth and get repeatable, observable, and testable results over and over and over again. This will demonstrate without a doubt there is no curvature whatsoever. The surface of the earth has no detectable curvature at all. Zero.
So, wait, how can I pass, like personally, and I don't know, like what I should to do to see that Earth is actually flat.
Yeah, what did I just say? What did you just? Okay, what did I just say? And what did you just hear?
I hear that something about physics, about
physics, water.
That
you can use water.
How can I use it? How?
Which way does water flow? Does it flow up? Does it flow down?
Way?
Yeah.
It flows down.
Okay, so if you don't have water flowing, what does that mean?
Zero gravity.
Zero gravity.
Maybe, I don't know. No, do not flow. Oh, it means that it is like there is
level?
No way.
Is it level?
Level, yeah, level.
Okay. So if you found that the Earth is completely level, completely sea level, what would that make the Earth?
Oh, than that. So the globe concept
yeah, you don't need to worry
that-
about a globe concept. Your question was how can you test the Earth? You don't need concept for that. All you need is water, the physics of water, and then use the Earth. That's it. You don't need concepts. You don't need imagination. You don't need hallucinations.
You mean that if Earth was a globe, the water
It'd be
just,
curved, right? If Earth was a globe, hey, hold on.
just
If Earth was a globe, would it be curved or would it be flat?
what?
If Earth was a globe, would it be curved or would it be flat?
Right now, maybe curved. I don't know.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be curved. If Earth is a globe, it would have to be curved.
So
there's no curvature. What is it?
I don't know.
It's flat.
Right. So physics. In my school education, that the something that like I don't know, like turning around them, as our planet, globe planet, globe Earth. So there, like I don't know, where is like.
So I think what you're trying to say is like when you have a lot of mass gather together, you have a stronger gravity pull.
The like attracting something that have lower mass, So it means that we have a gravity in this globe concept. It means that any other thing, that less mass of than Earth will like attract to Earth, and as if we talk about water, it means that this water just attracting to center of Earth, globe Earth, and they just do not fly.
We understand. Okay, that's great. It's a great hypothesis, but hypotheses need to be tested in the natural world, right? So we can go out into the natural world and we can see if the water of the Earth actually is curving into a ball, and it's not. That's what we're trying to tell you. That idea that they teach you in school it's not supported by the evidence. Would you go out and verify this yourself?
Would you care to elaborate on like the gravity then? Because if what they're saying, if this theory is wrong, and if it's not like
not even a theory, it's a hypothesis.
All right. So if this hypothesis is indeed incorrect, so what would be a more plausible explanation for
we don't need a more plausible explanation. We know theirs is wrong.
So it's just wrong.
Look, it's like this. If I look up into a tree, right, and I see a furry animal, I don't need to know what kind of furry animal it is. I know it's not a fish.
Do you see gravity?
Okay.
do you see gravity?
It has nothing to do with it. But we should see the effect of gravity, right? Forming water into a ball. Okay. So we should be able to go to the water and measure the surface of the Earth to be curving. We don't.
Yeah, but you're not. So you're saying that it doesn't matter, like what gravity is and why it works like this.
Well, there's two ideas. Well, we don't know. Well, I mean, gravity is a whole nother thing. Newton himself didn't even believe in it. So I don't even want to get into that. Okay, so it's real simple. There's two ideas of gravity. There's little g, which we know empirically from dropping something, but there's the other idea that big G, right, the universal law of gravitation, which doesn't come from experiment. It came from a geometric relationship to Kepler's second law of motion. Okay. You can go on, it isn't my opinion, you can go on YouTube and watch Richard Feynman, PhD, Nobel laureate, explain how Newton came up with his universal law of gravitation. Had nothing to do with anything falling. Newton's apple is just horseshit. Never happened. Anyway, the point is that even if you have some crazy hypothesis that gravity does these things, science is an empirical human activity. We would need to go out into nature and test and measure to see if gravity is actually doing that thing, right? We need to test it and check. Or we don't check. We just go with the textbook and don't check.
No, everything has to be tested.
Okay. So what we're telling you is we've gone out and tested it, and the surface of water does not curve. It lies flat and level. You can test it. What Crit was explaining to Mike here is that this can be tested. You can test this yourself. It's a simple test.
So what happens when like a boat leaves China and passes through United States and then it goes back to China again? So at a certain point it does like 180 turn and then goes back?
Yeah, it goes in a circle. East and western circles.
I see.
Okay.
Right? They circle around, well, underneath really the Polaris, right? The North Star. And if you want the real actual rendition is the whole entire latitude longitude coordinate system is based upon a celestial sphere model. It actually has nothing to do with the Earth. What people have done is they've said the celestial sphere is because the Earth is a sphere. Okay, they've just made this leap of logic. Okay, well, great hypothesis. Okay, let's see if the Earth actually is a sphere and measure a sphere Earth, which no one's actually ever done. See, that's the great thing they say about science, right? Testable, repeatable, verifiable. You can go out. I don't want you to believe a thing I said. I've gone and done my own tests, right? I've gone out and done my own observations. So, Mike, one way you could test this is you probably need a distance that's at least 10 kilometers to be safe. Okay? So if you're 6 feet tall and you're standing at the ocean, the beach, a lake, whatever, the horizon should be, thinking kilometers, it's like 5.3 miles, 5.3 kilometers away. That's where it should be. So if you have a long view, like 10 kilometers, at 10 kilometers, some object out in the distance should be something like, I'd say, I'm guessing, 10 meters under the horizon. I'm guessing in kilometers because you use kilometers, right? I use empirical. I'm trying to do the conversion in my head. I'm probably butchering it.
Okay.
So it'll be 3 miles. At 10 miles, something should be 66 feet under the horizon. So 10 miles is about 15 kilometers. So 15 kilometers away, because of the curve of the Earth, you should not see a 6-story building. Yeah, that's how much curvature there is. See, they tell you the Earth is so big, you can't detect the curvature. But according to what they say, it should be easily detectable. But by the size of the Earth, they say it is. Should be easily detectable. Should be obvious, in fact. Super obvious. We should, like this channel, if you could actually detect this curvature, this channel shouldn't exist. We shouldn't even be talking about this right now. because it would be super obvious if we lived on a ball. It wouldn't have took until freaking 300 BC to figure it out. Freaking cavemen would have figured it out. But one test you can do is that you can get like a friend and like a mirror, and on the internet, it's a bunch of Earth curve calculators. You can calculate how much should be hidden at any distance, say 10 kilometers, say 10 meters is supposed to be hidden. You get a mirror on each shoreline and try to flash each other, right? And you'll see that you can see each other at distances that you're not supposed to see each other. But, you do it over the surface of water. I mean, people have done it over land, so it's been done on the Bolivian salt flats. So I'll give you an example. So they went to the Bonneville salt flats, which is in Utah, where they, where the land speed record is, where they race cars to get the fastest they can get a car to go. Yeah, it's called a land speed record. It's the fastest. So the world record is like 800 miles per hour. So this is the place they go to break those records. So it's really, really flat. They went there and they took a laser and they shined it 36 miles, which is probably about 55 kilometers. Right? They're just standing on the desert floor and beamed the laser 55 kilometers. Now, if the Earth was a globe with 3,959 mile radius, that's impossible. But it's not, which is why it happened. Now, I'm not going to tell you to believe us or believe what we're saying. This is the type of thing where, we've all been to school. Everybody in here that's a flat earther used to be globe earthers. This is something you got to do for yourself. The only way to prove something to somebody is to demonstrate it, and the only way you'll ever know one way or the other is to go test yourself. Otherwise, you'll either just believe us or believe them. You'll just always be a believer. I believe the flat earthers. I believe the globe earthers, right? You don't have to be either one of those. You can be a person that knows one way or another. I know the Earth's a globe. I know the Earth is flat. I'm so confident. Like, why am I telling you to do this? Because I know what your result is going to be. I know what my result was. I know what everybody that's done tests in this chat, I know what their results were.
Okay.
That's why, like, when I don't know how long you've listened to us in here. That's why when we get in like discussions with people about this, the people that believe in the globe, what they talk about are planets, stars, sun, the moon. They don't talk about the Earth. They talk about everything but the Earth, right? They go, well, what about the sun? Well, what about the planets? What about black holes? What about this? None of that stuff has anything to do with the Earth. That's why they talk about that. Because if you test the Earth, you find out that it's flat. And there's nothing about the sun, stars, moon, planets that can actually prove that incorrect. The only thing that could prove that incorrect are observations of the Earth that it's not flat, which nobody has. Crit, you in here?
Yep, I'm here.
So, Crit, you know how ballistic missiles work, right? Tomahawk, arc, all that.
Yeah.
So think about this. I was thinking about this morning. Iran shoots a missile 1,000 miles to, I don't know, Cyprus, Israel, wherever they're shooting it. Now, how does that actually work on a globe? Because the missile's going to have to rotate an extra 15 degrees just to come into the window sideways. Right? The parabolic arc is going to be like horizontal. At that point, you see what I'm saying? Because the surface of the Earth is curving. Now, how do they plot? How are they calculating a ballistic trajectory over a curved surface? All the exercises I did in school, there was always a flat surface. We calculated the ballistic. We never calculated over a curved surface.
Yeah, it's like they try to say the missile goes off a curved surface, goes into the air, then teleports to a globe Earth. Then to come back down, it goes back to a flat surface again.
Yeah, it's 69 miles per degree, so it's like 14.92 degrees in 1,000 miles. So the missile, how is it going to come down? It's going to be flattened by 15 degrees. It's going to be like coming in sideways or some shit. They even have suppressed ballistic trajectories that would fit the bill, but they don't go as far as the distance. Yeah, I gotta look into this more. It don't make sense to me, especially when you're throwing them frickin' thousands of miles. I think so. It's starting to. It's going to be warm soon. Like freaking goodness. And like I'm going to be doing a bunch of observations. Yoder's going to be doing a bunch of observations. I think Matrix said he got a camera, so we're going to be doing. We're going to start. I'm going to start cranking it up. So I'm going to be cranking out content. So, and DJ. They said DJ used the last one I did against McToon, and McToon freaking spurred out or something. I want to hear that.
Yeah. I'm planning to do this. I'm planning to do the same thing. I'm planning to buy a camera that I can use for infrared and do observations to confirm my optical framework. So all of us are going to be doing some good experimentation that is going to fuck them up.
Yeah, I got plans to make a ton of content this year. I'm gonna be doing tons of just 101 stuff. I think there's a huge gap at the moment where all the when people come in and they say, "Oh, do you guys have some videos we can go and watch?" I don't know what to send them because I don't want to send them any of the Eric DeBay stuff or the ODD stuff or anything like that. So I'm gonna, I'm just gonna make a lot of 101 stuff, just covering the basic questions. So the same 20 questions they all ask when they come in. So different time lengths and stuff like that. Right now, I'm working on the McToon debate that I had yesterday. Just got some interesting ideas with that. I'm going to put together my own video where I
Where'd you have it? Where was the debate?
What's that? Oh,
where was the debate?
QOps server. It's
Because someone last night sent me.
Mm-hmm.
Charlie Handsome sent me a link to that anti-truther live.
Yeah, that's where it was.
Oh, okay, that's where it was.
Yeah, I've got the replay. I've downloaded the McToon one, but McToon's audio was cutting out. His audio was cutting out sporadically, the whole time. But the anti-truther league one, the audio is perfect. So splice with
good.
Yeah.
So he was on his stream. He was on his. He was live streaming.
He was live streaming, and QOP was live streaming as well, and it was hosted on QOP server.
Oh, wow.
And I was listening to it. I wasn't planning on debating him or anything like that. It was like I was sitting there. It was 5 a.m. and I was listening to him. He was kind of wrecking that, it was DeMarc and people like that in there. So he was just making fun of them, making fun of flat earthers in general. And I heard him saying a bunch of things that I was like, all right, well, he's made a bunch of claims, and if I go in there now with some of the information that I have, I can make him, shoot himself in the foot.
To the fire, right?
Yeah, because what he was talking about, I was sitting there listening, and he's saying, "Oh, I did an observation of a sunset the other day, and it was perfect conditions where the water temperature and the air temperature were the same, so that mitigates the refraction." And then we got a perfect sunset because we had perfect refractive conditions.
Oh my god, what a setup, dude! He freaking T-balled it. He set it up like a T.
And
nice.
So I had to get in there. It was like 6 o'clock in the morning I was so tired, and I'm just like, screw it, I got to get in. So I got all of your stuff saved in my server for that 10-mile observation with the boat. So I jumped in there. And look, right before I jumped in there, he was acting like Mr. Nice Guy, because when he's in control, he acts like Mr. Nice Guy.
Of course,
right? He picks up his puppy dog and he's laughing and smiling. And what he did, he told everyone, I've just demodded someone from my YouTube chat because they weren't being nice to someone. It's like, everyone, you need to be nice to people. And even if people share different views, you just have to be nice, right? It's very important in life to be nice.
He was saying that dirtbag.
Yeah, he was saying that.
Wow.
Yeah, once I heard him say that's when I had to jump in, because I knew he was gonna spiral. He's never spoken to me before, so I jumped in. I was being super polite, super friendly, and I was just laying out the observations step by step. I stayed super calm, and I was just going over all the details. He was very patient. He was being very nice to me, letting me pull up all my files and go over it all step by step. And then once he realized he started to get cornered, right? Once he started to click that I had all of the things that were pointing towards it not working on a globe, that's when he just turned into this freaking globlin, man. He just
Globlin?
He was yeah. Oh, it was crazy. It was crazy. Have you guys seen those foreshadowing videos?
No.
Foreshadowing? It's like a guy is so he's in it. Basically, it's a situation where someone's talking about doing something and it turns into an absolute disaster, and they start freaking out or something goes wrong, and it shows them talking, and then it starts showing clips of them freaking out while they're talking. It's called foreshadowing anyway. But I'm going to put that at the start of my video that I'm making right now, because he went to madness for no reason at all. I just stayed super calm and polite, and he was freaking out. He called me. He was just. Once you listen to it, I won't spoil it.
Oh, I can't wait, man.
Kind of funny.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it'd be good if we could we could just play it through the bot and listen to it sometime in here.
I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah.
I listened to it. You're great. Like, you remained completely calm. It was, if someone didn't speak the language and they were just listening, you clearly won just by that, because you just remained calm and patient and in control, and you just sounded so much more confident. And he was slimy.
Yeah, he was trying to be slimy, and I made him contradict himself a bunch of times. Like, firstly, he said he had a gotcha, right, in your observation. He said, how come I can see a buoy off in the distance when the camera pans over to the left, and the bottom of it's missing behind the horizon? It's like the furthest one out. And I started saying, well, that's absolutely ridiculous, right? Are you saying that you can't have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface? And he said, yeah, you cannot have, it's impossible to have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. Mm-hmm. And like, he was just setting up for failure right there, because I started getting into sinking refraction. I asked him, do you know the definition for sinking refraction? He said yes. And then he laid it out exactly how it is described by the mainstream. And so I was like, okay, so that means that something could appear to disappear bottom up. Like, I read out a bunch of definitions. I said, so something could appear to disappear bottom up on a flat surface, yes or no? And he just went silent. he wouldn't respond. It's actually, it's kind of funny. I won't spoil any more.
Oh my God! I've been trying to get them to admit that for freaking 10 years.
He admitted it. He said, so first he said it's impossible to have bottom-up obstruction, and then about 10 minutes later, he said you can have bottom-up obstruction on a fighter. He was forced into it. He couldn't go against it because he would have,
How long till it's ready, dude?
Yeah,
he's been trying to avoid that one for years.
Yeah, I'm working on it right now. It should be ready in a couple hours. But I mean,
take your time. There's no pressure. I mean, we're chomping at the bit, but seriously, no pressure.
Yeah. I mean, all of the audios, like I got that right now. You can just skip to the part in the live stream and listen to the whole thing anytime. I'm just putting together a better edit of it, but I've got a crisp, clear audio version on QOp's live stream, and we can just play it now if you want, or later or something.
I know. Well, I don't want to steal your thunder, man. Are you clipping it, or are you just gonna play it like?
Oh no, that's fine. We can just stick it on now. That's fine. That way I don't have to rush my production.
You didn't have to rush anyway, man. You be thinking about these guys. They're fucking on me. They get this out.
I just want to hear him get fucked. Come on.
All right.
I mean, I have to grit my teeth waiting for listening to Matoon's voice.
It's good. It would be better. Yeah, it's good to watch his expressions on his face.
Yeah, I bet.
It's kind of funny. But I'll just bring it up now. Here, I'll just check what time it's at. We can just seek forward on the bot, right?
Just remember, once you finish the video, once you've edited it and stuff like that, to let all of us know so that we can publicize it and let everybody know so we can watch it.
Awesome. I will. Yep.
So can I make an animated clip out of it? I'll make McToon a goblin. A goblin.
Lovely.
Was it really if you debated the other day? He fucking snuck off somewhere till that's over. And
he ran away. He ran away.
That was good. That was good, man.
I didn't listen. I can't stand his voice, man. He's such a fake dude.
Yep.
I just get angry listening to him, man. Like, because I've talked to him a couple times, and he is intentionally deceptive, and I can't stand that. It's like somebody I'm gonna go in there, and they say it nice for some reason because they're saying it in a quiet, mild, meek tone of voice. That somehow they're not saying something bad because they said it quietly. No, dude, you're being completely disingenuous and basically stretching, manipulating, lying by omission in a nice voice. Like, just because you're not boisterous about it doesn't make it any better.
Yeah, it's like those annoying bitches who talk in baby voices and go, "No offense," and then say something atrocious, and you're like, you do realize just saying no offense in the beginning doesn't justify the rest of it,
Yeah.
You're going to get triggered at what they're saying at one point.
I'm already triggered.
You're going to get triggered at one point. Yeah, but then it gets...
Am I in it? Do they mention me?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, really? Yeah,
it's all about you. Yeah.
Oh, fine, Sunday. Yeah.
Oh, hell yeah.
I'm just trying to find the exact point where it starts.
It made me so mad I had to pause it several times. So just be prepared.
Oh, dude, I love it. I love the hate boner, man.
Yeah, because I was listening to him. He debated QOp. Yeah, he debated QOp on QOp server, and I remember him saying one thing. Like, he was kind of walking over QOp because QOp's kind of new to FE. But he was saying how why are all flat earthers such pussies that they can't present single long distance observation and then go over it, right, and put the math to the test, put the globe math to the test. Why are we all such pussies that we can't do that? Isn't that what we do every?
Yeah, you told me about that. They said that. It's so ridiculous, man. Just it's like it's like when they say there's no evidence for a flat Earth. It's the most ridiculous thing. It's like they're gaslighting.
Yeah, they have to be, right?
That's why I just asked them. I go, well, why do people used to believe it in the past? And what they'll say is, well, they were stupid. Yeah, but they still believed it based upon the evidence they had. It looked flat. That was evidence, right? That's what they based. So there is evidence. You might not agree that evidence proves the Earth is flat, but it still is a piece of evidence, regardless.
All right, I got it ready. What's the command for the music bot in this one? / or? / works.
Yeah, it's /
All right, and then I'll just start it, and then I'll seek it to 1 hour 32. A second. Work.
Sorry, I concede you win. You flat earthers are superior to my humble globe zealots.
You guys hear that?
Well, no, I just he probably has him muted. That might be the logical thing to do in most situations.
That's why. I have
time lapses, and so like the first time lapse is, an hour or so, and the second time lapse is 2 hours. So each time lapse gets longer time embedded in the time lapse. So all right, here we go.
Oh, so you can see the trails, but you can also see them moving.
Yeah. All right. I have, it's on my Dropbox, but I have Dropbox off while I'm streaming. So I'm sorry, I can't pull it up right now.
Yeah. If I could jump in for a second, I don't mean to change the topic, but if we could maybe go back to the, you wanted some flat earthers to present some observations that are credible for flat Earth?
Yes, that'd be good.
All right, I got one to present. Can you hear me properly? I got to speak quietly because it's 5 a.m. here in Poland.
Yeah.
All right, so I'll be quick. I'll grab the observation and I'll just present it. I'll present it in the side chat so it doesn't get lost in the text chat. If that's okay.
Okay.
All right, just give me 1 second. I'll present exactly what I was presenting in this debate in the live stream voice text. Near Boston.
Dude, you're the best. Thanks.
All right, so I'm going to post the first image. All right, so this was taken from 15-foot observer height. Okay, this is a Nikon P1000. In the side chat.
Oh, there it is. Okay. All right.
Cool. So we got 15-foot observer height. We've got a Nikon P1000 with that's been infrared converted. Okay, and we have a. All right, just 1 second. I just paused it for a second so I can bring up my Discord on a different browser so I can just copy paste everything straight in.
Okay, just DJ, just to correct you, it's not an infrared converted P1000. It's a full spectrum P1000 with an infrared filter.
Ah, okay.
Now, an infrared converted would mean like they put the filter right on the freaking sensor. You can do that. You can get the film. So you take the infrared cut filter off. So the sensor has a film, an infrared cut filter film. They peel it off. That makes it full spectrum. They can convert it by taking an infrared filter and applying it right to the sensor, right? And then you have an infrared converted camera. This is a full spectrum camera. They just took the film off. I changed it into an infrared camera by putting a filter on a lens filter. instead of a sensor filter. There's no difference. I'm just saying.
Gotcha. I'll remember that for next time. All right. Just a second.
The good thing about it is that you have flexibility because I can find any number of infrared filters, right? 750, 830, or 840 or something, or 850 and 930, and they make even 1100 ones.
If you do the internal conversion, can you still use it normally, or is it just infrared completely?
I think it's just stuck on infrared.
Oh, that's ridiculous. Yeah, I'd definitely not do that.
And with the filter, you could cut like all the UV because the multi-spectrum it'll pick up the UV unless you cut it out. So you could get a UV and infrared filter that would turn it back to a normal camera, basically.
Well, Toon says infrared doesn't mitigate refraction.
That's their new thing, man.
Yeah.
Has no effect on it.
All right, ready? I'll hit play again. Go. 15-foot observer height, like I said, and we have a ship track in the distance. Okay, we can see the distance markation on Google Earth, and then we can see the red line, right? That's where the geometric horizon distance would be. Globe.
Okay.
Now, all right. So now, right. Next up, we have the ship. All right. So this is the screenshot from the ship tracking. All right, just a moment. Here it is. Okay, so we have the coordinates here. Scarlet Isabella. And if you have a look, the coordinates match up on the Google screenshot.
Okay.
Okay, all right. Next up, we have a buoy that's basically between the ship and the observer. Okay, and the time that the observation was taken was around 3 p.m. And we have a reading from the buoy of the water temperature and the air temperature at 3 p.m. So I'll just post the data from that in the side chat. 1 second. All right, so here we go. There's that. And the temperatures. 1 second, it's the next one. All right, so we have air temperature 45 degrees, and we have the water temperature 45.9. Pretty close, right? If anything, it would work against flat Earth, right? We could have a slight bit of upward refraction, maybe. Okay, so now.
Well, how far up is the air temperature? At the top of the buoy?
Yeah, so you can see a picture of. Well, it's just it's reading the air temperature. Yeah, it's probably not too far up above. Yeah, I'm not sure how tall the buoy is. Could look up the height of the buoy, but.
Okay.
Yeah, it's the reading that would go onto the the weather report, that kind of thing for that particular area. Okay, so next up, all right, so here's just a picture of the clock. So a picture of the clock was taken at the location just to show you that the observation was done at the time that buoy reading was taken. Right, so the guy that did the observation, he specifically, like you did with your sunset, right? He waited to find a day that was going to have pretty much uniform water and air temperature, and he's using the infrared as well, which helps a bit. All right, cool. Okay, next up, just a picture of the camera setup. Sorry, I'm a bit unorganized with this, but in just a second. All right, here's the camera setup. All right, so now I'll grab this is just a GIF of the observation. There's a ton more footage than this, but This will be helpful just for the presentation. All right, so we got the. Did that post? Oh, 1 second. All right, it's just uploading now. All right, so this is the observation through the infrared from that camera. And what we'll see is we'll see the ship that's 10.6 miles out. Okay, and you can see the whitewash on the bottom of the ship. The ship's 10.6 miles away. And we have the geometric horizon distance should be at about 4.6 miles. Now we've pretty much mitigated the refraction issue as much as possible here. If anything, the refraction works slightly against FE.
All right, what was the the distance to the ship?
10.6 miles. Right, so it should be about 22 foot hidden, something like 2 stories, 2-story building, a bit more than that.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Was the buoy also at 10 miles?
The buoy's in between the two. So if you scroll back up to the picture of the buoy, okay, with the data of the buoy, you can see the buoy just there. It's basically in between the ship. You can actually see it when he zooms in.
Who was the original source? Was this a YouTube video or where'd you get
it? No. This was my friend. You guys probably know him, Indio.
Oh yeah, I know Indio.
Yeah. What's up, Jesse? Good to see you, man.
Good to see you.
All right. So yeah, I can post Indio's video of it. 1 second. So this is his video. It might have a bit more footage than I showed. If you contact Indio, he can show you a ton more footage of it and give you a bunch more details. But here's his video about it. All right, so with that, water to air temperature, like we really, to have this work on a globe, you would have to have a refraction coefficient of something like 0.8. Right, like a huge amount of extreme refraction. We don't have the conditions. We don't have the meteorological conditions.
I get
present.
I got about 0.3 as a necessary refractive condition for that.
All right, so I'll just pop in a screenshot from Walter Bisland's. A second.
According to Andrew Thomas Young, it takes about 0.13 degrees centigrade per vertical meter to have circulating rays. In other words, the ray of light matches Earth surface. So, and it wouldn't even need to be that much, since the observer was not at they were a few feet above. So it wouldn't.
Well, the observer's at 15 feet, right? And we have what would cause upward refraction. Okay, so it would work in reverse to that. So we're not going to get.
But now, why did you put hidden 0?
Hidden 0?
Yeah, that's why it's got hidden 0.
Oh, that's because yeah. Okay, cool. So what I did with this one was I slid the refraction slider up until the boat had 0 hidden height. Okay, and that would have so to have 0 hidden height on the boat, which we see in the observation, you would have to have a refraction coefficient of 0.81. Even if we put in 0, even if we put in,
I'm not seeing 0.
Okay, we can see the whitewash from the boat. Yeah, we can see the whitewash from the boat at the bottom very clearly. And to have 0 hidden height, basically you would have to have a refraction coefficient of 0.8.
But I'm saying I don't see that it's 0 or that everything is seen.
What do you mean? There's nothing obstructed, right? It would be obstructed behind the horizon. The horizon should be at 4.6 miles. Okay, we don't see a horizon in front of the ship that's blocking anything because we see the whitewash from the ship.
Oh,
And also, the horizon should be 4.6 miles, the geometric horizon.
So what would be the hidden height? Assuming
22 foot, assuming no refraction, with standard refraction, which shouldn't be possible in this case because we have what would cause upward refraction. So obviously we're not going to have 16%. We're not going to have that downward refraction. But so even with standard refraction, it would still be, the bottom of the ship would still be hidden by a certain amount, and the geometric horizon wouldn't be much further away. Okay, it would be 14% further away.
How high was the observer? The camera?
15 foot.
In the boat?
Yeah, with standard refraction at 16 feet hidden. How high up on the boat does the whitewash go?
It doesn't look very high in the observation. I don't know, have another look at it again. I mean, it's probably not something you would be able to measure exactly.
Yeah, like, do you have a picture of the boat from fairly close that you can compare the two?
Yeah, I think so. Again.
So what we could do is, if we know the boat and how tall it is, we know how many degrees per pixel in the vertical, and so we actually could tell how high the whitewash actually is appearing.
Right. So this is a horizon test as well, by the way. This is a geometric horizon test. Okay, so you would have to say that, like, where are you seeing the horizon? You're not seeing the horizon in front of the boat because you're seeing the whitewash. The amount of refraction you have to have a horizon at 10 miles, okay, that would be 0.81 refractive index. We don't have the meteorological conditions present to have that of it.
Well, you have a very limited snapshot of the meteorological conditions. Just to be fair, you have one point of temperature above the surface.
Yeah, but it's in between
and you
point
don't
A
know
and
the
point B.
elevation.
Well, it's in between.
But you don't know. You don't have a vertical temperature reading, so you don't know. Is it colder another foot up? Is it warmer another foot up? You don't know that. You don't know even the height of the air temperature reading. So you don't know the meteorological conditions, so you can't say definitively that there is zero refraction happening.
Okay, well, what we do know is that we have warmer warmer water than the air temperature. Okay, that would cause upward refraction. Okay, this is better than any observation from any globe earther that I've ever seen. We literally have a buoy that's giving a reading right at the time of the observation between point A and point B. It's not bad. Like this is a decent quality observation. Also, we're using infrared as well. Right?
I don't care. Infrared is nice because is nice because it's a limited wavelength. It reduces chromatic aberration, which is really bad in the Nikon cameras. But it's not magic. Infrared isn't refracting less in any quantitative amount that's going to matter.
No, I get it. I just remember you were saying earlier that you had almost perfect conditions in your sunset observation because you had 1 degree difference between the water and the air temperature. I mean, you're doing that over a huge distance as well, where you could have a lot of fluctuations in the water temperature and the air temperature between point A and B. Okay, so this is much closer. It's only 10 miles. So, I mean, we're not seeing any sign of that geometric horizon. Okay, we don't see any miraging effects or anything like that.
Well, we do see a horizon, which is impossible on flat Earth. Number one.
Oh, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
You can't have a crisp horizon on flat Earth. It's 100% impossible to have a crisp horizon on flat Earth.
Yeah, horizons aren't very crisp.
You're talking about the horizon.
If you zoom right in on a horizon,
this horizon
they're not
is crisp.
Yeah, it's called a vanishing line.
But the one you're showing me is crisp. You can actually, there's no such thing as It's not there's no such thing as a vanishing line in reality. That's just an art class technique. But you can see the actual in your picture. You can see the waves.
You want to deny perspective.
You can see the individual peaks of the wave. No.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can't have a horizon on flat Earth. That's the most ridiculous thing.
An art. That's right. It would be blurry.
It is blurry. When you zoom right in on a horizon, it's
stopping
blurry.
the light from the 1,000 mile away, other than the blur of the air.
Well, you're kind of getting a little bit off track right now.
So you would never have a crisp.
You're meant to be talking about this specific observation.
You
and
said
the
this is
a
horizon. No.
So now you've changed the topic. You've changed the topic from whether you can have a horizon on a flat Earth or not. See, now you changed. Weren't you just? You were just saying you were just look. I'll mute you, dude.
Quoting you, dickhead. Quoting you, dickhead. Quote: This is a horizon test. Unquote.
I'm
your
going
words,
to mute you
dickhead.
Don't. I mean, you can mute pretty much everyone, but not make me stream.
Did you?
Hold on a second. Just for a second, right? I'm gonna unmute you in a second, dude. Don't start screaming, dickhead. You just stop someone having mod powers on your server because you told him that you're supposed to be nice to people. I've been nothing but nice and respectful since I came in here, and now you're just screaming and calling me a dickhead. You're making yourself
Go back
look terrible.
to the part where you said you're over talking me, and you are the one that brought up the topic.
Me.
This is a horizon test.
A geometric horizon test.
Did you not say this is a horizon test?
Yeah, for the globe.
Did you say that?
The geometric horizon test.
Got it.
Yep.
So we're talking about that. So we're looking at the crisp horizon, something that doesn't work for flat Earth.
It's nowhere to. This is a globe test. Don't worry about flat Earth.
So you falsified flat Earth in this observation.
How so? You're coping
the
hard
flat Earth
right now, dude.
this.
At least I made you spaz.
The crisp horizon.
I made you lose your shit by being calm and just showing you an observation. You started screaming out.
No, you were an asshole over talking me.
No,
you were an asshole over talking me.
Dude, so you start screaming, dickhead, over and over again.
You brought up the topic of the horizon, and now,
Thanks for the clip, by the way.
You didn't look at everything
either.
either.
You made
on
yourself
the left,
look like a fool in this.
To the left.
Yeah,
to the left of the boat, there's a buoy that's obstructed by the horizon. That's not possible in flat Earth.
Yes, it is. Have you not heard of sinking refraction?
No, it's not.
Have you not heard of sinking?
Oh, now there's refraction.
I've never said there wasn't.
Oh, now there's refraction. Oh, got it. Now there is refraction. First there was no refraction, and now there is refraction.
No, I said you don't have the
for you.
This is what I said, right? So I said you don't have the conditions present to have the extreme refraction that would be required for this observation to work on a globe. I don't deny refraction. It's my favorite topic to talk about, actually. We could talk about refraction for hours if you like. But how come you can't be nice and just have a normal conversation?
Whatever refraction needs to do, it does it for you.
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying here's an observation. I'm just presenting
you are 100%. That's what you're saying.
See, when you get cornered, you turn toxic.
No, you've falsified flat Earth is what you've done here.
Globe-tard, you're
because you
really
can't have
bad right now.
Horizon, and you can't have that. You can't. I just said it, and you can't have a buoy blocked.
Yes, you can.
I don't know why you can't have a crisp horizon on flat Earth.
Yeah, you absolutely can, and you can
because
have
there's nothing between you and the distance horizon, so you're just going to get the blur.
Can I explain this one?
Due to the atmosphere going. Yeah, go ahead.
So the horizon is the eye level with you. It's the center of your spherical vision. The hemisphere is above. You guys turned it into you guys took that hemisphere, the sky hemisphere, and you duplicated it, you mirrored it onto the ground, but beneath you. But either way, so it's a sphere. You see in a sphere. The horizon is a center point. So no matter what world you live in, that center point is gonna have a limit to it because the sphere is spherical. It's not a Euclidean infinite vision God mode. So because you're standing on the ground, because the ground is basically very close to that eye level horizon center of your vision,
it being close to the horizon is going to cause things to disappear bottom up, because the angle from the things farther than your limit are basically converging into. Yeah, I think converging would be the right direction. Converging, maybe. Either way, it's basically intersecting with that limit of where you can see, and optically you're getting basically a cutoff close on the bottom, because the ground is already basically at the center of your vision. Therefore, the things that you can see below it are less than the things you can see above the ground, because there's nothing in the air to really cut off things. So that's why when you go higher in the air, you could see farther.
I would also like to add, if you go on Google Earth, where the canopy is, where he's at, I put it in chat. It says 9 meters, so a little bit more than 15 feet. Just like last week. Remember that?
Yeah. Clearly, it's not 9 meters. And last week,
I remember that.
Yeah, so I looked that up. So in the forget the name of the channel, BLSM 69, whatever it is. Okay, that was done in 2019. Okay, and it said 8 foot on his Google Earth screenshot. Okay, now they change the data sets sometimes. Okay, and in coastal areas, it can change by a couple of meters. It's not uncommon for that to happen. So it showed 2.3 meters higher in 2026, right? So if they change up the data set,
how do you know that?
because I looked it up. It's common for that to happen.
Hold on a second. No, I understand what you're saying. Are you saying that it read 2.3 meters lower last 5 years ago?
No, I just see that in his video he took the screenshot from Google Earth, and it said 8 foot. Okay, and now it says 5 meters, but that's 2.3 meters different. And they change data sets sometimes, and that affects areas close to the coast.
DJ, there's a comment less than 2 months later that says the exact same thing as I said. So you want to try that again?
Yeah. Post the comment.
Okay, sure.
Anyway, I'd like to continue talking to McToon, because he doesn't seem to think you can have bottom-up abstraction on a flat surface.
Well, why are you running away from your claim?
Well, I was talking to McToon. I logged on at 5 a.m. in the morning to talk to McToon. We can go over that after I finish talking to McToon.
Oh, but your claim you just presented has the elevation off again. The observer elevation is off again. Well, why is this a common theme with your presentation?
Well, you haven't showed the evidence for this, right? Show exactly. All right, let me have.
Yep, look at 46 after the hour.
Yeah, where's your marker? Where's your marker placed? It doesn't show it.
I don't know why I didn't capture my cursor, but
not your cursor. You should put a little marker there, right? So it's.
Yeah, I'll go back and do that. But it's right over the canopies where he was taking the pictures at.
Which canopy? You need to put it on the exact spot that he was at.
Yep. Yeah, it's right next to the clock tower.
Right. So Indio was extremely careful with this observation as well. Like he made sure he even took a picture of the clock.
Yep.
Okay. He's not going to lie about the elevation.
Okay.
Dude. You know Indio is not a liar. Anyway.
Oh, he is a liar.
That is well done.
If you think
oh my God, that's so funny.
If you think that you can't have bottom up, if you think you can't have bottom up disappearance on a flat surface, that's ridiculous. Let's go over it. I got citations. I can show you demonstrations right now of bottom up disappearance on a flat surface. What's the definition of sinking refraction, McToon? What's the definition? Do you know it?
All right.
I can tell you.
It's where you've got an inverted index of refraction gradient.
And what would cause that?
And it can cause things to be lower than higher. That would be where you have a higher temperature air low to the ground and cooler temperature air just above it.
Okay, so do we have that in the observation? We have a degree difference, and then the buoy that you're talking about.
We don't. No, we have We don't have the data.
We do have the data.
We have one air temperature. That's it. One air temperature.
Okay. Right. So the air temperature is warmer in the.
That's
Okay,
it.
so it is between point A and point B.
One air
Yes.
temperature.
Well, it's not the opposite, is it? So you don't have cooler air temperature than the water temperature.
But how high above the water was it?
I don't know exactly. It's the buoy that you can see in the observation.
Oh.
Right between the ship and the person.
So
okay, but so the buoy in the distance. You just said you can't have.
Is it 1 foot above the water? Is it 10 feet above the water? And what is 20 feet above the water? Don't know.
Look up the buoy.
Ah.
So you made a claim
You
earlier.
want me to do your work? You want me to do your work for you? Got it.
Hey. Notice
Of
how
course.
what you're doing right now is you're talking over the top of me because you're too
that's
scared.
like DMOC.
You're too scared. No, you're too scared to have a normal conversation, so you have to keep talking over the top of me. It's pathetic. Great. So you claimed that you can't have sinking refraction over a flat surface, but you just said when you have an inverted refractive index, okay, an inverted temperature gradient, you can have bottom-up obstruction, and that would happen just the same over a flat surface. Okay. The definition of sinking refraction is something that would normally be visible on the geometric horizon or geographical horizon, apparently sinks beneath it, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. So you lied just then when you said that you can't have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. I can show you demonstrations on a flat floor as well, where you add cool air up into the top portion of the room, and you just let me finish. Just let me finish talking, and then you can clarify.
I'll not clarify then.
That's how a normal conversation works, right? I finish talking, and then I wait for you to finish talking, and we have a normal conversation that can be a friendly conversation. Okay, so if we have those conditions, we can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. Do you agree with that or not? Because you just said we couldn't earlier, so now do you still stick with that? Because you just said that we could, basically.
I'll let you finish, then I'll have my rebuttal.
I asked you a question. Obviously, I'm finished if I asked you a question. You got to answer the question.
Finish
though,
your
right?
presentation, then I'll talk.
I just asked you a question, and you went silent because you didn't want to answer it because you would have contradicted what you said earlier.
I wanted to clarify my point, but you don't want me to. You just want to ask me a question and then continue talking. Not going to happen. When you're done talking,
I didn't continue talking. I asked you a question and then I stopped talking, and then it was just a silence, right? Because you didn't want to respond, because you know the answer is yes, you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface, because you just stated that you could earlier when you have sinking refraction. I can demonstrate it on a flat floor right now if you want, and just show you that you can have it. But you already know that you can have it.
I will know. I guess I won't.
You sound like you're upset now.
Are you ready to let me talk? Are you ready to let me talk? Are you ready to let me talk? Mute yourself and stand by. Okay? Mute yourself and stand by. I'll wait for you to
my
mute
question.
yourself.
Just answer my question.
I'll watch. I will
answer my
watch
question,
for
or
your
you're just
icon
showing that you're a
to
liar
red
if you don't.
so that I know that you won't overtalk me.
All
Go
right.
ahead.
Just
Mute yourself so I know you won't be overtalking me.
No, you can answer my question first.
So
I
you
asked you a
don't want to
direct
mute
question.
yourself.
Just say yes or
and
no.
So you won't let me talk.
Come
Got
on,
it.
man.
You don't want to let me.
Why are you scared to answer my
you
question?
won't let me have an. I'm not
Dude,
scared to
you're
answer your
You're
question.
so bad.
You are
Faye.
scared
Yes,
to let me have an uninterrupted response to you. That's what
No,
you're
you
scared.
can answer the question and then go on your
Go
rant
ahead.
with your whole
Mute
response.
yourself. Mute
Just get to the
yourself when
point.
you're ready to
Answer
let me talk.
Argue. Stop the
Let
squabbling.
Nick
Get to the point.
go, please.
All right. To clarify my point about you can't have a buoy blocked beyond the horizon, because you were making it a point that this was a geometric test. If it's a geometric test, that means that you have excluded refraction, that you are not including any refraction conditions in this at all. But now there is refractive conditions. You've changed your story. And you do not have the data available to determine. So you're conjecturing. That's fine. You can conjecture. I can conjecture too when that's all we have. Now, it is possible in the right conditions to have something blocked on a flat surface. But it is a rare occurrence because you have to have the less dense air near the ground and the more dense air above it. This is an unstable condition, and you see lots of visible artifacts when this happens because the air wants to be swapping back into places. So you get layering, you get slicing, things like that, like you see in the claimed black swan. That is indicative of that type of. Oh
no, you would have the
your
opposite.
Turn, I guess.
You would have the opposite refraction in the black swan. You would have to have looming in the black swan, not sinking, right? So you just contradicted yourself, right? That was a silly thing to say. So you guys have to say in the black swan that you would have downward refraction, not upward refraction. So what you just said was pretty silly. Thank you for the clip, though.
Well, I was in the middle of talking, and you, being the asshole that you are,
well, you've been bullshitting.
Right in again
well, you've been bullshit. Everything you said is bullshit.
Me. Asshole won't stop talking over me.
You were screaming "dickhead, dickhead, dickhead" earlier, like a pathetic child.
You are a dickhead. You are an asshole, dickhead.
Well, I've been nothing but nice.
You're pretending to be nothing but nice, but you won't let me talk.
Because
you weren't even listening to me.
Yeah, I was listening to everything you were saying.
You won't
it was
listen
all
to
bullshit.
me. You're just over talking me. You wouldn't let me finish. You had to jump in. Why don't you and D-Mock go and have a little parade of over talking people?
Funny how you turn into this freaking gargoyle type character when you get cornered.
I'm not cornered. You won't let me talk. You jump in.
You sound pretty triggered to me.
Well, why don't you shut up and let him talk?
Because he's bullshitting, right? He just said that in the Black Swan we have upward refraction, and he said in the Black Swan we have upward refraction because it's chaotic. Because
no, I didn't. Asshole.
Yes, you
I didn't
just
say
said
that. Asshole. I did not say that. Asshole.
It's recorded.
I didn't say that. Asshole.
You never said that.
He did. It's recorded. It's going to be clipped. Right. This is a great clip. I'm enjoying this.
Shut the fuck up and let him talk.
Here's what I said.
You shut the
Stop
fuck
talking.
up.
Stop talking. Stop talking. Stop talking. Okay, asshole? Stop talking. I said you get visible artifacts when you have unstable conditions, like in the Black Swan. I didn't say sinking. I said visible artifacts, asshole.
No, that's not all you said, right?
Now, let's talk about your 9 meter observation height.
No, he hasn't. He doesn't know that that's the exact position that India was standing in.
Well, he put in right here.
No, when he put 19, when he put the 9 meter one, we don't even see the
pin right there that he put in.
What is that? Where India was standing?
And over here we have the 9 meter.
Is that where India was standing?
I don't know. He got the picture there. He got the awning out on it.
That's the
How
clock,
does he know
right?
that?
That's the clock.
No, that's a clock that he. So he walked and he took a picture of the clock, which is in. That's not where the camera is, right? You don't know where the camera is. You're just guessing. You're just guessing.
Walked 10 miles to take a picture of a clock, then walk.
Why would it be 10 miles? Why would it be 10 miles? Where are you getting that from? That's just ridiculous.
If you look at your picture, he's in a covered canopy area. There are 2 covered canopy areas around that picture.
But you don't know exactly where this one is. You don't know where this one is. You're just guessing. It doesn't look like it's 20 meters high from where he's standing.
We have to guess. We have to guess because he didn't do the detail. And it's not 20 meters. He said 9 meters is what he has in that picture there, right?
Yep. And there are 2 canopies right by that clock. There are other canopies up and down the beach, all of which range between 8 and 10 meters. So.
Oh yeah, you checked them all, did you?
I checked 4 of them. Yep. If you want to find another one that's smaller than that, go ahead. That'd be weird.
Alright.
But
Well, look. This is what I'll do, right? I'm not here in bad faith. I'm not here in bad faith. No, I didn't. I was presenting an observation. No, I presented an observation that someone did, and he had a screenshot from Google Earth that said that the elevation height was 8 foot. Now, you guys, you hardcore conspiracy theorists, right? You're saying that he photoshopped that in or something like that.
That's so good. Clip
Well,
that.
that's what you guys say now. These observations have to have been faked because they destroy the globe, right? So that's why you guys are coping about these things. You happen to say that the flat earthers are lying because these observations wreck the globe. So you guys have to say, the flat earthers are faking everything.
Flat earthers lie. They do lie.
You lie. You just lied. You said you can't have bottom up obstruction because you said the buoy. Right, we can see a buoy way off in the distance.
But I was
that's
clarifying, but
obstructed.
you wouldn't let me
Don't talk over
clarify.
me. No, look who's
You don't
you're
want
just
to let
talking
me
straight over the top.
clarify.
Don't talk over the top of me. Let me
Because
finish
you don't.
my
Yeah,
sentence.
you just want to make like I'm lying because
No, you're cornered
it fits your
again.
narrative.
Hey, don't talk.
No, I'm
Let
not
me finish
cornered.
what I was saying.
Okay,
so did you say?
No.
Did you say the?
I'm not going to let you
Did
finish
you
what
say
you're
the
saying.
following?
I'm going to just
Oh,
talk over you
really?
like you talk over me.
Bro,
Because
you're gonna
all
get
you
mute.
do is talk
I'll
over
just
me.
mute you, bro.
You can't let me talk.
Bro, I
No,
told you.
I was talking.
Go ahead.
You can't mute McToon, bro. He's streaming. We're streaming. He's the reason
Look,
everyone's
bro.
here. Can't mute him.
Yeah. It's the Q-op, right? He's just interrupting me. He's talking straight over.
I
the
know
top of me.
Globers are annoying as fuck, but he's the show right now, so don't mute him.
All right. Well, I can just leave if that's the case, dude.
No, just
Okay,
deal
bye.
with it. I mean, you're both doing.
He's not. Yeah, he wants me to go. He'd love me to go right now because
Are
he's
these
getting wrecked.
debates always so pointless, like with all the squabbling?
Okay. Thanks, feminist that
Q-op.
doesn't want to hear the debates between guys.
Hey,
but you're
Q-op,
gonna
I
listen
just
to
think
hear
that like
anyway.
you guys aren't actually talking about the points. You're more talking theatrics around the points. Just get to it.
What you're doing is
trying to make
literally
a point.
meta. What you're doing is meta.
I know, so
Congrats.
get to
You are
it.
very ironic, woman. Good job.
What
Yeah,
does
look,
being a woman have to do with anything?
Because you're being meta, and you're trying to talk about
Point
meta.
something out.
And women
It's
always
like,
do
it's
that, and
really
you guys
annoying.
actually don't. You want to hear guys make points because you don't make points.
That's not true at
Right.
all. I just want to hear the actual debate.
This is meta. This is meta.
All right,
Thank
well,
you.
look, let's
That has
continue
nothing
it.
to do with it, though.
All right, McToon, did you say that the buoy? You said there's a buoy behind the horizon off in the distance, and because it's obstructed bottom up, that wouldn't be possible on a flat surface. Did you say that earlier or not?
Because you said there's no refraction happening.
No, did you say that earlier or not? You can't have bottom-up obstruction on a flat Earth. You said that.
I was going. Remember when I clarified, but you weren't listening to me clarify. I'll let the rest of the people who were listening.
Did you say it?
Remember, they'll just go back in their head and remember what I said when I was clarifying.
It's recorded. It's all recorded. Everyone heard you say it, and it's recorded.
Go ahead.
So
Yeah, you've said that
anyone
many
listening
times.
to it.
Go get the recording and play it. Go get the recording and play it right now. Go.
No,
Chop, chop.
this will be all clipped and repeated.
But you could get it, but you're not going to get the recording. When you ask, do I need to get the recording? The answer is yes.
I didn't say do I need. I
I
said it's recorded. I didn't say I'm going to go get it. I never said that.
Oh, got it. Okay.
Yeah,
Now,
I'm busy talking.
when I
I'm
was
not going to go do
clarifying,
that.
the people that were listening, they heard me clarify. You didn't.
Oh yeah, what was the clarification? What was the clarification?
If you'd been listening, you'd know.
You don't even know what. Okay, so you said that you can't have. There's a buoy in the distance. Oh look, it's hidden behind the horizon. You can't have that on a flat Earth. And then you said you claimed no refraction. I didn't claim there's no refraction. I just said the meteorological conditions, right, aren't going to allow you to have a refraction coefficient of 0.8, obviously, because we have almost uniform air and water temperature. Okay, it's going to vary slightly because things.
I don't get 0.8.
Okay, so Walter Bislin's calculator's wrong then, is it?
No, I used Walter Bislin's 0.3.
Okay, so what have I put in wrong?
27 foot observer height.
No, he's just guessing the location where Indio was standing. You can't just guess where he was standing. Look, we could continue this next time, and I can contact Indio, and I can get the exact location from where he's standing. Right, and then we can work out if the observation height is correct or not. If that's what this is going to come down to,
awesome.
Then okay,
Yeah,
then we
yeah,
can
and
we
also
can continue it another time.
Get the vertical temperature. Get the vertical temperature of the buoy, not just one point, but multiple points. That'd be great.
Okay, so the meteorological conditions for you to have this crazy refraction coefficient
makes sense.
What?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, that could skew the data, so why wouldn't you want that?
Want what?
Vertical information about temperature.
Well, what we do have between point A and point B is a buoy, okay, that has the water temperature and the air temperature reading. Okay, so even in the like the transcontinental arc of the parallel, they weren't taking readings right up to a certain height. They were just taking one reading down low at half a meter, and then they were taking one reading at 2.5 meters. Okay, they didn't have a perfect pressure and temperature reading, the vertical refractive index reading. In fact, none of the Glober's observations have that. Not one that I've ever seen, right, has that. Okay,
but in an extreme case like this, wouldn't that be useful?
Extreme case.
Utility.
Well, how's this an extreme case? Who's this guy that I'm talking to? Thought I was talking to
Lush. Hey, hi.
You sound drunk. You sound drunk. I don't want to talk to some drunk. Yeah, I don't want to talk to some drunk guy.
All right. Later.
Later.
I don't know who Lush is, but that's a good name.
Anyway, McToon, it's been fun.
Oh man.
It's 6 a.m. here where I'm at, so I appreciate the conversation, even though it got heated, even though you kind of lost your shit a bit. You know,
hey,
try
DJ.
to stay a bit calmer.
DJ, you're a loser.
Yeah, there we go. Coping. All right, sorry. Okay, thank you, Sarah, for calling me a loser.
Yeah, that was very contributive.
Yeah, really helped.
Talk the facts.
Just like pointing out I'm a woman is really contributive.
And now the other girl's going to jump in. Yap.
Yeah,
right,
because
so,
you don't have a point. You have to deflect the
Wesley, it's your
fact
turn.
that
Yep.
Oh my god. So
you have no point. Deflect more, loser.
Yeah, so I'm not making hyper-specific claims here, right? So when globe earthers make hyper-specific claims, obviously you would have to have extremely accurate readings of the refractive index between point A and point B. I'm not making a hyper-specific claim. I'm just showing you that we see a boat that's 10 miles away. The horizon should be 4.7 miles away. We have roughly uniform air and water temperature. In fact, we have slightly warmer water temperature. Okay, and you don't have the conditions that would make this work on a globe. Okay, we don't have all of the data that would love to have temperature and pressure gauges all the way along between point A and point B, but you guys don't have any of that for any of your observations
You
anyway.
don't have the observer height.
Yeah, we do have the observer height, but you think it's a lie, right?
It's
So
a
you
big
have to
one.
say it's a lie. So look, that's what this is. No, he's just guessing that. No, it's not me that's done it, right? I'm showing you an observation.
India was just guessing.
Yeah.
No,
India was just
okay.
guessing. Yeah.
Dude, I'm looking at the dropped pin height at Revere Beach, and it's showing it at 2.9 meters, that exact spot. So somebody's just making stuff up.
Can you post that in chat? Because I'd like to see what you're using.
I'm using Google Earth.
Can you drop it in chat? Because I did the same thing.
Yo, is the Earth flat or what?
I see 9 meters.
Yeah.
Yeah, how do you know that's where India is? You're just guessing.
I did all the canopies that were around the clock. Okay. All you have to do is have Indio provide the GPS data of where he was, and then also provide the whole camera shot from zooming in to zooming out. That would be nice too, to make sure.
Yeah, he's got all of that. He's got a ton.
Okay,
He's
so
even got it in different wavelengths and everything. All right,
Yeah,
so I did post a video that.
Why do you talk over? What and post the whole? It's not in his YouTube video.
He does that a lot.
Yeah. I know
yeah, dude, McToon, you're full of shit. You've been doing that the whole time, right? You've been over talking me. You're not fooling anyone.
You're just fooling your little cronies.
Right, I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear Wes. You were over talking. Could you stop talking? I want to hear Wes.
So I have the screenshot showing it at 2.9 meters. I can send it to one of you guys, but I can't post in this chat.
Travis.
Hey,
Travis, if you DM it to me, I'll post it in the side chat. Thanks.
Awesome, thanks.
Bet.
Why does he use the side chat? Just put it in the main chat.
No, the main chat gets chaotic and everything just gets. That's why I was presenting in the side chat, because people are posting and then what I posted last gets lost. Right, so that's the only rebuttal, is that Indio's lying. Okay, cool.
He's known to do that.
Oh yeah, what's Indio lied about? Name one thing. Yeah, name something. Name something that he's lied about.
Okay, so
check your DMs.
Indio was talking about on Twitter. He was talking about a star visibility problem that he thought existed. It wasn't a problem. That he was so it was. I don't think it was even. I think it was just some people that were out doing some stuff. They weren't anything in our vicinity, in our flat Earth, globe Earth conversation. And they're up at I think it was an island in the South Pacific. Not certain exactly where, but they were able to see stars that he thought was 100% proof that the Earth was flat, because they could see these stars. And I did the analysis, and I'm like, oh, from that elevation at that location, you should be able to see those stars. And he was gonna come back and reanalyze it, but he didn't. I don't know if that was really a lie. That was just him being wrong and proving the globe, which he's good at.
All right, so
But he never did go back.
Well, let's maybe we can next time I come back, I'll bring Indio with me. Okay, we can go over this whole thing together. But Travis has just put the location height in the side chat there. Have a look at it. 3 meters.
Can the gentleman who said it was 20?
Hey, Q-Up, can we grab Travis some image perms?
I sent him all the criteria he needs to pass to get the texture perms.
Awesome.
You gotta subscribe to a bunch of
We got a lot of YouTube channels that need some love.
So good, Q-Up.
It's really it's working really well for me.
Yeah, that's weird that his is a phone app and mine's the internet. I don't know why they're so far off. That's crazy. But yeah.
It's almost like you made it up and lied, I'm thinking.
You could see it in my chat. Go up and look. I didn't lie.
Yeah, go look at the side chat. It's right there.
Okay. All right. Well, this one fits,
Right
with
there.
what Indio was saying. Look, he said it was a bit lower. He said he actually added a bit just to add a bit of, grace for the Globers, because we can always afford to do that
just
with our
cherry pick
observations.
the-
Oh, look, who's talking over someone?
pick the right
You're
one.
talking over me again. Why are you talking over me again,
I
Toon?
thought you were gone. I thought it was 6 a.m.
Oh, you would love me to go. Yeah. I mean, look, this has been great. Okay. There's no point continuing it with you. It's been shown, right? You've been shown to have lost your shit. When
This
I'm
is the
being polite to
Minnesota
you,
goodbye.
you
It just
start
never ends.
you start screaming out that I'm a dickhead. Yeah, because Travis came along with some new information. Anyway, yeah, I can keep listening. I'm going to put myself on mute, and you can keep strawmanning me or whatever you want to do.
Yeah, bye, DJ.
Yeah, I can jump back in whenever I want.
It's so funny how QOP. It's so funny how QOP's on his own server is marked as a spammer. I don't know why that's there.
Fuck
That's
you,
the case,
QOP. Deadass.
Because he has nothing of value
so
to say. There's no substance to any of his words.
Oh, how ironic. She says nothing again.
It's okay. You'll grow up one day, hopefully. Just a little bit of self-reflection.
Bulma, I want to debate her one-on-one right now. What's your globe proof?
Let's hear
globe,
Bulma.
what's your globe argument,
trying,
Bulma?
We're trying, Bulma. We're trying to get him to
go ahead, Bulma. Say something smart.
What's your substitute for gravity? Are you a believer in the electric universe?
Downward dielectric acceleration. Do you know what that is, Bulma?
Oh, please enlighten me.
Oh, I have to enlighten you now.
Oh,
Bulma
please.
wants to learn from the man. You want me to mansplain for you, Bulma?
Please do.
You want me to say it in like a
Point.
sexy voice for you, Bulma? So
I
you
want
can
you to
also
get
be
to the
attracted to me?
point. Can you get to the point?
Q-Op, you don't have a sexy voice.
When I get that feeling, I need sexual healing.
Mansplaining means
I think you're
man
actually worse at singing
explaining
than debating.
something.
Yeah, I stopped it there. That was basically it. It doesn't get brought up again.
Yeah, that thing that he just brought up, that was a complete and utter lie. And he knows it was a lie, and I'm going to tell you why. Because I brought up to him, I went into, what is it, Earth Awakenings, when he was over there. And I mentioned it to him that he ghosted me on that thread. So he knows that he didn't answer me because I went and I got, Stellarium doesn't, what he said was, Stellarium doesn't correct for refraction. If there was refraction in it, then it would work on a globe. So I went and got software that's used for aiming telescopes called C2A. Yeah, and it don't work on a globe either. So you can see the entire Southern Cross from 28 North, which is the Canary Islands. And in this program, you can add atmospheric refraction correction and the elevation of the observation, and both of which, when you do them, it's still, you're not supposed to be able to see the entire Southern Cross, which the guy did, and he took a picture. So I did answer him, because I'm going to post the tweet right in the chat right now. Dude is just a compulsive liar. But DJ, that was phenomenal. Seriously, that's probably the best. That's the best takedown I ever heard of him, but probably one of the best I've heard in a really long time, dude. So thanks for taking my video and taking that ball and carrying it a little bit further. That was great.
Dude, thanks. Yeah, it wouldn't have been possible without your videos. Appreciate it.
Absolutely brilliant. That big laughing in the background, man. Especially when he started to implode and started calling you an arsehole over and over. Really flipped.
I could hear his voice change, man. He sounded like he was about to start crying.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite part was when he wouldn't answer the question of whether you can have bottom-up obstruction on a flat surface. He just went silent.
For a good 15 seconds, didn't say anything, and then it was just attacking you.
I just posted my answer that I didn't give him. He never answered me, so. And you did that on his stream? That's freaking awesome. Yeah, his audio wasn't going out, bro. He was like pulling the mic plugs, DJ, so his audience wouldn't hear him.
Yeah. He sounded like his head was buried underneath something at some point. If he's got anything about him, he must look back at that and realise that was really embarrassing for him. If he's got anything about him at all. I was kind of, I mean, I don't care, embarrassing himself all he wants, but you have to be some kind of stupid to not be embarrassed by that. He's trying to cover himself, but trying to attack DJ the majority of the time. It's really weird.
Yeah, dude, that was awesome, dude. If I had a litter, dude, we'd all be carrying DJ around on it, man. Like, fucking seriously. Parading his ass through the street. That was awesome.
It's when he said on a flat Earth, a horizon wouldn't exist.
Dude, that's something they say on X, man.
That's just.
There wouldn't be a crisp horizon on a flat Earth. It would be blurry.
Well, okay.
But then I show him the sky-free observation with the boat. I'm like, okay, so this is a flat lake. It has to be flat at this distance in the globe. Why is it a crisp horizon? Then they just shut up.
What was your observation height? Do you know?
It's about 15 feet. I think I got to go look it up. That clock is a geodetic marker.
Okay.
So I think it has an actual USGS elevation that was surveyed.
Okay.
I think I used that. I'm almost positive I did. Yeah, I did. I used a topographical map. Yeah, hold on, let me find it. I'll pull the map up. Just gotta find where I had it.
I just like at the end of the day, if you round up all of our together, it's you're all liars. Ninjo's lying, DJ's lying. DJ's a really nasty person and keeps over talking everybody. He's a liar too. Yep, everyone's a liar. Height's a lie, the distance a lie, everything's a lie.
The only reason DJ didn't snap out is because it was 6 o'clock in the morning at his house. He had to control himself. It had nothing to do with me too. He was like, man, I'll get freaking murdered by the wife.
Yeah, she was sleeping just nearby. I was trying to be quiet, calm.
Thank the wife, dude. Man, she contributed.
Definitely.
Her rolling pin did wonders. Yeah, I think I use a geodetic control marker. I'm almost positive. I looked at a topo map. So on the topographical maps, they on the legend it has geodetic control markers, a triangle with a dot in the middle, and that's right at where the clock tower is, and it gives you the elevation. So this is a control point that you can set up your theodolite and survey from there using that as the 0 point. So if they want to say that elevation's wrong, then yeah, they got issues.
Well, they sent two
let me find
screenshots. They said one screenshot was 9 meters and the other one was 20 meters.
20 meters?
Yeah.
First of all, 9 meters would be at the top of a 3-story building, and 20 meters would be what, a 6-story building? I actually have a photo from 6 stories up from the same spot.
Wow.
And I can see the tops of those pavilions.
Is this close to where you were standing? This one that Travis found here? Just popped it in the side. I mean,
here, let me scroll up. Yeah, it was about there. Yeah, I was more toward the wall because so it's a pavilion, right? And so there's like a wall on the beach side, and it's a picnic table right against the wall. I set the camera up on the picnic table. You can see the wall in the photograph of the camera I took. So he's off by, but it's the same. This is the same level. It's a concrete pad. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Underneath this, it's all the same height. There's nothing different.
Yeah, I think I stopped the video. I think there was a little bit more where they tried to keep going on about the height being wrong. And then Jesse, Path of Light, jumped in and said, well, he defended me and not them. And he said that where they put their marker for the elevation is detecting the elevation of the roof. And he said if you put the marker in a slightly different spot, it goes down to exactly 15 feet. And he said he thinks that Indio was correct about it being 15 feet, which shut them up.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I was pretty careful about that. Let me see. I gotta.
But it was a horizon test, so No.
It's a horizon test, and there should be no horizon on a flat Earth. So you lose. So stupid.
Yeah.
God, the desperation.
No, he was even more desperate by pointing out the bendy grains in the black swan picture.
That was a nice aside he tried to escape down one. I like the way that he said that DJ was denying refraction, whilst for the majority of the time, DJ was explaining what you would need for refraction in a certain direction.
Dude, because all they have is their script, man. Literally, DJ knocked him off script.
Yeah.
And all he could do is go back to it, right? He went back to the same old tropes that he uses, right? He just tries to use tropes and slogans and gimmicks and all sorts of stuff, dude.
Yeah, I'm really convinced that utilizing this the Walter Bislin calculator, right, where we can actually play with the slider and modeling our observations with that is killer, dude. Right, DJ, when you brought it was 0.8, right? Like, these are extreme cases, man. I remember I did the Black Swan one, and it was like a 0.9894. You know, it's almost one, man. So that type of stuff, I don't know. But great job, DJ.
Cheers, mate. Yeah, I like using Walter Bislin's calculator as a hostile witness because most of the observations you have to slide it up to, full, basically, right? And then we don't have any crazy distortions or anything off in the distance or miraging effects, and the meteorological conditions just aren't there for that to be possible. So it's a great hostile witness. I like using the Flat Earth Insanity refraction slider the best. Because it's called Flat Earth Insanity. It was made by an anti-flat earther, but it only goes up to 120%, which is still a crazy amount, but it doesn't work for any of the observations. You max it out and there's still a stack of hidden height. It's a funny one.
100, is it 120% greater or a total value of 120%, as if it were like 20% higher? Because that sounds just about.
No,
like
100. Well, 0%. 0% is no refraction. Yeah.
Okay.
And then like 16 or 14 to 16% or whatever would be 7/6. Okay.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Just another globe. Just making the globe bigger and smaller, essentially.
Well, wait, hold on, hang on. If you think about it, if 17% on that slider is equivalent to like a 0.17 on the Walter Bislin calculator, right? I mean, that's like going 100% is going to a full 1 on the Walter Bislin calculator, right?
No, full 1 on the Walter Bislin calculators is flat Earth refraction level, like flat Earth level refraction. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So it might not scale 1 to 1 there.
Well, you've got the two different types of you got the K factor or whatever. You got the refraction coefficient. I forget the technical terms for them both, but one of them is like 1.17 would be the same as 0.17 on Walter Bislin.
Right on. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. The K value versus the refraction coefficient. Those terms screwed me up for a while. But yeah, it's context specific and they're more or less interchangeable, but not really. Because one scales non-linearly. Right, the K value. Right? Like when it goes to 1, you've hit an infinite radius, so to speak, right? Gotcha. Yeah, it's a killer, man. Great job.
Yeah, so in my version of the replay, I'm going to put a bunch of clips of him saying certain things at the start, right? Like earlier in that same stream, he was talking about how if you have uniform water and air temperatures, then you can't. It mitigates refraction, basically, is what he was saying.
Oh, I see what you're doing.
Yeah,
so it's going to be like the beginning of a TV series, so later in this series.
What I just want to point out,
series, he said this, and this, and then later in the series, we're going to make him say that and that.
yeah. Just want to point out the blatant contradiction.
Yes, brilliant stuff, mate. Yeah, can't wait to see the
contradictions on how you should behave, and contradictions about fraction, contradictions about bottom-up obstruction.
Well, you notice how much they were just throwing shit against the wall from Go, right? As soon as you got in and they realized what was happening, you got a better picture of the boat? How do you know those are waves? How are the waves on the side of the boat? Like, the shit that they were saying. Just like, they just started getting more and more desperate trying to nitpick it.
Yeah. How high the waves were on the bottom of the boat struck me. So, a couple of foot.
Why would that matter? Like, why would it matter what the wake of the boat is? You're not supposed to be seeing a wake.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Yeah, we shouldn't be seeing that, and you want to know how to.
Have you ever heard them scrutinize the globe earthers tests like this?
You mean like his sunset?
Yeah, like his sunset.
Where was the vertical temperature gradient measurements on his sunset?
Yep. I'm sure I pointed that out to him. Maybe I skipped. Maybe I stopped it too soon. But I did say that.
I think you said that.
Yeah,
he eyeballed it. It was fine. It was good enough conditions, he said.
He licked his finger and he stuck it up in the air. He's like, yeah, it seems like inferior mirage.
Well, he said that because he had the uniform water and air temperatures, he didn't get a inferior mirage like normally happens. So he's also okay. So why are we usually getting an inferior mirage then? Don't you require the opposite? Because they say that you always have this downward refraction because you have it's deviating downward towards the denser medium downward. But if you're always getting inferior mirages, that's the opposite density gradient or optical density gradient. Anyway, he's full of freaking contradictions. Funny.
Hey DJ, when you make the video, make sure the closed captions are good, and then we can farm a ton of screenshots off of that and use them for memes.
Yeah, right. I will do that. I got a really funny thing to do at the start. I don't know if anyone's Jedi seen the foreshadowing videos, but it's to do with that.
Yeah, I'm interested, man. Can't wait to see it. But I'm going to have to go to bed, man, so I'll catch it when I wake up. You enjoy the rest of your morning or evening or after.
Yep, cheers, Jedi.
All right, peace.
Catch you later, man.
Yeah, DJ, I think we have a perfect thumbnail for your video.
Yeah, what's that?
Did you see what Logie posted earlier?
Oh yeah, the Globulin.
The Globulin, yeah.
I gotta. Damn it! I gotta scroll up a long way to find that.
Hold on, I'll post it for you.
Shit.
I saved it.
Oh man, I got a funny video. I gotta put it in the side chat. Check this out.
Yeah.
Gotta check this out.
There you go.
Check out this little robot dog. Tell me who you think it looks like.
What the fuck? Oh, come on. No kidding, eh? Fuck. I get mixed up between the two. There's fucking McToon Then there's the other dude. What's his name? FTFE, there we go. I get mixed up between them.
They're both equally as pathetic.
One's got the British accent, though.
Yeah.
All right, there I posted the other one there. That was from Karma. Put a little more love into it. Find that fucking hilarious, man. Loblin. God damn. I think Logie's is a little bit more, how do you put it? High res, for thumbnails and shit. And then the other one's perfect for like a meme or whatever. I don't know. Work in progress, but it spawned the idea, so good luck putting that back in the bottle.
I could put on my conversation with Ruhif if you want to listen to that one.
So,
Yeah, put that on.
Oh.
Hey, Indio. Before we started, DJ, just a quick question.
Yeah.
You there, Indio?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm salvaging my honor, dude. Hold on.
Okay.
No one's gonna say I got the frickin' height wrong. I was dead on the motherfucking money.
Shit. I just wanted to ask, if we're gonna start, maybe doing some more stuff on the site. Now that we were talking about it earlier there, and we, if we get more traffic and shit and more eyeballs on it, it just dawned on me. Do you happen to have like an anti-DDoS stuff set up on that, or is it just like all systems go, like nothing there?
Anti-DDoS?
Yeah, like some throttling or IP filtering or some shit.
No. The only thing I have is if you try to log in as admin 3 times in a row with the wrong password, that IP gets banned. It might be 5 times. It's 3 or 5. I can't remember. So you can't brute force. You can't brute force the admin password.
Fair enough.
The root password. Sorry.
All good. Okay, so we'll need to put some work into it. Because if that page gets out there and anyway.
Yeah, my VPS host is pretty good. They detect that crap, dude.
Don't you have to configure it to do that?
I've never had a problem before. I don't know. I mean,
if we start getting like millions of requests per second, the thing's not going to work, right?
Well, yeah, it's not going to work. But like my ISP is going to be like, "What the fuck's going on here?" Right? They don't just let shit run wide open.
Okay.
Come on, man. I pay $40 a month, dude. They don't want to pay more than that. Like, I'll be using too many resources.
I would hope so. That's why I wanted to ask.
Yeah. I mean, if you have ideas, feel free. You got free reign, man. Go for it.
All right.
Just don't lock me out of the server by accident, man. Just
no.
I have a way in anyway. I can log in through the hypervisor.
Yeah, admin console shit. No problem.
All right, word. Okay, DJ.
Go ahead, DJ.
So that's from the U.S. Geographical Survey called Topo View. There's the pin about where I was, 15 feet.
Oh, awesome! All right, I want this for my my video. So I'm just gonna.
I'll give the
grab
link
that.
to the top of I'll give the link too. So
Awesome, perfect. And I'm gonna clip you saying that as well.
unlike McToon, I have honor to defend. That dude has no honor.
It says exactly 15 feet as well. That's excellent.
I knew I'd use the geological survey or something. I knew I wouldn't use Google Maps because Google Maps is too fucked up. And they say Google says that their vertical data is the worst. They said it could be off by as much as 30 meters. Now they said this years ago, but I'm just going by that because they don't make any assurances to the accuracy of their product. You know, they try to make it accurate because if it was wildly inaccurate, then people wouldn't use it. But they want to make it good enough so that people don't whine. So.
So can I use this site to find the elevation for different places?
Yeah, you can just click right on wherever, and it'll you can drop a pin wherever you want on the topographical map.
Yeah.
So they have if you go up, so if on this main page, right up in the top right, it says location. Type in the location. Of course, this is only in the United States. So you type in the location, hit enter, and it'll give you a bunch of choices of maps that you could download. But the current one they use for this topographical data, you just click on it, click on the point, and then in that same spot, right, will come up the elevation and the coordinates for wherever you clicked.
Awesome. Yeah, because I presented the 8-foot black swan, and they looked it up, and he put the little marker right where the guy was standing in the observation, and it said 5 meters. And they said that he must have faked his screenshot that said 8 foot. And then when I looked it up, it said that they changed their data sets, and it could change easily on coastal areas by a couple of meters. But
he was at Miramar Beach, California, right?
Yep.
Hey, I'm there right now. Oh, where my marker says 1 foot. I'll get his. Do you got the video handy? Because I'll just get the exact coordinates and type those in.
Yeah. Yep. That'll be.
Well, and that controversy. Make sure you make that dude apologize, or whatever. Say something.
Oh, I will. Yeah. They were bringing it up in the McToon debate as well, saying I screwed up on my last observation about the height, and now I've screwed up on this one.
And that's what they try to do. That's their gimmick. They try to find something that might be incorrect, and then because you were incorrect on one thing, everything you say for the rest of all of time is wrong. Because that's how they think, right? They're trying to this person can't be trusted. Don't listen to what they say, because that's how they think about the world. They think, do I trust this person? Oh, I trust them. Now I can do whatever they say is gospel.
Yep, tactics. All right. I've got
mental
the
disorder
here. All right, it's in this GIF.
Okay, I'll pull it. I don't think that GIF's loading. Open link. I guys like a screenshot.
Yeah, I'll just grab the original video, post that.
Yeah, just post it. That's what I thought you were gonna do.
Well, I'll hold on. I'll just play the video. I'll take a screenshot and I'll post that of the coordinates.
All right. There you go, 7 feet.
Oh, that's awesome. That's the exact coordinates, is it?
Yep.
Ha ha ha. All right, thank you very much. That'll come in handy next time that asshole tries to bring that up.
Yep. Kind of funny.
Yeah.
I don't think he'll be bringing it up.
I think DJ's gonna enter the VC and it's gonna clear the VC. Gotta go make breakfast. Bye.
All right, should I hit play?
Yeah, let's rock.
Tell us about your satellites, Raiden.
So we agree.
Making such terrible arguments. You had him on just about every single one of those.
Come on, man.
Are you like half from Boston, half from Australia?
No, man. Oh, well, I haven't lived in Australia for years, but I'm from Australia.
Okay. Yeah. You're an American now.
Dude, hold on. Wait.
Europe,
He outed you, bro.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I never heard of a Boston Australian accent. What even is that?
Yeah, I don't know where he got that from at all. It's a bit strange to Americans.
Okay.
Yo, you guys were.
You the Australian accent.
We're officially streaming right now.
Cool.
Right, I got to skip forward.
What's the 3D model of it? Like an extreme 3D model. And like gradually bend the observer, pointing more backwards, leaning.
All right, so I wasn't even going to jump in at all in this conversation, but he spent the last 23 minutes bragging about how amazing he is and how stupid flat earthers are. Had to jump in.
Oh, like Raiden. My friends. Yes.
Backwards going.
Welcome.
Anyway. Yeah, sorry. The graph that I put in the chat. How good is that? So good. I showed that very briefly in the debate the other day. This is why we shouldn't bother. Well, flirts shouldn't bother doing. We see too far observations close to the surface, like Black Swan.
Got an argument with Mr. Nobody.
Right, but well, what if you were to? Okay, so obviously you do get more fluctuation in temperature gradients when you get closer to the ground. Okay, but that's not always the case, right? Sometimes you can get, just say you have uniform air and water temperature, right? So you have 40-degree water, 40-degree air. Okay, and you've got some readings between point A and point B to show that you don't have that crazy refractive index that can vary a lot at low levels.
When you
I
say
agree with
point
that.
A and B, what are point A and B? Where are point A and B?
Well, let's say we're doing an observation over 10 miles and we're at point A, okay, and we're going to shoot a laser at point B from 1.5 meters height. Let's say we have 40-degree Fahrenheit water, 40-degree Fahrenheit air, okay, and we have clear-looking conditions, right? Let's say we can zoom in with the camera. We're not seeing any inferior or superior miraging or anything like that. We don't see any mirroring or anything like that. Okay, we don't have the conditions that would be present for there to be some kind of super refraction effect, right? Which would be, what standard refractions, 14%, something like that. Okay, now all of a sudden we would need, we're seeing something that would require 3,000%, for example. In the globe would have to be 3,000% larger rather than 14% larger to have no hidden height at point B. Okay, but we don't have the conditions present. We don't have point B, the target. Right, let's say we have something that's 1.5, don't even worry about the laser. Okay, let's say we have a 1.5 meter person at point A, okay, 1.8 meter, a 1.8 meter target, all right, and we can zoom in across the distance. Let's say it's 10 miles for this thought experiment. Okay, we can see the person undistorted.
each person has a weather station. Okay, they're taking readings of the temperature, the pressure. Okay, we know the water temperature, we know the air temperature. Okay, so standard refraction is 7 to 16%, let's say. Okay, but we're needing 3,000% for this to work on a globe.
Who wants to talk about point A and point B being one side of the lake and the other side of the lake? Icy Spin? Hammerize? Except to measure the refraction between point A and point B, where A is one side of the lake and B is the other side.
To measure the refraction, I mean, if you wanted to do it, I don't know that it's significant, but you would do it just getting the lapse rate, right?
Yes, vertically.
Vertically, yeah.
Yeah, it doesn't.
I think you might have had this argument with Lanolin before, but yeah.
Oh yeah. I've had this argument with everyone.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the refractive index is on point A and point B across the lake. The only thing that matters is the vertical gradient.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, we're taking a vertical temperature pressure gradient at each point, right? We could have multiple points along the way, okay, but at the end of the day, the laser's hitting the target.
Well, that's a separate issue, but just refraction now. Are you measuring the refractive gradient?
Well, you're doing the best you can to measure it, right? So to measure it perfectly, you would have to have some extreme amount of tools between point A and point B, measuring the vertical change in the refractive or in the temperature gradient. Like we can all agree that the temperature gradient is the primary factor that controls the deviation of light at low altitudes, right?
It's the major variable.
It's the main thing. Okay. Well, it is the main factor. I mean, it's the primary
pressure
cause. Well, okay, but that's what's going to be controlling the optical density of the air. Right, that's measured differently than just with a barometer. Okay, we're talking about the optical density, which is what controls the deviation of the light.
Right, but how are we measuring that?
Okay, so, well, the cause of it, right, is having a harsh change in the optical density of the refractive index vertically. Okay, that's what's going to cause the light to deviate up or down depending on where the cooler air is or where the higher optical density portion of the medium is, right? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so we don't have the conditions present to cause that change, like that extreme change in the temperature gradient vertically to affect the optical density gradient vertically. Okay, we have uniform water temperature, we have uniform air temperature. Now, if we want to have an inferior mirage or something like that, okay, we'd be looking down and say,
hang on. I'm trying to get you to tell me how we're measuring the gradient.
Okay, so we're doing the best we can. Okay, so we know the water temperature. Let's say we have a still lake, right, on a day with hardly any wind. Okay, we know the water temperature is 40 degrees, the air temperature is 40 degrees. Now, we're also using some weather stations, for example, to take some readings vertically that half a meter off the surface, it's X temperature and pressure. Okay, and then 2 meters height, it's X temperature and pressure, like they did in the arc of the parallel, right? That's pretty much what they did to account for to estimate refraction.
Right, let's look at some numbers. Let's say we have the temperature at 0.5 meter and the temperature at 1.5 meters, right? Just assume we have that data.
Yeah.
Do we have any idea of the variance in thermometers?
What do you mean by the variance in thermometers? Them reading different temperatures.
So the hardware's out. He's a low life, isn't he?
Oh, okay, so well, I mean, I don't know exactly. It depends on which thermometers you would be using. You could use multiple, but it's roughly. I mean, okay, using buoy data, like government weather station data of, say, a buoy to get the water temperature and air temperature. Okay, so they're probably using some decent quality thermometers.
1/10 of a degree?
Yeah, we could use it.
I'm not sure. What's the change?
The point. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's assume it's a tenth of a degree, right?
Mm-hmm.
Over the lapse rate, therefore, if we've got a measurement at 0.5 meter and a measurement at 1.5 meters, so the span is 1 meter. If the variance is a tenth of a degree, we have a margin of error for our lapse rate of 100 degrees.
A margin of error for a lapse rate of 100 degrees Fahrenheit.
Yes. No, Celsius.
What? Celsius.
The lapse rate is degrees Celsius per kilometer.
Okay, so what if we have
Not
okay, so what if we have warmer temperatures down lower and cooler temperatures up higher?
Yeah, then you'll probably have an inferior mirage. Yeah, but we're talking about whether you can forecast refraction with such an absurd margin of error for your lapse rate.
Okay, so if you had some crazy refractive condition taking place, obviously there's going to be some destruction in the distance. We're going to get inferior or superior miraging, and those have
maybe not
obvious. Okay.
That's just this slime ball trying to make it unfalsifiable. That's all.
Mirage. It's obviously when we have a strong deviation of the light, right, into the cooler portion of the medium.
So the inferior mirage is when it changes from upwardly bending light to, either straight light or downwardly bending light. That's a change in the gradient, and it's basically the reverse of that to get a superior mirage.
Right. Yeah. So upward refraction, downward refraction for superior mirage. Okay, and then mild versions of those for looming or sinking.
Looming is just a uniform gradient. So it's a downwardly bending with a uniform gradient.
Right. But okay, so looming and superior mirages, right? So looming is a superior mirage essentially. It falls within the category of a superior mirage. Yeah, it does.
No.
And sinking falls in the category of an inferior mirage. It's just a milder version of that. I heard you butchering this on the debate the other day, by the way.
And a superior mirage, right, involves an upside down image. Right, and that is
not necessarily. Not necessarily. You can have a superior mirage without an upside down image. It doesn't. You can have inverted images with superior mirages. Okay, you can have upside down, or you can not have that as well. I can show you examples of that right now. There are plenty of different forms. You know, a Fata Morgana is also a superior mirage, right?
Yes, but it's more complicated than that. Yes.
Right, it falls under the category of a superior mirage. So does looming. Sinking would be the opposite of looming. Look, dude, I've got American Meteorological Society citations for all of these things that I'm saying right here in front of me. You can post them in the side chat.
What is a mirage?
What? A mirage?
Yeah.
Okay, so a mirage is when you have the deviation. It's basically they all fall under the category of atmospheric refraction.
Right.
Okay, so
does a mirage involve an upside
Here's the
down
definition. It's when the atmosphere acts like a lens, okay, and you have a deviation in the light as it travels through the medium, and it will deviate towards the cooler portion of the medium or the more optical dense portion of the medium. Okay, and then depending on how much it's deviating, you're going to get different miraging effects. Okay, you're going to get superior, inferior, looming, sinking, stooping, towering, and so on, right? Different variations of those, but that's the basic ones right there. Okay, there's the definition of mirage in the side chat. Okay, and it clearly says in that as well that the density variation is primarily dependent upon temperature. Okay, so temperature is what we're measuring.
My definition of a mirage is that it's necessarily an inverted image, whether it be an inferior mirage or a superior mirage. Right? That's not looming. Do you want me to find a definition of mirage? We can have dueling definitions.
Yes. So sorry about that, Ruhif. My wife was just asking me something. Can you just repeat the last sentence again? Apologies.
I mean, I will find a definition of mirage that means necessarily an inverted image, right? And then we just have dueling definitions, which is pointless.
Okay, all right. Well, this is the American Meteorological Society, so this is peer-reviewed. Okay, it's kind of like the go-to glossary on meteorological definitions. Okay, it's
It's basically the best you can get.
Should have said yes. Put it on the bus and let him go and get it.
I mean, we could use Andrew Thomas Young's definitions as well. He's probably the next best source, right? So you don't always have to have an inverted image. I mean, I can show you an image right now, and you want to show me where the inverted image is in this superior mirage, and if this isn't a superior mirage, maybe you can tell me what it is.
Definition thing, right?
Well, not really. This is just showing you. Okay, so what? Oh, that's not a mirage
at all.
That's not a mirage at all. Correct. Why is the ship floating?
Right, because the water is the same color as the water is the same color as the sky.
Oh, really? And why do we have the cutoff right there with the water? Clearly, we have total internal reflection taking place. This is
my favorite.
This is a superior mirage, guys.
It's called the Fresnel effect.
This is called a superior mirage.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
People go ask Andrew Thomas Young if that's a superior mirage. I guarantee he'll say
you go ask him. Yeah, you go ask him.
Sure.
Look, every single. Okay, just type in superior mirage and hit images. You're going to see these exact images. Okay, you can have different. You can have different versions.
This is, so wait, where do you guys think the horizon is? I think it's like in the I think the middle point is below that ship, and there's a Fresnel effect, a huge Fresnel effect happening there.
Right. See the cutoff between the red part of the hull and the black part of the hull. That's you can see the horizon.
Oh, so yeah, I mean, Ruhib, so you think that's the Fresnel effect, right, Ruhib?
I don't know what the Fresnel effect is.
Right, it's because you guys don't account for the Fresnel effect in geodetic survey.
Where we're at, yeah. What I was going to say was, just because you type in superior mirage and images, right? People on the internet can be wrong, and often are wrong.
Yeah, obviously, yeah, and you're a person on the internet, right? And you can be wrong, and often are wrong, especially when you were talking about. Well, you were saying bottom-up obstruction would have to have the mirroring effect, right? You can't have bottom-up obstruction without the mirroring effect being an inferior mirage, where you can absolutely have bottom-up obstruction due to sinking, right? Which is a different type of inferior mirage that doesn't have the TIR involved in it. It doesn't have that mirroring effect, and they have different definitions. They have two separate definitions for those.
What appears in place of the vanishing zone?
The vanishing zone. Look, a horizon is a vanishing zone. What do you mean, a vanishing zone specifically?
I'll show you. One sec.
Because you guys claim a horizon is a byproduct of Earth curvature. I claim that a horizon is what the definition of horizon states, right? It's just an apparent location.
There you go. So that red part, the red part of that thing on the right, there's no path of light to reach the observer. Then what do you see?
Okay, so let's show a real-world demonstration of this without any mirroring effect, and I'll show you what you see. What you see matches the definition of sinking refraction. Okay, something that would normally be visible on the horizon apparently sinks beneath it, and what you're seeing is not physically obstructed, although it may appear to be so. Okay, so I'm going to show you some examples of that right now. Sorry?
This will just remind me that Andrew Thomas Young has been wrong in the past as well.
Oh, okay. I'm sure you've been wrong in the past too. Yeah. Okay, but yeah, so I'm just using him as a hostile witness. That's all. I mean, I don't agree with everything Andrew Thomas Young says either. Okay, so Andrew Thomas Young, yeah. So I can give you multiple definitions. I mean, you could go to any source of sinking refraction. I mean, you don't seem to acknowledge sinking refraction exists. You think it has to be an inferior mirage. You don't think there's a mild version of an inferior mirage doesn't exist? All right, so look, I'm going to bring up an observation now that shows something that you can clearly see across a flat surface. Okay, all of a sudden looks like it disappears over a horizon that becomes apparent once the temperature is changed in the room. Okay, we have cooler air introduced up higher, and then all of a sudden we have a slight amount of upward bending light, which makes the objects kind of look like what we see in the Lake Pontchartrain, but without the mirroring, without the inferior mirage. Okay, and it looks like things are sinking behind the horizon, even though they're not physically obstructed by anything. So I'm just going to pop it in the side chat. And yeah, I'm just grabbing it. Sorry.
What's Ruhip showing? Non-existent, non-real things. Always some cartoon schematics of non-real stuff. That's weird.
Yeah. All right, it's in the
And you think a diagonal line means a triangle is going to be more than 180? I think you're ignorant as fuck. So if I'm on the stairs, right, a stairway, and Bob's on the stairway, and we're both on different stairs, he has a line to him, he has a line to him, and they both draw a line to me, you fucking retard, that's still a triangle. You dumb fuck, and they're both on different levels. You dumb fuck. You fucking retard, Ruhif. You fucking utter retard bitch.
Can someone mute him? I'm doing
I don't have mod.
Fucking retard. I can be on a cliff and Bob can be down on the ground.
Thank you, Demo.
I love you. Straight line. And both of our lines that go to the observer will be straight lines too. That's a triangle, you fucking retard bitch.
He's speeding up because he knows he's going to be muted.
Fucking retard. Retard.
I'd just like to thank our sponsors.
Or you gotta save this for
You hear the last thing
you
you
said?
said?
The end of the stream, so we can get a nice send off for the Globies.
Did you say Ruhif Tard? Did you hear Ruhif Tard? Ruhif Tard's a good nickname.
He spits that fire, dude.
Yeah, Demok's the best.
All right, Ruhif.
Ladies and gentlemen,
it's in the
we got
side chat. Look. So all we're seeing is a small amount of upward deviation of the light. That's all. So it just creates a bit of downward deviation, apparent downward deviation of the objects in the distance. So all of a sudden, it looks like the blocks are now curving, and the red light that you could see in the distance, it disappears behind an apparent horizon, which is just caused by the by them changing the temperature in the room. Okay, they've got in the full video. They show they've got the readings, right? You can see the thermometer in the background. I think they take 4 different height readings. This is only over a small scale as well. So as soon as they introduce the cooler air, okay, we got warmer air down lower, and then slightly cooler air above, and then all of a sudden we get a little bit of upward refraction, which causes a little bit of sinking in the distance. It fits the definition. There's no inferior mirage taking place here. Okay, if just last thing, really quick. Okay, if there was if they were to be able to heat the floor up more than this, or add much cooler air, okay, then you would have that vanishing zone where the light would actually go over the top of the observer's head. Okay, and then you would get that total internal reflection zone, whatever you want to call it, the mirroring in the distance, where you just see a mirrored image of whatever's in the background. Okay, but we don't have that because we don't have enough deviation of the light.
Cool.
I mean, this matches with the mainstream.
I've got the source video, which is a bit better resolution.
Yeah.
For now, I will say it's interesting. Okay, but I'll have to get back to you on it.
No, I appreciate that, man. That's good faith.
Cool. Thank you. So hold me to it.
Cool. Look, I just want to go over. I mean, if you have time, just 5 minutes, go over a different observation. You probably haven't seen this one. It's interesting. I'm just presenting it just to get your opinion on it. I'm not trying to. It's not like a gotcha. I'm not trying to argue or anything like that. But this is a cool one. If you want to see it.
You're about to get wrecked, bro.
Yeah. No, I'm not trying to wreck Ruhif at all.
Wreck my whole day.
I complimented Ruhif when he came in. He just destroyed Nathan Thompson the other day.
Dude, I want to debate Nathan Thompson. And is he a legitimate plotter?
I don't think he is. Skew up.
Did you watch my videos, or he's in my part 2?
Okay. I'm gonna watch them. I've seen a bit of them. I haven't seen the whole things yet.
Yeah, part 2 is just about exposing all the fake flat earthers.
Mm-hmm. All right, here we go. We got a boat, right? This is just a random picture of the boat that's in the observation. It's called the Mandarin Arrow. And here is just the ship tracking, right? Just to show us. In the observation, the guy goes to the shoreline in the morning, 9:30, and he's zooming out at this ship. It's anchored. and it's what is it, 12.4 nautical miles, just over 14 miles away, something like that. Anyway, all right. So in the morning, he zooms in on the ship, and we can only see the top bit of the ship, right? Obviously, most globe earthers would say, okay, well, it's absolutely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. It couldn't possibly be anything other than that. Now, what he does is he keeps zooming in on the ship over the next 3 hours. Okay, so I'm speculating. I don't have the measurements, right, or the data, the weather data, but I'm assuming that in the morning the water was warmer, right? Because obviously water stays at pretty uniform temperature throughout the night and day compared to the air. Okay, and that the air was much cooler than the water in the morning when he went there. And then as the air starts to warm up, as the sun comes out, blah, 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 more and more of the boat starts to become visible. So over the next 3 hours, you can start to see more and more of the boat appear, even though the boat's stationary. Okay, now we have the opposite effect. 3 hours later, we can see the whole boat, right? That's the same boat. Now we see a bit of stooping, maybe a little bit of looming, right? It looks like it's up a bit. It's a little bit hazy. But yeah, look, this is just to show that in the morning it looked like it was hidden behind the horizon, and someone could cherry pick that and then take that and say, look, this is a ship behind the horizon video. Whereas what's happening is more likely what matches the definition of sinking.
Is there a source video for this one?
I've been trying to find the source video. I have this. Oh, damn it.
What is the first picture of?
The first picture is of the top of that boat. If you have a look at the very first picture I posted of the whole boat, you can see those little units on the top of the boat, and then you've got the whole hull underneath it. It's just those little sections popping out above the top of the horizon. And if you have a look at the bottom of it, we can actually see a little bit of an inferior mirage start to sneak in there as well. Like we can see a gap of what looks like sky right where the horizon and the section above the horizon meet. So it's a sign that there's an inferior mirage taking place, but not a full-blown one. And when he zooms out on it, in the image just below it, you can't really see that, right? It's only when he zooms right in on it. But yeah,
I'm looking at that big thing because it got smaller in the second one, and I assume it's not in the photo in the last one. Is that?
Yeah, it's actually squished. It's actually squished.
Yeah.
It's stooping. Yeah.
Okay, I see. I was like, how's that white thing turn into a black thing? No one else is saying anything.
It almost looks like man. It almost looks like a different day and a different image.
I get it.
But it's not. Look, I do have the I'm just gonna go to my server quickly because it's the video is too big for me to upload here. So just a second. I'm just gonna see if I can copy the link to the actual full video. So this isn't the full video. This is just a copy of the. It's like it must be half the video or something because it shows him doing the the transition of the zooming in and out over the 3 hour period and that kind of thing.
That'd be perfect.
1 second.
Yeah, the bow's not in the first image. The first image zoomed in a lot, and the bow's not in frame. The second image, that's the bow in the middle of the photo.
All right, here we go. I should be able to copy it now. All right, copy link. There it is. Yeah, I will track down the original video for this sooner or later. But I do have plenty of other examples similar to this.
How do I download?
All right, just a couple of citations really quickly, just to go along with what I posted.
How do I download it?
Oh,
there we go. No, got it. Done.
Got it? Cool. Yeah. All right, here we go. All right, so yeah, I mean sinking, Oxford reference, a refraction effect in which an object normally visible on the geographical horizon apparently sinks beneath it. And then Andrew Thomas Young, an atmospheric refraction can bend light rays in such that distant objects are displaced vertically, causing parts of these objects to drop below the apparent horizon or become partially obstructed, even though the line of sight is geometrically unobstructed. And then we got Perkins David, atmospheric refraction in geodetic and astronomical observations. Refraction caused by temperature gradients near Earth's surface causes distant land, sea, and urban features to appear distorted or partially visible when they would otherwise be fully visible in the absence of such non-uniform atmospheric conditions. So, I mean, like, this is something that would be needed to take into consideration when someone presents a long-distance observation and something is sinking or something is appearing to be hidden partially behind the horizon, to validate that we don't have this condition. I think it's much more common than what people say, because all it requires is warmer water or a warmer surface of ground, and then a cooler layer of air above it, which seems to happen quite often. Appreciate that, Ruhif. You got an interesting out of you.
Yeah,
appreciate.
I'll look at that today.
Cool. Awesome, bro.
Where is he? Just trying to figure out where he is. One sec.
Yep. Looks like looks like somewhere on the middle of the East
Adelaide,
Coast.
yeah.
Oh, that's Adelaide?
Plain reality. Yeah. Is it plain reality?
Oh, I have no idea. Maybe that'll help me track down the original video.
Yeah, it is too. He's at Grange.
Plain reality?
So it's definitely him. Yeah, definitely plain reality.
Oh, okay. Cool.
Cool.
All right. Thank you, bro.
I'll
try
stick
to
this
find
video
the
out
one.
and have a look at Sky Free today at some point.
Awesome.
Cool. All right. Catch you guys soon. See you.
All right. Have a good one, man.
Later.
Yo, Ruhif, wait, before you leave. Did you leave?
He just messaged me and said he wanted nothing to do with you anymore. Queue up. I'm sorry, dude.
I was coming
Oh,
to
he
talk
said
about refraction.
he actually said he was. He said it was just.
I had
kidding.
my
Never mind.
I had my envy. I had the goat. The goat is here, and he ran.
Oh, you were gonna ask him, Taylor? Dude, that guy gets in and gets out. He's like, all right, later, bye.
Not all the time.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. But yeah, I brought that up because I remember in Ruhif's last debate, he was saying that you can't have bottom-up construction on a flat Earth. Wanted to call him
what's his
out
go
on
with that? Is he just copy pasting from McClown Show?
I think they all sort of feed off each other, and they get their information from, anti-flat Earth sources and things like that. So, I mean, for someone that's been looking into it for so long, how can you not know what sinking is? It shows he's not doing his research properly.
Well, that's like when you were in the recording, you should have said yes, go and get your definition of refraction or looming or whichever one it was, and just to see what he does, just so he doesn't have sitting there making claims. Yes, it would have been about my definition versus your definition, but I wasn't interested in his personal definition, and that's what he runs off, and that's why he just uses that as a gimmick to see if you would pull it up. So yeah, next time he does say, oh, but it's just going to be my definition versus your definition, no worries, mate, I've got nothing but time. Let him go and do it. Let him go and do some research.
Yeah, I didn't do that because I know that there are definitions out there that are conflicting with other definitions, because they really don't know how this stuff works totally. And if you look at different academic sources, they contradict each other all the time. And
they're all over the place. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, they're all
Shit,
over the place. Like I've read some that are all over the place. So I'm sure that there are conflicting definitions, and you can get in. He was right when he said you can get into that definition battle, but my definitions were from like the peer-reviewed
AMS.
Yeah, exactly, and like not just some rando definitions.
Well, I mean, it's confused. If you look at refraction from astronomy, and then you look at it for like surveying, and then you look at it from like, say, the academic literature, and then you look at it, say, in not like geodetic surveying, but like surveying of land. You know what I mean? Geodetic surveying is a little different. It's a different practice. Like typically surveyors don't do both. They can do both, but typically plain surveyors just do that types of surveying. And geodetic surveying is kind of work for like the government. That's just what I've noticed is that like regular surveyors they survey building sites and property boundaries and things like that, and then the people that work for the government they survey geodetic surveying where they're surveying interstate highway systems and that type of nonsense. But even that swath of literature, it should all be uniform what they're saying. And then if we throw in another thing, what's the textbook say? Textbook says something completely different than all of that. They all need to get their story straight if they want to make that. Oh yeah, you don't believe in refraction? Oh, we figured refraction out. Well, you need to tell the people writing these books because they haven't figured it out.
Yep.
Personal
Good
definitions, though, dude. I would have flipped out, bro. What do you mean your definition? I don't want your definition. I want the definition. And then his definition, when you turned out, was wrong anyway because you showed him it was wrong, right? You showed him that mirage.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, he just how arrogant he was being, and how arrogant he was being in the debate that I watched the other day. It's the only reason I jumped in because he was just gloating, calling us fluffs and fluffspective and saying all this bullshit. So
yeah, it's just a bunch of slogans and nonsense, man.
But yeah, the way I approach the refraction argument is just not necessarily that I agree 100% with every single thing that I'm saying, because I know it's a lot more complicated than that, and they don't really know how it works. But what I can do is just use it as a hostile witness. This is what your side says happens on a globe. This is what your side says happens with this and that. And I can back every single thing up with a citation because it's what your side says happens. And they can't really argue against that because it's what their side's saying anyway.
You just made me remember the nonsense McToon said about chromatic aberration in the P1000. He literally just made that up, man. That was just all made up.
No, in Nikon cameras, not the P1000. It was just Nikon cameras. But it's specific lenses on cameras, and there's even a write-up. When I looked at Kalari Vision about getting mine converted over to infrared, there's a write-up in their pages, and they've got it there. For select manufacturers, certain lenses are worse than others.
Yeah, of course. But he was like, well, infrared is better because P1000s are particularly bad with chromatic aberration, and infrared takes care of that. Shut up, bro. Like, just made all that up.
Is he high?
Yeah.
Always.
No, he was.
We figured out how to correct for chromatic aberration like almost 100 years ago.
Well, DJ was bringing up, he was talking about the infrared video that was taken, and McToon had to say something, and that's the nonsense that came out of his face. They were doing what Glovers do. They throw shit against the wall until something sticks, man. That's all it was.
His verbal diarrhea.
Oh my God. Well, you weren't in here, were you, for that audio? Did you just get here, Ray?
I got about half of it.
Oh yeah, his total like meltdown of just
Flat Earth. What the fuck
the
are you doing?
nonsense that he was saying.
What
What was
the
it
fuck
about
is flat
Vislam's
Earth?
calculator or
Why
something?
you?
He was just jibber jabbering, just utter buffoonery.
Okay.
And that's
Shut up.
typical his style.
Why you say
It
flat
was
Earth?
worse than normal. You should clip just that one part of him. He replied to something DJ asked him a question. He freaking bumped himself into a pretzel trying not to answer it. Then when he did answer it, that answer was just nonsensical word salad. Just absolute nonsense, the whole thing.
I was shocked when he just started screaming at me. I couldn't believe that was happening. I was like, what the hell? Does this guy not know how he would be perceived by people? I mean, obviously not by his own followers because they're like him. But by anyone else listening, they'd be like, what the hell? Why does he just start screaming dickhead over and over and over again for no reason at all? It's just some
there was no reason. Like,
yeah,
him saying that you're interrupting him, like saying that you weren't interrupting him at all, like not at all. Like he was just. I mean, I hate this analogy, but he was just he was playing. He basically, at one point, took the right to remain silent for fear he might incriminate himself. Like literally, I'm not going to answer. Just wait till you're done, and then I'll answer. Yeah, because you don't want to incriminate yourself, man. Now the audio on his side, he said it was glitching out. Now, did it seem intentional or was it accidental?
Yeah, I have no idea. But if you watch his stream,
that's what I'm talking about. His stream.
Yeah, everyone's voice. It's like you say half a word and it'll glitch out. It's very, very difficult and frustrating to listen to. So a lot of people won't watch the stream for long enough to even get to that point because of the clipping. It's just clipping constantly.
That sucks, dude.
Yeah. But I've taken his footage.
Dude, he might have. Did you see if he streamed it on X? And see if there's. I'll look right now. I'll look and see if he streamed it on X because there might be a copy up there that it wasn't glitching.
You should have seen his side chat. His side chat was having a freaking frothing at the mouth. Just hundreds of them just freaking out.
I bet. That's what I mean. I wanted his audience to see him get freaking him behaving like that and getting sliced and diced, man. That's what I want. I want his people to see him, man. That's what I want. Like, this is the dude you follow. This fucking lesbian. I'm sorry I call him that, man. I heard another flat earther call him a lesbian. I think freaking, it wasn't Witsit, but it was somebody called him a lesbian in a debate, and I was cracking up.
He does look a bit like a lesbian.
I know he does. That's what's so funny about it.
So what I've done is I've taken his footage so we can see his reactions in perfectly, right? So and then I've taken his video footage, and then I've taken the good quality audio footage, and then I've synced that up in Premiere Pro. It's got it without the clipping. So you can see his reactions. Basically, you can see him melting down and looking worried.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah, it isn't on X. It must not stream on X. Could have swore I've seen this stuff up on X, though.
The amount of clown shows that you've got chasing you that worship him, you've probably just seen a whole heap of shit that they've copied and pasted for you. Oh, but McToon does this, and yeah, that's probably why you've seen a fair bit of it.
I also like that he said when you asked him any evidence I have a lie, and then he had the lie. That's hilarious, dude. And then he's like, I don't remember where. I think it was South America. Yeah, you remember. I did all this stuff and showed him that he was wrong, and then he didn't answer me. Bullshit, I didn't answer you. All right, boys and girls, I'm going to bed.
Yeah,
That was freaking great,
too,
DJ. I had a good time.
Yeah, cheers. Yeah, appreciate it, Indio. Catch you later.
Yeah. Yeah, Augie, Matrix. Anyone else that's here? Relay. Logging off. Till next
Later.
time. Tomorrow. Bye. Well, I'm gonna rub it in. You missed last night in the home server. You're a square. It was fucking awesome.
Wait, what? I'm a square? Who's a square?
Yeah, you're a square, man.
Oh boy, what'd I do?
Anyone that missed last night, they're freaking squares.
Oh,
You guys are
okay, yeah, like
squares, man. You
L7,
guys,
loser.
yeah. You guys went to bed too early because you're squares, man. You should have stayed up a little bit later. Oh shit, man. I love Nano Banana. So, what the fuck is it? Dude, we went over, DJ went over his, he debated McToon.
Yeah, I heard it. McToon got the gradient upside down. Like he was crazy.
Oh, you heard it? Oh my god,
Yeah, he
dude.
got the gradient upside down.
Teacher, can I go bathroom?
Yeah.
Thank
you. Yeah. You can't leave the class, so just go in your pants.
Thank you, teacher. Thank you. I love you so much.
Yeah, so DJ like played it in the live stream, but he like showed the slides that he used while he
Man, I
presented
did
it.
miss that.
Yeah, so it was pretty awesome, man. It was basically like a replay or a rebroadcast. It was great, man. Man, I could hear McToon's voice quivering, man.
Yep.
Sounded like he was about to cry.
It's amazing, right? Like if I were to say the same words that he says, I could not do it with a straight face. Same goes for pretty much everybody that comes in here that's like this. Like if those words left my mouth, I'd feel like I'm lying. I would just feel awful and stupid.
I know the part where DJ asked him the question, he was like basically pleading the Fifth Amendment, the right not to incriminate himself. And he wouldn't answer and said, I'll just talk when you're done. I'm not going to say anything.
Yeah.
And then when he eventually did talk, it was word salad gibberish with his concession sandwiched in between random parts of the sentences he said, dude. It was the most. DJ literally broke his brain, man. Broke his brain. He was so off script that he didn't know how to deal. Look, it's easy to debate when you just have like a bunch of cue card slogans that you're just gonna say at different points when you get cornered. But DJ had him so boxed in, there was just nowhere for him to go without looking even dumber. Like he a couple times, just looked even dumber. Now, the thing I'm disappointed about, I wanted that to be in front of his crew. He did live stream it, but DJ said the audio on McToon's screen is broken up, is just horrible. So you didn't even get the full glory of the McToon's L because like his sycophantic suck ups didn't even hear all of it.
it's quite evident why he never comes by to seek us out and talk to us about these things. We'd just be bad for his viewership. And his viewers are also just as insufferable.
I know, but they won't like McToon has like the fake it till you make it thing. So that works. But eventually, if you get exposed enough or if you keep running into a buzzsaw enough times, it doesn't work. And his viewers will abandon him like a bad freaking haircut.
Yeah, like one of the things he said last night, McToon, was there's no such thing as a vanishing point in reality. That's I was like, what? Yeah. Yep. I mean, he says these things. He just makes stuff up like this. I mean, it's so dishonest. And he also said, well, when I did this formula, I was able to back this into a refraction coefficient K factor of 0.3. And so he's cherry picking variables, cherry picking even methods and formulas, and then says stuff like vanishing lines don't exist in reality. It just, how can anyone in good conscience do these things? And he's certainly smart enough to know better.
No, because he's a propagandist. That's all he is.
It really makes you start to wonder what we're up against. How
I
much of
know
this is
it's
organic?
I know, dude. There's some things that happen, and I really hate the FBI's on all the flat earthers. You know,
right.
I really hate that there's agents or people that are being hired or compensated to do this. But when like I think about dude is saying stuff he knows is dishonest. Okay, he knows that he's intentionally trying to deceive his audience and everybody listening. Now, there's some possibilities. Is it just the ego? Is it the ends justify the means? Or are you a fucking paid goddamn agent, dude? Like, there's only a couple possibilities. Because you can't accidentally do, like, there's certain things that can't be, like Professor Dave in his debate where he does like 800 logical fallacies. In an hour, how do you do that by accident? You know what I mean? Or just being irrational. Like, how can you do that? No, you're intentionally doing that to obscure the truth. There's no way it can be accidental. Then it makes you wonder, why would they want to obscure the truth in the first place? Why is that your goal?
Yeah, and for this topic, I mean, I get it. Like there are ancillary issues connected to this topic that they'd be more worried about than the actual topic at hand. You know, and one of them is the undermining of the credibility of certain institutions and organizations. So I get that. We also know for a fact that there are people that go behind the scenes and put influencers on social media on the take in order to inject certain themes and ideas and steer conversations in different directions.
Yeah, derail conversations. That's what you know how it goes.
Yeah, like, hey, we have so we'll, the meeting could go like, hold on a sec. So like, you could easily understand a situation where one of these influencers like him is contacted. Okay, he says, hey, I represent, so and so. Let's do lunch. And then so they go to lunch and say, hey, how would you like to have an extra, 100,000 followers, and we'll have amongst them subscribers. We can increase your monthly income by about $3,000. The only thing we need from you is here a list of agenda topics and timeline. we need you to be able to push these certain ideas through and be open to messaging. And we'll have somebody craft some ideas and language for you to help integrate into your broadcasts or whatever. And they say, yeah, okay, sounds good. I'll do it.
Yeah, man. I don't know, man. I have to wonder sometimes. I think the debate with DJ was just ego protection, maybe.
I'd rather resolve it at that level before flying off the handle. But it's true. I mean, you should wonder about.
I mean, wouldn't they fire them by now? That's that's the other thing when I think about them being agents, that they're so incompetent that what they're doing is not working. So why wouldn't they be fired by now and then hire more competent people?
I know. Well, here's the thing: like, who's the one determining what the measurements of success are for this? I mean, maybe their measurement of success isn't so much to convince us, but it's to keep convincing their fans and to keep that going, no matter how bad it looks.
This is almost like the liberal tactic where all they got to do is keep the 1% of the progressives rabid, right?
Exactly. Yep.
That's
their
a
job might
possibility.
just be to placate those few people.
The real hardcore people.
Right, because
the ones that tell us to kill ourselves and to drink bleach and not to procreate, and they send freaking autopsy photos in our DMs. Those psychos.
People.
Yeah.
Yep, the unwitting masses, the useful idiots. They're the ones that are affecting the real work. You know, and it does sound kind of conspiratorial until it's not, because you can go read open source information about all this, like from the openly published JTRIG files out of the UK. Online influence operations. You know.
Found out the other day that there's a guy, he's a professor of the university. I don't want to really bring politics into this because of this ongoing Iran thing, but I'll just say this. This guy is an Iranian scholar. And the person asked him, the people in Iran, did they see what President Trump said? He was like, man, there's more TV channels beamed into Iran from the outside than that are in Iran for Iranians. You know what I mean? He's like, we have all sort of Western stuff that are just beaming TV, radio, all sorts of media. Same thing we did during the Soviet Union with the, Radio Free Europe, right? And we just broadcast our propaganda into their sphere of influence. He then said that in not Azerbaijan, what's the one right next to it? Armenia? Yeah. In Armenia, that the Israelis have a 4,000 person, basically a troll farm, to be online in Iranian online communities to push narrative, right? To manipulate political opinion and all this. Obviously, we're doing the same thing. Obviously. Why wouldn't we? It would be stupid not to.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can peruse like open contracts for bidding. NATO contracts for online influence operations, information operations. And they'll describe what they're doing. Hey, we need a vendor who can basically provide millions of SOC accounts and manage them this way in order to, to craft messaging that are politically, favorable. It's insane what's openly available and you can find.
Someone said, I seen this I can't remember right now where I saw it. They said that the U.S. Navy was taking bids to refurbish and restore Sevastopol, which is the Russian naval base on the Black Sea.
That's funny.
The fucking balls on these guys, as they say.
Yeah. I mean, that alone is an information operation. Because they know the other side's watching this stuff. So they project full on confidence.
Yeah, but how can you keep track of all the information that the other side generates? That's what I don't get.
That's a good point.
Right? Like we have stuff that's like in plain sight all the time. Like, oh, weren't you they're saying this stuff right out loud. But it's like, like the Davos stuff. Right? They come out and they say it right out loud, like what they want to do, and they've been saying it for 80 to 100 years, exactly what they want to do. They're not hiding it, like the things that Rockefeller said, like the things that William Casey said, like all the things that Kissinger said. Right? They come right out and they say it, what they want to do and what they think about everybody. But like, who knows what else is out there? What else they've said? That we just don't have the information as far as like the United States basically saying, yeah, we're going to try and take over Sevastopol, and we're taking bids of how we're going to reconstruct it because we plan on destroying it. And plus, we use the empirical system and they use metrics, so we're going to have to resize everything.
Yeah, that is funny.
But what I'm saying is like, there's like before, especially before the internet, right, with the grants.gov or whatever it's called. Before that, like, how did anybody find it? And like, did the Russians have like, I mean, how would they have like the manpower to even go over all the paperwork produced by the United States? And how could we go over theirs? Right? Because they're producing freaking tons and tons of paperwork about what they're doing. Like, how do we, like, I don't even know how you would know. Like, it is too much. With the AI, though, but that's what's scary about the AI is that it can sift through data better than anything else, right? Really, all it is like data processing, data analytics, let's call it that. And it's really good at that. Really good.
Well, I mean, that seems to be the name of the game. And, these contracts for big data have been quite common for 20 years now in Washington. We need a Hadoop developer. We need MongoDB. We need this and that. We need people that can do terabytes and terabytes of rows and columns and do data transformation and flattening and manipulation, building ontologies and databases for databases of ontologies and so on.
Yeah. I remember right after 9/11, I think it was like maybe 2 years after, the government bought basically a giant fucking RAM disk that was like I don't know, I can't remember exactly what it was. It was at least a terabyte. Wait a minute. But this is like in 2000, right? So it was like a terabyte RAM disk. So that basically they wanted to be able to take a large database and be able to load it into memory so that they could read-write access it super fast, right? They didn't have to wait for the disk to spin.
Yeah, right.
And this is kind of like before solid state drives, really. So they were making, and RAM is quicker than the NAND memory, right? So it's about 10 times faster. At least back then. I don't know what it is currently. The current state of that is. But they ordered 2 of these from, I think it was a Florida company. And, back then they were basically duplicating the entire internet that was coming in and out of the United States at a couple of key locations.
Yeah, all that came out.
Well, I mean, the big fucking trailer plugged into L3 communications that didn't used to be there. That was a big fucking clue. That was like right down the street from my house. So there's a block. It's Binney Street in Cambridge, and it's like it's indescript. You know, no one really lives there, but there's a couple huge buildings, and there's like a microwave tower, and it's AT&T. Well, back then it's Verizon. And L3 Communications, which changed their name to Cogent, and then changed their who even knows what their name now. Their internet backbone provider. And Boston is so all the internet that comes through the Northeast terminates in Boston. I don't know where it crosses. It might cross. It might go up to Nova Scotia and cross. Anyway, they were basically any information that came through the Boston L3 building frickin' was just duplicated. They just made a copy of everything. They had their own like little private clone of the internet. Now my initial position on that was, I'll just throw so much information out there that they can't search it. That's the way to stay anonymous, right? Is just
obfuscation security.
Yeah, smoke screen. Just fucking absolute smoke screen. But now with the frickin' LLMs, man, I don't know if that works anymore. Though it might.
Yeah, the scary thing is just almost how good at statistics these engines are. And so they'd be able to quickly correlate data and find what is, separate the wheat from the chaff.
The only way to defeat, I think, is to do multi-level correlation to get to the actual substance, because they haven't been able to because you have stacked correlations, stacked inferences.
Yeah.
So if you have a small probability that inference is wrong, when you have to chain together a bunch of inferences to reach a conclusion, the probability that you're going to be wrong reaches 100%.
Right.
I'm gonna have a black fucking helicopter flying around my house.
I was just thinking that I don't know how far we can go with some of this stuff.
I'm not going any further.
Hey, you know what? I never even thought about that before. Like, they always talk about in quantum computing the probability of being right, but as a psyop, if you could make the probability of someone being wrong 100% of the time, imagine what that would do to somebody's life and ego.
Yeah, AI kind of isn't auto-correcting. Like the way a human being reasons in a chain, we know when we're getting off target where it doesn't.
Right, so the users who trust it are going to create, they're going to be led down primrose paths, making bad decisions, and their bad outputs are going to be used to train AI iteratively. And that's the big problem with like Rock and some of these other databases that they used to train those AIs with. I mean, it's going to affect Google, obviously, too.
Well, I was talking about this last night, and I'll just rehash it because you weren't around. But you'll dig this, is that they did a study released a study a few months back about programmers using AI and programmers not using AI. And they took two groups and they had experienced programmers, like 10 or more years experience working on large coding projects. And so the coders, they interviewed the people, they surveyed them after and said, they looked at the time it took to complete tasks and all that stuff. So they had metrics to their coding efficiency. And then they surveyed them and asked them, about their experience. And the people that coded with AI all thought that, as a group, thought that they were more efficient, that the AI helped them code more efficiently. And it turns out that it does not. That it does not help them code more efficiently. They're actually slightly less efficient. And the code as a whole is harder to maintain than the code that was made by the people without the AI.
Yeah,
So
it makes sense.
the long term, because you have the life cycle of the product, even if, which it isn't the case, but even if you could shorten time in coding, the fact that it's unmaintainable is that you're adding hours down. If you look at the whole project, it actually is not more efficient, way less efficient, because the maintenance time, you have to put more work into maintaining the code. So, but this is what I thought of is the same thing that they used to do in pay monthly fee video game subscriptions, is that Claude and OpenAI and all these companies, they want you to keep using their product. So, but they have to make the experience seem like you're more efficient. So the AI basically, it's good at making the programmer feel like he's more efficient. But when you actually apply objective metrics, they're actually not. They're just tricking themselves, and the AI, because they're interacting with it, is making them think that.
Yeah, that's a good point. So if it's too good or too bad, they're not going to use it.
Exactly. And that's the same with video games, right? Like, especially the coin op games, right? It has to be hard so you can suck all the coins out of them you possibly can. But it can't be too hard that they stop playing.
Yeah, so there's like a Laffer curve in there. There's like that bell-shaped curve, and you want to find the top of it. Where marginal utility, equals like marginal cost or something.
Well, yeah, but the thing is, this is literally what AI is, the methodology that it uses in code, right? The gradient descent and transformers is perfect for fucking optimizing certain correlations, right? So it's going to optimize. They're going to optimize it for your delusion that you're coding faster when you're actually coding slower.
Yeah, I could see that. And on top of that, building in all the dependency on AI to interpret the code that it creates. Because like when you look behind the scenes at what it comes up with to code even simple things, it's stuff that like human beings wouldn't necessarily come up with themselves. They employ all kinds of weird tricks and exploits and sometimes shortcuts, and so it gets so complicated. You're going to almost need an AI to understand how the AI is coding. And what does that mean then for like code security? If you need to make sure the code is secure itself, are you going to trust an AI then with doing security audits of your code, or are you going to trust a human now? Like, where is this going, folks?
What does it mean for certain software, which if it fails, people die?
Exactly. Yep.
Right. Like the heads up display for a fucking airplane, or the fucking or the, I don't know, some freaking controller for some device, right? So I remember the EULA from Microsoft said, do not use for any life-threatening application.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So basically, they're saying, if you use this for that, our code is not good enough for that. Do not use this for that, which is understandable, right? If you're going to use something which, if it fails, someone dies. I had to think. Yeah. What do you think pops into my head? The Apollo AGC?
Oh, it's a good one. It's a good
Shorted out rope memory.
Yeah.
Every time you read it, it blanked it out. Yeah, great. Yeah, how'd you get anywhere? As soon as let's run that. Hey, had the computer read the computer program. Okay, have it read the next program. It's blank.
Yeah. Well, it looks good while we were building it with AI the past year. And that's the thing. Like, there are people, there are examples of this. I hate to say within our community, people have been over reliant on AI to do some of their analytical work and coming up with evidence and proofs and so on. I'm not going to get specific. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And the problem is,
I could fall into that category because I've run the same question. It's the reflection on a 3959 sphere. I've run that through a few different AIs, different versions of AIs, right, as they've supposedly gotten better.
Yeah.
And it's a tough problem. I'm not like, obviously I'm asking the AI because I can't do it, right? So like, I mean, I could do it, but it would be so fucking tedious. I don't have the 20 fucking days that it would take to like do all the calculations because you have to change everything into because you got to see what it looks like, right? So you have to convert everything into homogeneous coordinates. And I mean, if you want an actual simulation, right? Not just like, oh, it looks like that. It's a video game. If you want an actual simulated, right? An actual simulation, that is an arduous task. That's why the AI, like I get like each version of the AI gives me a different freaking answer. But like when I ask through all, like, so I'll ask the question through all the AI current at the time, and they'll kind of like all give me the same answer. But then when they roll out the next versions, then they kind of all give me the same different answer.
Yep, I've noticed that too. I've noticed that. And so the problem is like what happens in the U.S. military, back to the question you were asking, for safety reasons, like heads up displays. They'll use like AI for, I don't know, some advanced war planning and logistical planning measures. And it looks good throughout the whole process, the iterative process they're using it. And then at the end, it delivers them a ball of crap that it can't back out of. And now everybody's has sunk in so much time, effort, and resources that now they've reached a critical juncture where everything stands to fall apart as a consequence of that overdependency. And then the new AI rolls out and says, no, the last AI was wrong for these reasons. It's a new kind of deception warfare, a new kind of problem set that's coming up. If they really use like Claude's instruments to carry out what happened in Iran, then that's frightening as anything, because I could see exactly the same thing happening to them as what happened in these other instances, like with the spherical reflection problem or the celestial theodolite.
Did you see the Astronomy Live and Alan debate? Did you see that?
No. I saw that it came up though. I remember.
I'll only
that.
say this about it. I listened to part of it, and that Astronomy Live is as dishonest as McToon is, even worse. So it was like the debate went like this: presentation is something that had nothing to do with the fucking celestial theodolite. Basically, he said that they did a balloon. They did it like a balloon version of the celestial theodolite, but except there was just the balloon and getting the elevation angle of the balloon. And so that's what he tried to do, is talk about his test, even though Alan, he sandbagged Alan, Alan didn't know anything about it, didn't see any data. And so basically the question was, how come my delta matches the globe and your delta only matches, or like at my, so he basically took the data of the angles and mushed them together, and then starts asking questions about why the data set matches a globe more than a flat earth, dude. It was the most dishonest, not most, but it's up there in the annals of fucking flat earth versus globe earth of dishonesty, is that he obscured Alan's data set with his own data set and then asked why it matches the globe, even though no one saw his data at all.
That's amazing. Right. So that's how you can, so it's like circular reasoning while concealing sources of data. That's crazy. How then do you go after the premise?
Yeah, Alan's like, I'd like to see the data, but this debate's about the celestial theodolite.
Yeah.
That I've been doing for 38 weeks. That right there, I mean, I'm not going to say anything more than that.
Take 40. Yeah, I mean, their original claim has changed so much, but I mean, at the end of the day, what they're producing, I think Dr. Heffron conceptualized it very simply, and that's a ray parallelism to a flat surface. Now you got a whole other set of problems.
Yeah. Could you do interferometry with sunlight?
What kind? What kind
of
interferometry?
Just like because sunlight's noisy, right? So you're gonna have to like filter out everything but one wavelength and then interfere it. Well, you interfere like if you align everything right, you should be able to tell from the phase shift.
Yeah.
Whether
like
the light
distance.
is parallel or not, or
Yeah,
how parallel they are.
Yep, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Maybe you could use like a series of mirrors. The initial alignment's the frickin' problem, man. That's like the actual physical alignment of the mirrors and the lenses and.
But the thing is such a claimed to be such a static mess. I mean, it's throwing off everything in every which manner that you can think and conceive. So how would you do? How would you get? What kind of baseline would you look for to do? To measure a phase shift.
Oh God. Well, you should be able to amplify it, dude. They measure gravitational waves. They say they can measure an interferometry phase shift of a 1,000th of a proton radius, okay? Surely we can measure the non-parallelism of freaking solar rays.
Right out loud. On a similar topic. Yeah. So how about this? How about looking at Starlink? A Starlink train.
Starlink is looking faker and faker, bro. Like
I know.
I seen a video the other day. It literally looked like when the airplane pulls the freaking sign.
I told you guys that's what it is. It's a drone pulling lights.
In many cases, you'll see like one light that is way ahead of the rest of the train with all the other lights behind it.
Correct.
Yep. So what I was thinking of is, listen, this constellation, the configuration itself, if you were to treat it as one object, it's 50 kilometers long on average. It is by their claim a 50-kilometer long object. Now that's testable. So is there a way to look at the front of the train and the back of the train and watch it as it changes its angle to the observer overhead and measure the parallax? And see if like a barbell. Yeah, see where that's going. I don't know how to phrase it properly, but it's basically got a transverse velocity and an orbital rotation and a length of 50 kilometers, at a certain height. This should be testable. Like the observer should be able to see something that corresponds to those specifics.
So do I only get 50 kilometers worth of internet per time?
And it's at 7.5 kilometers per second or something. So this means it should cross the sky in like 4 or 5 minutes or whatever. The ratios may work out, right? The ratios of this distance and that size to this angle. But is it how internally consistent is it? And I seem to think, a 50-kilometer object doing this provides enough where we're not just like looking at one of the objects, which is like the size of a Cessna or something, maybe smaller. We're looking at a stack of them, like 60 of them, supposedly separated by almost a kilometer each. And they function as one unit operating in sync, in unison. It got me thinking about further things. I mean, for them to maintain that orbital configuration over such a distance, 60 kilometers, it means that they must be doing their nadir pointing synchronized, not only to each other, but to their bellies also to the surface of Earth as a globe. So the first item in the train must rotate, and then the second one must rotate, and the third one must rotate, and on. They don't rotate at the same time. So how are they synchronizing all that and track? The whole thing just doesn't make any sense to me. Yeah, it's looking pretty bad. Like you could probably come up with questions that they haven't thought of yet, that they have no answers for. That's how bad this is for them.
That'll fade out soon. Give it a couple more years. They'll say, "Oh, we got a different technology that's even better."
right? And then you look at the geometry of the things, right? Like those lights are supposedly reflecting sunlight. Well, how come from like 350 kilometers or whatever above Kentucky at 11 o'clock at night during the summer that they can be seen?
How can they be seen at midnight using night vision? What light is emitting off of them? Heat? Maybe. Well, no, it wouldn't be heat.
The sun reflected, supposedly.
But aren't they in past the Terminator line at midnight?
Yeah, that's the whole point. The geometry doesn't work out.
Using NVG, I can watch them all night long.
Hey, yeah, so hey, Wild Bill, glad you're here. Indio, is there a way to tell, I don't know through what, like if light, I mean, there's a way to tell if light's being reflected from a source, right? Like how it's polarized, but how would you be
Yeah, it
able
should
to
be polarized.
Yeah. How do you be able to tell if Starlink is reflecting light that's been polarized or not?
Oh, man.
Well, Bill and I were kind of talking
I
about
don't
this
know.
earlier
I mean,
with the moon.
well, I mean, then like, I'd have to look it up, like what the polarization, because sunlight's polarized, and then when it reflects, so you should have the reverse. I don't think it's a 1-to-1 correlation. I'd have to like get the quantum statistics to figure out how much would be polarized. How much would be polarized inversely from what it is? Because then you could buy polarized glasses. So polarized glasses filter out the polarized. Shouldn't they make the fucking Starlink satellites invisible?
Right? I mean, you'd think
Except
too
for the
that
fraction of. Yeah, if you knew, right? If you can find out the ratio of polarization, you could make glasses that would you could get stack a couple filters that would basically make Starlink invisible.
Right. And then this would be able to help test your hypothesis.
Wait. My mind just got blown. So you're telling me that polarized sunglasses, all they do is like dampen the reflective light from other
They
surfaces?
filter out a certain direction of polarization.
We were talking about light chirality last night, Indio. You would have been proud before you came in.
God, you guys are freaking all egghead in here. What the hell?
There's so much more to say regarding that. Like, so Josh says he works on the laser comms. I'm like, okay. I'm wondering now if he knows any. Like, do they send the light through left and right-handed polarization to communicate with the satellites, like they do with the radio? How
Say
much
that again?
So Josh does laser comms for satellites, right? That's like his bailiwick. And so
yeah, bullshit. But anyway,
well, so it got me thinking. Like, they SATCOM is done in some cases using left or right-handed polarized VHF.
Yeah.
And so there are reasons for this because of interference through the ionosphere and all this other crap. And there's also reasons for security. But I'm wondering if they do the same thing by twisting the light beams. Don't they communicate with from the ground using light too?
I've heard of them doing this, but I've never actually verified it. And because I actually kind of
Sidebar topic.
yeah. So I dove into So they said that they were these. You might have heard of these. That they were going to use these adaptive lens telescopes and make these artificial stars that would adjust the lens due to refraction, right?
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, but they've never actually done it yet. It's all
Really?
bullshit.
Okay.
It is all
Really?
bullshit. Yeah, I looked into it.
YouTube
Whether they
videos of them filming
actually,
it.
yeah, whether this is actually in production anywhere. Nope, they're still working on it.
Wow.
They've been talking about this for like 20 years.
Yeah, I thought it was a Jeep. Yeah, oh, we
so
shoot a
did I.
laser out.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what was achieved. That their public relations were fucking good. That was achieved.
In respect to satellites, the other question I have is they claim there's no circumpolar trajectories, but yet I observe I'm at the 45th parallel, and I observe satellites going directly north, sometimes slightly northwest. And, what are they? 45th, so they're like 15 minutes away from the pole. What are they changing trajectory as they approach the pole, or it just doesn't make sense when you actually observe what's going on up there.
I think they claim an inclination that's perfectly north-south is impossible, but they have some that they claim that are like a few degrees off.
Oh, okay. The other question I had, I ran this past Josh before too, as far as how the patterns of satellite movement will condense and then spread out. You guys might have some intel on this, because when I'm watching
Josh,
them,
the same thing. Like, dude, about maybe 3 weeks ago, before you started hanging out here, I asked Josh the same thing. I'm like, look, I've seen Starlink move like an accordion.
mm-hmm.
Lights bunched together and then spread out and bunched together and spread out. And like, what's going on? Like, are the ionic thrusters fighting against drag, and they're trying to, like, what is happening here? He's like, well, how long after deployment was it doing this? I'm like, I don't freaking know. I was watching this from my backyard. He's like, well, after when they're first deployed, they kind of have to find their space. I'm like, okay, but hold on a second. Like, what's causing them to brake and accelerate so quickly? Your own ionic thrusters seem to take like weeks for them to start building up enough velocity, and then it takes weeks for atmospheric drag to slow them down. We're watching the slinky effect go on in real time within the span of a couple minutes.
Yeah. Well, and then, like, in my observation using night vision, um, there's times of the month where, so I'll just look in one direction. Let's say off from Polaris a little bit to the west, is kind of typical. And there's times of the month I'll count, maybe 2 or 3 satellites a minute, and then later in the month upwards of 20 a minute. So if there's this kind of big variance, wouldn't there be some point in time, if they're not coordinated, wouldn't there be some point in time when you just have 50 of them smack into each other?
right, so seems we have a little bit of a broken logic here. Okay, so Nova Elric says, where's your own test? Okay. You're also depending on others. How do you know they are not lying, but NASA is? Well, firstly, because these are actual locations on the Earth that anybody can go to. Right? These are tests that are streamed in real time from the Earth with real people talking in real locations, simultaneously streaming them and showing you the results. Now, you don't have to believe any of these tests because you can just go and do them yourself, right? You can go and replicate any of these, unlike anything from NASA. You can never, ever go and replicate anything from NASA. You are just left relying on blind faith on something that could easily just be faked. In fact, I don't think that you would even be able to tell the difference between CGI and the real thing. But I'd like to see someone fake a laser test that's being live streamed in the real world in real time. What, you think the CGI people? You think it's a CGI laser? Right? But we haven't reached the broken logic yet. Right? So you're asking me about my own tests. Yeah, I've done my own tests to prove it to myself. Because I didn't believe the tests, right? So I went out and tested it myself. But maybe you want me to show you my tests, but then that would just be you breaking your own logic there, wouldn't it? Because then you would just be believing other people's tests, right? So where are your tests? Have you gone out? Have you done your own tests? I don't think you have. I don't think you've done anything. In fact, I think that you probably don't even know anything about the globe that you blindly believe in. I bet you don't even know why it spins. How does it spin? Why does it spin? Has it always been spinning? Why is every planet star? Well, how do you know stars are round, right? Planets also, firstly, stars aren't even meant to be planets, right? But any light from a distance looks like a round light. So you have no idea what shape stars are because any light from a distance just looks like a round light. Just the way our eyes see things. And what evidence do you have that Earth has anything in common with anything that you see out in the sky? We don't think the Earth's a flat planet floating around in a silly space vacuum. That's fantasy, right? That's even dumber than Narnia to think that you can have a ball floating around in a vacuum, a space vacuum covered in air and water, right? That's scientifically retarded, to put it politely. So, yep, there's your challenge. Measurements of Earth curvature, right? You don't have it. Okay. Gas pressure system inside a vacuum chamber. Huh. Good luck with that one. So yeah, Nova Elric. The globe that you believe in is just a concept. It's just a coordinate system conversion. It's not reality. Coordinate systems are not reality. This debate is it's just too easy at this stage, Globers, right? You guys need to up your game. It's not even any competition anymore at this point.
Nova is writing a note. Why would he assume that Mars is flat? That's just so. It's just such a weird assumption. I don't get why you would assume that the lights in the sky are flat. I don't get the correlation there. So weird. Yeah, we use logic. We use logic. All right. Lights. The Earth must be a globe. TT. TT. Surface globe. Mic check. Boom.
Earth is round.
How do you know that?
I checked the curvature. I proved the curvature.
What's your proof?
I checked the curvature. I did analysis. I didn't just do calculations. I did the actual analysis. I went outside and I proved that there's curvature.
How did you do that?
I have a video that I posted on YouTube as like 300,000 views. It's proving the exact curvature. It's proving the horizon. It's proving everything.
Okay. Yeah. What'd you do?
No, I just posted it. You can guys see it. Hold on one sec.
What? No, tell us about it. Talk about it.
Well, I went outside to there's like this mountain here, right? And I did a simple calculation where you can decide where you can decide whether the horizon. And I actually tested it because I also used about I think it's about $60,000 worth of telescope as well. So the good equipment was used, the expensive equipment was used, and a good amount of time was used for this experiment. So you guys can now close this Discord server because I'm gonna send it in the chat so you can guys see it. And if any of you want me to prove anything, I have no issues because I got time, I got money, and I can go outside and do it. Okay,
I wouldn't
so
see that. Just post the link in the side chat.
there you go. Give me 1 second.
Hello?
Hello?
Where's everyone from? Are we waiting for someone?
For me.
We're waiting for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, please share the link.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, Alex, you said that you can have on the horizon. Is that right? Is that correct?
Did I say what?
You say something about the horizon on the globe.
Yeah, I mean, you do need the horizon to determine the curvature.
But the horizon is a straight flat line. It's not curved line. It's not curved. So
I
you can
said
have an
I said
horizon
you
on a
need
globe.
I said you need to calculate it so you can see the curvature. There's horizon in general. I'm not saying it does determine whether or not the Earth is round or flat. It's just one thing in a calculation.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. My question to you is, can you have an horizon on a globe? Yes or no?
Can you have a horizon on a globe?
Yeah, a straight flat
Yes.
line on a globe.
Yes, definitely you can.
But the surface on the globe is curved everywhere. How can a straight line? be next to each other?
I don't understand your question. How the curve? That's hold on.
I said, how can a
Whose noise
straight
is that?
line
Hold on.
and curved line be together on a globe?
Oh, let me just mute this guy. Hold on. Okay. The horizon is not it's not a determinant if the Earth is flat or not. It's just one bite of the calculation. That has nothing to do with the curvature.
Okay, on the globe, can you show me your curved horizon?
Yeah, I'm gonna send this video right now. I just copied it. Hold on 1 second.
So there is a such thing as called a curved horizon. There is a such thing.
Is it the what on the curved line?
On the globe, the horizon is curved, correct? A curved horizon exists. Is that correct?
The curved, I mean, the horizon is a straight
Straight
line.
flat line.
Yeah,
It's not
because
curved.
it's where your eyes are looking towards. So your eyes cannot look towards that, like down, right? If you know what I mean. But that doesn't
I
prove that
don't
the
know what
Earth
you
is.
mean.
That doesn't prove the Earth is flat. It's just
Didn't
a straight line.
you came in here saying that you had proof of
Yeah,
like the
yeah,
globe,
yeah.
the
And
curvature, and
I'm
now
gonna send it in the chat. Hold on.
you just said you didn't have it. It wasn't proving the curvature.
No, I'm saying
So
the horizon doesn't mean that just because it's a straight line doesn't mean that the Earth is flat.
it's
That's
not curving.
yeah,
Just because it's a straight line, it doesn't mean it's not curving. Okay,
yeah.
that
That's
makes
what I meant.
total no sense at all. Sure.
That's fine.
You do
Okay,
realize that, right?
I sent it in the chat, so you guys can see this.
This is not you, man.
I'm the
You
one
said you did it.
who's working in the who's working with him to the experiments. It's on my channel, but I'm the
You're
one
working with
that
them.
used the experiments.
You said you made a video and an observation.
Yeah. I mean, the guy made a video. I'm the one who was actually doing stuff in the
How big
video.
is the globe? How
But
big is
just
the
watch the
globe?
video. I'm not answering your questions, guys. Look at the
All
video
right,
and see
now because
everything.
you don't know. You
Yeah,
don't
I
know
don't know.
your own
That's
model.
why I did the experiment because I don't know. Guys, look at the video.
Right.
Don't be jackasses, and that's it. That's
Yeah,
all I
we're
want to say.
not gonna watch your stupid mockumentary stuff. So
Okay. Well, fuck you. I hope your family dies. Fuck you and everyone
thank
here.
you. Nice.
Fucking bitches,
Good
weirdos.
representing the globe. I love it. I love it when they die. I love it. I love it. Yeah, that's another globe proof meltdown.
Are all of you guys watching the video right now?
No. Are you watching it?
Yeah, I'm watching it actually. And there's a guy in the comments that says that NASA paid the mountains to go smaller.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I just can't watch brain rot stuff.
What do you mean brain rot?
Absolute waste
You
of
have
time.
to look.
I have to look at the evidence, bro. I don't have to look at some dude trying coming in here and making a fool out of me or us. So no, I don't have to. I can just stick to what I can test for myself. I don't need some idiot telling me what the reality is. I have my senses. I can determine that for myself.
Don't you think that the best thing to do is watch the video, then make your judgment? And
You
assuming
know,
that what is going to...
listen, you know how many years I've been in this server or doing this thing, you know, and
Yeah.
how many people have posted this video or similar videos just making up lies and not talking about the actual topic, just trying to discredit people by attacking their character or whatever, you know. So no, I don't need to watch any degenerate stuff trying to uh, what do you call it?
All
Yeah,
right,
drift away from the
I
point.
understand what you... Yeah, I understand. Anyway, I'll go and watch it then. If I see anything that's interesting, then I'll bring it up here so that you can then educate me on it.
I think you should. I think you should, man. It's
All right.
I'm not saying you shouldn't watch it. I'm just saying I'm not gonna watch it because I've seen it before, more than once. I've seen a lot of similar videos, you know, and it, as I said,
Oh, I see.
it doesn't talk about what we're talking about. We're talking about the Earth's surface, something we all can see and go and test if it's curving or not. You know, that's what I'm trying to say. Not that you should ignore something you haven't uh, researched. You know, discredit something without knowing something about it. That's not what I'm advocating. Just want to say that.
All right, I understand, man. But let me just watch it for myself, so that if I have any questions that are in the in the same video, I'll come back here and I'll talk to you guys about it.
Anytime, bro. You're very quiet, Alpha Israel. We can barely hear you. Did you have any question about the Earth, about the topic? All right.
Okay, I'm Alpha Israel. I'm from Kenya and I like being in this class.
Nice to meet you, dude. Ahmed, hello. Phoenix,
Hey everybody.
what's up?
What's up, bro?
So, do you think you live on a globe?
Yeah, bro, it's like that. Where are you from?
Yeah. I'm from Sweden.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Of course.
Why do you think it's a globe?
I'm from Kenya.
What, buddy? Please repeat your question. Pwede siya di control.
I'm asking why you think you live on a globe. What makes you think this?
I am from. Yeah, I am not speak English. Can you please
Hold
repeat
on, yeah. I,
question?
I want to hear Ahmed answer, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, sir. Sorry? Yeah, please, buddy, repeat your question.
Why do you think you live on a globe? Why do you think the Earth is a globe?
Yeah, man, I think I have some hard things to do, some work to do. That's why I live in globe. Does that make a
Could you?
sense?
Yeah, I couldn't really understand. Could you repeat it?
Yeah, I'm a soldier, bro.
You're a
I have,
soldier.
yeah,
All right. Fighting for the army, huh?
yeah, I'm serving army.
Do you fly in airplanes?
Yeah, most of the times we jump from the airplanes and headed towards land.
Then you gotta know it looks flat, right? When you jump out of the airplane, you see the horizon.
Yeah, it's just building castles in the sky. It feels like that.
Yeah, I was just saying, it looks flat, right? From up
Yeah.
there. Kind of hard to tell if you weren't told it was a globe. You wouldn't really believe it, right?
Mm.
Your own experience wouldn't say it's a globe. You don't see the ball. You just see a flat horizon. You don't feel the earth spinning, right?
Yeah, exactly the same way.
All right. I think you should trust your senses. Everybody should.
Yeah. So, what do you do?
What I do? Like a
Yeah,
profession?
yeah, yeah.
Uh, yeah. Right now I'm a chef, actually.
You are a chef.
Yes.
Oh, awesome, exquisite. So, what do you
Hello,
like to cook?
Kamodi. How are you? You were here yesterday. I remember your name. Have you brought any globe proofs? Oh, you're not a flat earther, right? You're a globe earther, Hamudi.
You're from Sweden, Kanjan, right?
Yes, I am from Sweden. And you are from India, Bangladesh?
No, I'm currently based in USA.
Where?
USA,
I don't know where that is. Can't
Saudi
hear.
Arabia.
Oh, all right. Okay. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, sometimes to Pakistan.
All right. Nice.
Okay, man, great to talk you. I've got to go. I have sent you a request. We'll talk later.
See you around, bro. Stay flat.
See you, bro. Nice to talk to you.
You too, man. Hamudi, talk to me, bro. All right.
Assalamu alaikum. Just give me seconds. Seconds,
Right.
please.
He's preparing his glow proofs. Hello, Vixa. Do you have any questions, Vixa? V11. Do you think you live on a globe? Or do you trust your senses, which tell you that the Earth's surface is flat and motionless? Which is it, Vixa? Are you a denier? Phoenix, Skaber. Phoenix, what's up, bro? Do you think you live on a ball?
Hey, yo. What's up, bro?
Hey, how are you, man?
Doing good. And you?
I'm great. Awesome. What do you think about the subject?
Subject?
The room topic. You're here to learn or school us about the globe. Yeah?
I don't know.
All right. Do you think you live on a ball? You think the Earth is a globe?
Think so.
Okay. What why do you think it's a globe? What makes you think it's a globe? From your own experience.
Because we live in this earth. I don't know.
What? Can you speak up a little? Maybe get closer to the mic.
How-
Uh, uh, what in your experience tells you that the Earth is spinning and wobbling around in infinite vacuum?
Sorry, my English is so terrible.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna try to. What makes, from your experience, what you see and feel, what what do you think of when I say flat Earth? What makes you think that the Earth is a globe? You understand?
What does it mean, a globe?
You know, they say the world is like a ball in space and it's spinning, right? Maybe it's just a language barrier there. Yeah, you just probably listen and talk to somebody else. And there is nobody else. Hey, over defensive.
Scared by.
See you around, bro. Yeah, sometimes there's nothing to work with. Hamudi, I see you typing in the chat. Did you bring the glow proofs? Hamudi. How do I pronounce your name? Hamudi or Hamudi? Hamudi. Hamudi.
Yo, hello.
We're all waiting for the
Hello.
glow proofs, man. Hello.
Yep.
So, what's your proof of you living on a globe?
Actually, I did bought some things on Sachet, like the boards between Russia and USA. So I didn't get any response from Flat Earth. You can read the Sachet.
Explain to me how two land masses being a specific distance apart proves a sphere.
Oh my god.
I've seen a lot of dumb claims, but that one's way up there for me.
He's back. Hello, Hamoudi. Did you find your glow proof?
Yep, I have back with something new. I don't know how to say it, but why if we fly or sail from a certain point and we come back to the same point, how can that happen if the Earth was flat?
Okay, so, right, like, picture this in your head. Let's say you had a big lake, okay, and then there were islands in the lake. Let's make the lake really big, and we're going to call those islands continents, like Africa and Australia and that kind of thing. And then we're going to sail or fly around the lake and come back to where we started again. Doesn't require the lake to be a ball.
Yes, what is the answer?
You just answered it. East and west are circles. You could go east or west around in a circle and come back to where you started again. You could go around your town and come back to the where you started again. You could go and walk around your house right now. It doesn't require your house to be a ball, just to go around something and come back to where you started.
Yes, but if I sail or fly straight,
Nobody's ever
can I
done
reach?
that. Nobody's ever done that. That's just like a hypothetical, right? Like if you on a basketball or something and you follow one of the straight lines and come back to where you started again. Yeah, that's only going to work on a ball. But no one's ever done that. It's not even possible to do that.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. So people have done east to west circumnavigations. That works fine on a globe or on a flat Earth because east and west are circles around a north point. But nobody's ever done a north to south circumnavigation, which would only work on a globe. That wouldn't work on a flat Earth.
You know what? I just believe because the majority of people believe. That's it.
Exactly,
be
and the
honest.
majority of people believe because other people believe. So it's kind of like a chain reaction. Most people believe that this is the funny thing, right? Like most people that believe the Earth's a globe don't like they never studied it. They never really questioned it. They don't really know that much about it usually, right? Like the basics. They just believe it because they never got taught anything else, and it's just become an ingrained belief system ever since they were 5 years old. And then it gets reinforced in the education system and reinforced in the movies and things like that. And, it's purely based on belief and, trust and faith and that kind of thing rather than, actually going out and testing it or anything like that or learning about it or looking into the origins of how they worked it out. So, most of the general public are just blind believers, so that's why most people believe in it. Doesn't mean they know that it's a globe, just means they believe it's a globe because, they only got presented one argument, one worldview. And we all experience the Earth flat. Even if you believe it's a globe, you still, experience the Earth as flat and stationary. We just get told that it's not what it seems. And they've essentially managed to replace people's common sense with nonsense and got away with it.
And I don't even think most people are lying when they teach you that it's a globe. You know, I think they genuinely believe it's a globe. I don't think it's a big grand conspiracy. I think it's kind of a tradition, even at this point, to teach the mathematical concept of the globe, the heliocentric model, to the to the masses. And where's the evidence that it's actually a globe in reality? Nowhere to be found. I mean, it's as simple as this. If it's a globe and gravity exists, that means that gravity is pulling everything towards the center of mass. And that means we can just calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over a certain distance. And then we can just test for it. While you might not see the water curving, right, you'll see things becoming hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. And it's actually much more curvature than what most people think, right? Just any 10-mile body of water anywhere on the Earth. 10 miles is about 16 kilometers. So any body of water that size must have about 20 meters or 66 feet of curvature over it. If it's not there, it debunks the entire heliocentric model, the entire thing. Because it's impossible. It is completely impossible, right, to not have that 66 feet of curvature over a 10-mile body of water anywhere on the globe. Lake, ocean, sea, anything. Salt flats. It's impossible not to have that 66 feet of curvature. It has to be there because of gravity, because of the way that they tell us gravity is a constant, right? It's pulling everything towards the center. You know, while some locations it might vary a little bit, right? It might be 66.65 feet. And then in another location, it might be 66.62 feet because of the latitude or because of the elevation, you know, because they say it's not quite a perfect sphere, but it's almost perfect, right? So it's still approximately 66 feet of curvature over any 10-mile distance over the surface of water, that is. And it's not there ever. Every time we check it, it's just not there. And there's no evidence that it exists. It's only exists on paper and in people's minds, in their imaginations. Pretty amazing accomplishment to be able to replace people's common sense with nonsense. So it's interesting, that's for sure. For example, right here is a test in the side chat. Okay, obviously this is just a screenshot from the test. But the bottom of these windmills, okay, these are those big windmill farms you see out in the ocean sometimes. So this is a particular windmill farm called Rampion Windmill Farm. And the entire bottom sections of those windmills should be completely hidden behind the horizon. The little boat that you can see off in the distance, right? We tracked it. It's 22 kilometers out in the ocean. Should be completely hidden behind the curvature, right? Hidden behind the horizon. But the horizon that it should be hidden behind is beyond it. We can see the water keeps going beyond the windmills. The maximum distance you should be able to physically have unobstructed water at that distance is 2.3 miles because the camera is just 1 meter high, right? So that's 3.4 kilometers. That's where the horizon should be. All of the water beyond that should be hidden. And the bottom 50 feet of the windmill should be hidden. 50 feet is like a 5-story building. So there should be a 5-story building worth of windmill hidden behind the horizon. And it has to be physically hidden if the Earth's a globe. But look, here's 2 different observations on 2 different days. And he has more. And we don't see that curvature. It's just not there, ever. And for this to work on a globe, the radius of the globe would have to be hundreds of thousands of miles, right? Rather than, 3,000, 4,000 miles like they tell us. Would have to be hundreds and hundreds of thousands of miles.
So every time we go out and test for the curvature, it's just not there. We have laser tests that have been done over land where they're shooting the laser 36 miles and hitting the target. 700 to 800 foot of curvature just missing. And look, no one has to believe us. Don't believe us. Just, you can go and test any of these things, right? No faith is required. Don't believe us. Look at the videos. Analyze them. Try to debunk them. If you want, you can go and check. You can go and do your own testing. You can do it very cheaply, or you could do it very expensive. You could use mirrors to do mirror flashes on a budget, right? You could get high zoom cameras, $400 or $500. You could get high powered lasers, you know, for like $150 to $1,000. All sorts of different ways. You can even just get binoculars and go and start making observations over large bodies of water. Find something that you know the distance to. Say, okay, I know that this lighthouse is 10 miles away. How much of the lighthouse should be hidden? And you'll notice that, oh wow, none of the lighthouse is hidden. But half the lighthouse should be missing behind the curvature, and it's not.
Alright, why some people have a stereotype against the flat earthers?
You know, because some people are very invested emotionally and mentally in the globe. You know, it's kind of, it's a little, it can be a little bit like a religion in a way, because it's like a deeply ingrained belief system. And also a lot of people hate flat earthers because they just think they're dumb, because they've been fed propaganda about flat earth. And they think that flat earthers claim things that flat earthers don't even claim. They think that flat earthers think that the earth is like a disc floating around in space. We don't claim that. Or they think flat earthers claim that the government lies about everything and blah, blah, blah. And like, it's a big conspiracy and how could everyone be in on it? We're not claiming this. We're not claiming that the earth is a flat disk floating around in the heliocentric model. We're not claiming that there's this big grand conspiracy that all of the scientists and pilots must be in on. In fact, there's countless amounts of pilots that are flat earthers. Military pilots, commercial pilots, aerospace industry workers, all sorts of people, right? There's many interviews, hours and hours worth of interviews with these people explaining how they treat the earth as flat and stationary when they design planes, when they fly planes. And the test that I put in the side chat there, that was done by a scientist that was trying to debunk flat earth, Dr. John D., who's now a flat earther. And he didn't want to be, but he went out and he couldn't find the curvature. And he's been testing it for years in a very scientific manner, so to speak. It's not necessarily a science question, right? It's more of a geometry mathematics question, but he is a qualified scientist and expert in optics. So he's taken a bunch of his laboratory equipment out and performed different tests and been unable to find the curvature of the earth himself. And he challenges anyone to go out with him or to go out and repeat his tests and debunk it. And he says, you'll see for yourself that the curvature isn't there. So yeah, most people don't like flat earthers because they don't know anything about flat earth. They don't know anything about the globe either. But flat earthers have studied the globe. Because if you want to debate something, if you want to debunk something, you need to know all about it. So the first thing flat earthers usually do is realize how little they actually knew about the globe growing up. They teach you a little bit at school. And then most people forget that because it's a few classes, you know. And most people don't know the size. They don't know the rate of rotation. They don't know the drop rate for the curvature. They don't know how fast it spins. Half the people don't even know which way it spins or why it spins or anything like that. You know, so I mean, you get a group, right? Let's say you've got a group of 1,000,000 flat earthers, random flat earthers, right? There's hundreds of millions of them, right? Let's say you've got 1,000,000 flat earthers, just random flat earthers. And then you've got 1,000,000 globe earthers. Okay. The flat earthers, I guarantee, know 1,000 times more about the globe than the 1,000,000 globe earthers, right? They know so much more. They'll all be able to tell you the radius and the rate of drop and the rotation speeds and, you know, the angle of tilt and all of these different basic questions about the globe. So the people, right, the 1,000,000 people that know so much more about the globe all don't believe in the globe, right? And then the millions of people that believe in the globe, they don't know anything about the globe. It's just a belief. They just believe it because that's what they got told. They've seen some pictures from NASA, which they think are photographs of the Earth from space. They hear about it on the news. They see the movies. They hear the word scientists, and they see a picture of a globe, and that's all it takes. So they see the word scientific or scientist, they'll see a guy in a white lab coat, and then they'll put a picture of a globe, and they're like, ooh, magic science guy. He's probably checked, and he knows all about the globe. They all think that there's this magic science guy that went out and tested and knows that it's a globe. But we talk to these magic science guys all the time, and they don't have any empirical evidence. They're just very good at memorizing the books that they get taught at university. And they're like, all right, well, I got taught this and I got taught that, and I'm able to parrot the information. That doesn't make the Earth a globe, right? Have you ever tested it? Have you ever gone out and checked? And the answer is no, they haven't. We're still trying to find this magic science guy that's gone out and can counter our hundreds, if not thousands, of tests that empirically show there's no curvature. But he just never seems to arrive. He doesn't come. We talk to physicists, we talk to mathematicians, we talk to satellite engineers, and we get disappointed when they aren't able to back any of their claims up with any empirical evidence.
Are you a researcher?
Yeah.
Do you work for an institution?
Do I work for an institution? No, I'm self-employed.
Okay.
It's so funny. Like you just look at this and be like, "Oh, they're all scuba divers, bruh."
If you look at the NASA footage of them training, right, quote unquote, training we can see in the training footage that there's these guys wearing black wetsuits with scuba tanks and cameras. And yeah, that looks exactly like what we're seeing in that
Definitely,
image you
yeah,
just posted.
yeah, it's ridiculous.
It's like I'll post some footage of them in the training pools, right? And you can see these guys in the black wetsuits floating around, filming everything.
What's crazy is this was taken from like a spacewalk. So there you go. There's the legitimacy of their spacewalks. Got scuba divers in their helmet reflections. The store, I made it up.
Puta. Date na outra.
So on the globe, what are you saying now is we live in biggest lake, right?
Well, that's the way I like to think about the known surface area of the Earth that we live in. Yeah, it's it behaves just like a lake, like a big lake, and the islands in the lake, you can call them continents. Hi, you're hot miking. Hi. He. Hot mic.
So why
Don't.
the entire world just have obsession with the round shape?
Because that's what they get taught. Hi, I'm going to put you on mute. Let me know in the side chat when you have control of your microphone. Most people just believe in the bullshit because that's what they got taught when they were growing up. That's the only reason. There's no other reason.
By the way, I am muted.
So hi, if you're listening, you are hot miking. If you want to be unmuted, message me in the side chat.
Hey DJ, real quick, the we have image perms back in chat, but reactions are still toast. We can't do that.
Really?
It's still no reactions.
It's supposed to be fixed. Let me see if I can actually. I think I can go into the
hold up.
settings.
Why did it just come up now?
Oh, it's working now?
Well, yeah, I literally just tried and it wasn't working, and then I came back and tried again after I told you it wasn't working, and now it's working, and it wasn't working last night. So I don't know what's going on, dude.
Well, it should be fixed. I got the tech guy to fix it, so he said it's all fixed now. So you should be able to like stream your screen. You should be able to post pictures and add reactions.
Yeah, yesterday I could do pictures, I just couldn't do reactions, and I just tried again and it wasn't working, and then all of a sudden it started working after I said something. Maybe I spoke it into existence.
I think
for
you
myself.
did.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was like
I'm a wizard.
Yeah,
I have powers of correcting online forums.
Seems to be the case.
Yeah. Telepathic IT. It's what I do.
You see that? That's what the Glovers use. False cause fallacy. Assumes that because two things occurred together, one must have caused the other.
There's lots of pool stuff in the side chat, L.
National Aquarium of Synchronized Amphibians. Holy crap.
That's pretty funny. I've never even looked at half of these.
This is actually so funny.
Space bubbles. I got tons of footage of space bubbles.
Oh yeah, dude, they made a whole music video on that. Like on the bubbles in space. It's hella funny too. Let me find the video. You're gonna laugh.
Dude, he's got like a fucking bubble machine over there on the left. What the hell is that?
Yeah.
Yo, DJ.
Nick Ross, what's up, brother?
What's up, brother? How are you?
Good.
Nice. Yesterday I had a super
I
funny
found it,
question.
bruh. Oh, you gotta play this song, bro.
So
What's that, Nick Ross?
yesterday I had a funny question in my mind. So I wanted to just elaborate it and fascinate just to be able to put it as I had it in my mind. So the question is, do we wait the same during the day as during the night? Is the case if we wait the same, if things wait the same during the day compared to during the night, why would it be like that? If the sun's gravitational field can is extended to farther than the last planet that is attracted by that gravitational field toward the sun, making it go in an orbit around the sun, stopping it from flying away from the sun. So if that gravitational field is that strong, why during the night when the sun is in the other side pulling us with the pull of the earth, why wouldn't we wait more? So much more during the night compared to during the day, because during the day, the sun will pull us towards it, and it will just, like we would say, cancel the pull of the earth, because we are in between.
Yeah. Man, that's even why they say that that we can have high tides on one side of the earth while high tides on the other side of the earth at the same time, because the sun like pulls the earth away from the water or some bullshit like that.
Exactly.
Right, so,
and the gravitational field from the sun is that strong. Why things wait the same during the day as during the night? It's just stupid.
It is, yeah.
I was laughing at myself thinking like that yesterday.
Yeah. It's the globe's crazy, and people have been convinced that it's not crazy, that it's normal, and that flat Earth is a crazy idea. But they think they live on this like really insane space ball.
In both claims of gravity and both unbased theories of gravity, the force. Gravitational force, or like Newton's theory or Einstein's theory, it would be the same. You will, if you use Einstein's theory, if during the night you and the sun and the earth are in line, you are in the other side pulled by the sun and the earth at the same time, so you'll fall in that warping of space-time toward the earth more, because you are in that path, that curving path, because of that warping of space-time, because the sun is exerting that force to bend the space and time, and it would fall in that direction, like the free fall that makes the earth go in that orbit. And if you use the force, it's the same thing. You would have to have so much more weight on things during the night, that just takes out entirely gravity.
Yeah. Yep. It's nonsense.
So, you know that moment when an addicted person, someone who's addicted to gambling, you know that moment when he talks to himself before gambling, he talks to himself that he will stop doing that, he will control himself. And when he starts gambling, it's just like his mind is transferred to someone else who is controlling the body and keeps gambling till he loses everything. And at the end, the other person come back and start having those remorse and start saying why I did that, why. So for me, the Glovers who are just, when they are confronted by flat earth claim, they just have that transfer of personality, that person that can't use its brain to think wisely about things and think critically about things. They stop doing that. They just want to defend the globe.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's like kind of like a mental disorder in a way.
Yo, did you see the picture I found? Guys, it's a real moon rock, guys. It's a real one. Not none of those fake ones.
Check it in a second. I'm just enhancing the other guy's meme.
Is that sea and the cross on that rock? The cross and the sea, are they on the photo, from the photo, or on the rock? It's just part of the image, or is it in the rock itself?
You can zoom in on it, and you can see that it has the C and the little cross on it.
Yeah, it's blurred a little bit, but you can see it. Yeah.
Yeah, they messed up with a lot of stuff. This is just one of those things that they messed up on.
Hello.
Hello. Hello there.
Hello, sir.
Hi. How are you?
Can I asking?
Where are you from?
I'm from Indonesia.
Oh, excellent. Very nice. Tropical country.
I'm from Bali. Is
Oh,
this for
Bali.
study?
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Found it.
Nice. All right. So it turns out that the moon rock that they said they brought back from the moon was tested by the Dutch National Museum, who said that it's one of its prized possessions, which was a moon rock gifted to them by NASA. It's just a piece of petrified wood.
Oh, it's so good. They really were like, "The fuck is this?"
I mean, they're such fools and hobgoblins. They couldn't even get an actual rock. That's how you know they're really fucking good.
Wood. It's wood, bro.
Like, dude, I want a moon rock, and
Oh
you
wait,
gave
there's
me.
more. You thought this one was bad? I gotta find the one about the dinosaur bones.
So they had these dinosaur bones, right? Not dinosaur. They said they had these mammoth bones, baby mammoth bones, and they've been stored in the museum for years. And then finally they tested them after years of people thinking they had these mammoth bones, right? Paleontologists had told them they're mammoth bones, and then they tested them and they just turned out to be whale bones just recently. So these idiots have no fucking idea at all what they're talking about.
Yeah.
When it comes to
Yeah,
dinosaur bones and
yeah, anti-globist.
So-
What do you think about evolution theory? In your opinion?
I think it's ridiculous, personally.
So how could the human appear and the other creatures?
I have no idea. I don't think they
Really?
evolved from rocks, though. Well, they were here when I got here, right? So I don't know. I didn't test. There's no way to test that.
What actually you believe in?
What do I believe?
Are you really?
Well, it doesn't matter what I believe, right? Because belief is, it's like because you don't know, right? So you have to believe. But what I do know is that when we test the surface of the Earth, it's not a globe. So I know that it's not a globe. I don't need to believe because we can measure it. I believe that we're probably some kind of creation. I don't know how, when, why, who. I don't know any of that, but that's just a belief, right? I can't prove it.
I mean the religion.
I'm not religious. I don't subscribe to any mainstream religions, although I would lean toward there being a creator of some kind based off of logic. Creations generally require a creator of some kind. So yeah, I don't know though. I'm not sure. It's like asking me what the meaning of life is. I don't know.
You just know it's that.
Yeah, we just know that I know what we can test empirically. These are things that we can know, right? I know that I'm 6 foot tall, right? I know that, I could measure my desk. I can know that it's a certain length. If you check things, you can measure it. I know that under standard atmospheric pressure, water will boil at 100 degrees Celsius. All of these things that we can test, we can put through the scientific method, or we can just measure. These are things we can know. And then there's other things that require assumptions, like what is a star? Like what are these little lights we see up in the sky that people call stars? Okay, we don't know that. That's a belief type of thing. If someone wants to tell you that they know what a star is, then that's a belief. based on assumptions.
I'm surprised when you told me that evolution is ridiculous.
Hey guys, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. Yeah, I think evolution's ridiculous. But you know, I think that there's evolution within creation. I think that polar bears are white because you know you can end different types of dogs, and you know platypus used to have some sort of teeth or something like that. Like animals can change over time to adapt to their environment, but I don't think a rock is going to become a human anytime soon. I don't think monkeys are always going to be monkeys. Chimps are always going to be chimps. Dogs are always going to be dogs, and frogs are always going to be frogs.
If you read in the side chat now, someone just told me that he thinks that it looks like a monkey. I told him that I look like humans. I'm a human. I look like them. I don't look like a monkey. I can distinguish between a monkey and a human. I see this one, I can name it, identify it as a monkey. And I can see the other one, I can distinguish it from the first one. I can know and identify what it is that's a human. The guy said that he looks like monkeys, meaning that you can distinguish between him and a monkey. That's so stupid. Those people, they have some jelly shit inside their skull, but I don't know if it does work properly. It's called a brain.
Yeah,
No, if they
exactly.
use it properly, I swear they wouldn't say that. Everything has its identity.
Yeah,
Because
everything. So some things can look similar to other things. It doesn't mean that they're the same thing. But they don't look the same for the most part, anyway. %90 similar genetic. Yeah, aren't we like 80% similar in genes to a banana as well, or something like that?
That's wrong. You look like more if you consider what you just said. If you consider the percentage that she just gave, I can transfer organs from a pig to a human. I can't do that with a monkey. Meaning that, yeah, the percentage of similarity between human genetic and a pig are more. So you look like a pig, brother. I think you are a pig. I don't know if he's in the please can hear us. He can hear us. Yeah. You look like a pig. More than you look like a monkey. There's not much similarity. Percentage is much lower than the similarity between you and a pig. Yeah, pig helps you a lot. Yeah, or transferring organs because you are so similar to pigs. Pigs, so you can survive with pig liver.
Guys, can I make a request?
Mm-hmm.
I need someone alone to talk to. I'm a new trainee. Is this possible or no?
You want to talk to someone alone about flat Earth or what?
In public.
In public? What do you mean?
Yeah. I
don't know what
mean,
you mean.
You know?
Mm-mm.
Once I mean.
Oh, physics guy, AI slop detected. It's like, dear ChatGPT, write me a question to stump the flat earthers. Well, don't worry, physics guy. We can destroy ChatGPT. We can destroy ChatGPT in debates. Any AI, actually.
Look at
If a
the
flat earther
the
has
video
good...
I sent.
If Earth were flat and just spinning vertically, what the hell? I think the Earth
I said
spins.
prove it.
All right, you'd still have to explain why we see different stars. Oh, yeah, well, you see different lights in the sky when you're standing in different places. It's very simple. Can't see forever. Why ships disappear hull first? They don't. Yeah, you've probably never seen that happen. And if it does rarely happen, it's probably because of the waves, or it's because of a refraction effect, like sinking refraction. So, we can just replicate that on a flat floor as well. Make it look like something disappears from the bottom. So that's an easy one to debunk. Horizon. Disappear over the horizon. Yeah, horizon's just an apparent location where the sky and the ground meets. That's what the official definition says it is. That's what we claim it is. Things go into the horizon, not over the horizon. The horizon isn't something that you can go over the top of. Sunrise and sunset. No, the sun goes into the horizon. It actually disappears above the horizon if you zoom into a sunset. The only time it looks like it disappears behind the horizon is if you have something blocking the horizon, like a mountain or something like that. Find me one footage of one sunset over the ocean where there's no waves, right? Just zooming in on a sunset over the ocean where the sun disappears behind the horizon. You won't find it. It squishes into the horizon. The bottom of the sun starts to squish as it goes into the vanishing point, right? And then it gets smaller and it turns into like a little rugby ball shape, right? And it gets smaller and it just fades away above the horizon. This is what happens on a normal sunset. Prove me wrong.
Yeah, true. The horizon is not physical. The only moment where the sun can be obstructed is when it gets behind something physical, like you said, mountains, buildings, a range of buildings in distance that obstruct the sun. So that's the only moment where the sun gets obstructed. Other than that, when the sun is an open surface, like a surface of the water in the ocean, it's not an obstruction.
Yep.
It's optical.
Optical, yep. All right, let's see what else we got here. All right, a spinning flat disk, Earth. Okay, we don't think that the Earth is a spinning flat disk or a flat disk that's not spinning. We don't think it's a flat disk at all. What else you got here? right? We went over the boats already. We went over the sunrise and sunset. Spinning flat disk. Okay, we don't claim that. What else you got? Okay, yeah. So yeah, everything that you wrote, physics guy, is it's just been addressed, and it's based on a lack of understanding of what flat earthers actually claim. But at least you didn't. It's not AI slop. I take that back. It's worse. It's worse than AI slop. It's
worse than
it's
AI
human
slop.
slop.
Holy crap. That's actually funny.
Okay, physics guy has written something else. Sure. Start with something you can actually observe during a lunar eclipse. Well, lunar eclipses contradict the globe explanation because sometimes we see the sun and the moon above the eclipse during the eclipse. Sometimes the shadow's upside down on the moon, which doesn't work. If you have a convex horizon, you should have a convex shadow. Sometimes it's concave. That debunks that. And also you can't cast a shadow from a sphere to another sphere and have it look like a uniform shadow like we see during an eclipse. In fact, a flat surface casts a shadow just like we see on the on another ball, right? Flat surface casts a shadow kind of like we see in the eclipse. Not claiming that's what it is, but the globe eclipse argument is a pretty weak one. It's based on assumptions, and we debunked it when we tested the surface of the water. Okay, what else you got here? Earth casts a consistently curved shadow. Yeah, or globes don't cast shadows on other globes. Test it out. Ships moving away over the horizon, right? You already wrote that in your first one, right? We already covered that. Find us one test. Find us one test where a ship disappears bottom up and the curvature is the cause. Find one where that's being validated. Doesn't exist.
Lenelian eclipses entirely debunks the fact that it is the Earth's shadow. Oh, good luck looking for the source of the shadow if you claim it is a shadow.
Exactly. All right, what else has he got here? We got this is just basically written all the same things in the last paragraphs in another, just reworded them. Okay, so yeah, we see different things in the night sky in different places. That works perfectly on a flat Earth, and that's what we would expect to see. And flat Earth spinning vertically model. Nobody claims a flat Earth spinning vertically model. That's ridiculous. No one claimed that. What experiment would your model predict that differs from a globe? Yeah, so the surface of water doesn't curve, and water needs a container, and gas pressure needs a container. You can't have a gas pressure system inside a vacuum without a container. Yeah, so all of those things. Cool. So physics guy also says real footage isn't the only form of evidence. Real footage, you would have to confirm something's real footage to call it real footage. Okay, science doesn't require me to personally film the Earth from space. Oh, okay, right. So you're never going to go to space. In fact, natural law says you can't have a vacuum of space in the first place. Right, so yeah, you can't check on anything that you get shown from space agencies or so-called. Hey, we have repeatable observations, ship disappearing whole first. Show one where you've accounted for the variables and it confirms that it's being hidden behind the Earth curvature. And you're just rewriting the same things in every single message. Earth's shadow during an eclipse. Well, it's upside down. The shadow's upside down. So that's a ridiculous argument for the 10th time. All right, weak source.
Dude, let's see he's gonna respond to this, bro. If he even knows what that is.
Excuse me. I need a chance to express myself.
Isn't that a straw man too? Because he's saying that in science it doesn't personally require him to have video evidence. That's a straw man.
Yeah, science doesn't require me to personally film the Earth from space. What does that have to do with science? You think photos are science or something?
Yeah, this guy is, I don't know what he's on.
He's high on pseudophysics or something.
Bro, he at least stated a scientism fallacy, claiming that, and then on top of that, bro's straw manning his argument. Like, what the fuck?
All right, Mr. Physics guy, he's got to join the VC
to
be able to partake in the side chat.
Bro's partaking in that meth right now.
Yeah, answered all your questions.
Bro said watch a lunar eclipse.
Ask him to explain the shadow on a selenium eclipse. Just ask him to explain the shadow. I won't find the explanation because all explanation that you will find about the selenium eclipse, because those people, they know that people will not try to verify. So they talk about the position of the sun and the moon above the horizon, both being visible above the horizon, and they claim that it is because of refraction. They are not where they appear to be, in line with the Earth, but because of refraction, you see them like that. So, but they never explain to them why the shadow is upside down.
Bro got tech muted.
Anytime you talk to them about the selenium eclipse, they will rush to post those memes and articles about the position of the moon and the sun being visible above the horizon. And they take that as a given and they shut up. They don't question further because the main question is that shadow that is upside down. It's not upside down like an image, but it's coming from the top to the bottom. Unlike a normal eclipse where the shadow, you will see it rising on that moon, covering it from bottom to the top. You won't be able to claim anything about refraction because we are just talking about the shadow, the absence of light.
What is going on? Hello, guys. Hello.
Hello, brother.
What
Nothing
is going on?
important. We were just waiting
Michael,
for someone to give us a tangible, verifiable proof that the Earth is a ball, not something that should require blind belief. So still till this moment, we're just waiting. So when you came to the room, you found us waiting in silence. If you have one, help us. Share it with us if you have a tangible, verifiable, real proof that the Earth is a ball. Go ahead.
No.
You.
Well, guys.
What are you talking about here?
Just the description of the surface or the shape of the Earth, if it has a known shape. We heard that there is some claims that the Earth is a sphere, and we are waiting for someone to give us a tangible, verifiable proof that the Earth is indeed a sphere. A proof that doesn't require blind belief, so something that can give us knowledge about the shape of the Earth.
Hell no. I'm
If you
too
have
stupid for it.
If you have one, go ahead. You can share it with us if you have a proof that the Earth is a ball.
I will wait with you guys.
Let me tell you, breathe.
It will be a long waiting. We were waiting. How many, DJ? 10 years?
10
roughly
years.
10.
Yeah, I've been waiting about 10 years.
10 years waiting. Till this moment, no real, tangible, verifiable proof that the Earth is indeed a ball like they claim.
Guys, hello. Hello. Anybody here?
Yes, we are.
Give a chance to express myself. Hello.
Yeah, welcome to the channel. If you have any question or proof that the Earth is a globe, or question about the shape or the description of the surface of the Earth, yeah, welcome to ask your question or to state your statement.
Let me tell you a brief overview of myself.
If you want, it's not a must. It's not something really needed.
Okay.
The real is the real topic here is about the Earth, and if it has an identified shape or an identified description of its surface. That's all. So
I can speak.
yeah, go ahead. You can to speak.
Okay. I'm sorry.
I said you can speak if you want to speak. If you want to say something, you can.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I'm patient and driven. I I believe every day is a new chance to shine. I see beauty in the little thing, and I believe positivity can change everything. Strong, elegant, and confident. I make things happen my way. Thank you for listening to me.
Physics guy. Oh, he left.
Well, I mean, I gave him what exactly the scientific method is, so.
Yeah, and maybe he couldn't find an answer for shadow on a selenium eclipse.
Yeah, he read that and he's like, well, since I used one of those bottom things, therefore I must not be using the scientific method.
So easy. If there is a scientific claim, someone is making a claim and put that claim under the banner of science, making it a scientific claim. You should use that. You should verify the scientific method. The first thing that you should do is verify if that claim is following the scientific method, because it's a scientific claim. You have to first thing to do to distinguish the claim if it is science or pseudoscience.
Exactly.
That's the first step that you have to do, is that check if that claim is following step by step the scientific method. If it does, okay, now we can talk about that scientific claim. If that scientific method was correct, everything was correct, and we can correct things that should be corrected and ameliorate that. And if that claim doesn't follow the scientific method, yeah, it's pseudoscience. You can throw it from the window.
It's times like these I wish I had my old like high school like the science textbook, because in it, in like the definition of science was like it told you like the exact definition of science. Let's see if I can find like a copy.
I bet that everyone's here, every flat earther can give you the exact meaning of the term, its definition from the top of their head, and it will be an exact meaning that you will find in all mainstream scriptures, if I may say that. So yeah, we know what is science. We know what is the use of science. They don't. Most of them don't. Yesterday we had a long discussion about science with the girl. I think you remember her, DJ. We were talking about science. For her, for that girl, the use of technology is science. If you use something that acquired thinking from engineers, professionals to build some accurate tools. So if you use those tools, you are a scientist and you are doing science. If you are a carpenter building a table with super accurate tools, measuring tools, you are doing science, you are a scientist. For her, we tried desperately to explain the thing. Yes, it's like if you are talking to a wall.
Yeah, she was bricked.
Yep. Science is a method. Science is a method used to elucidate cause of an effect observed in the natural world, in nature, a natural effect. Not artificial, not anything else, just natural effect. So you use science, which is a method that you have to follow step by step to elucidate the cause of that effect. That's all. Anything you say other than that, just a plus. Rubbish, nothing important.
Guys,
So,
I can improve my English, but I need your help and support.
well, this is an advanced English channel, so it's probably not the best place to learn. It's good if you want to listen. You can ask questions about the room topic if you'd like, but it's not really an English teaching room. But there are a lot of native English speakers here, so it's good to listen. But beginner English, you'd
Yeah,
probably be best
I'm
go to one of the
beginner.
go to one of the beginner English channels if you scroll down, because this is advanced English.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. You don't have to leave, but we're just not here to teach beginner English, that's all.
Okay, thank you.
Yellow. Anyone there?
Hello. Hello.
Yellow. Yodel. What's up?
What's up?
Yes.
Oh, Dylan, hello.
Hi. Do you recognize me from before?
Yeah. Of course.
Tell me something about myself.
You don't like to talk about the topic of the channel.
That motorcycle?
That's my point precisely.
Why do you hate motorcycles, bro? You're not just about that life. Just say how it is. You're not about that life. You don't feel the need for speed. You don't feel that, do you? I have a need. The need for speed.
Yeah, if you have me too, but when I have the need of for speed, I just go and ride the bike or drive the car or do or run or ride my bicycle. But I swear there is no speed in Discord. The only thing that is speeding is the electricity and the light in the wire and the fiber cables.
Yes.
So you're not speeding and you're not getting any joy from
Yeah.
speed now.
You know how fast those fiber cables, how fast they move? They move at the speed of light.
The fiber cable doesn't move, I think. It's just a
The
fiber cable inside the
light.
wall or
No, I'm saying how the data is being transferred through light technology, and it's 300,000 kilometers a second. That's speed.
Okay.
That's speed right there.
Okay.
So would you qualify yourself as a baddie?
As what?
Would you qualify yourself as a baddie? Are you a baddie? You know what a baddie is?
No.
Huh?
No, I don't.
You don't know.
You don't. I don't know what that means.
Baddie is spelled Baddie, and it's a more colloquial term for being like a badass, a hard ass. Baddie, badass. You're a baddie means you're badass. A lot of people use it for like how they look, how good they look sometimes too.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Thank you.
I can't qualify myself. And I think if you are a badass, you won't talk about it or qualify yourself as being. It will be someone else.
Now you're trying to
Absolutely
manipulate us.
correct.
It is correct, but he's also trying to manipulate us. If you don't ride a bike, if you don't like the need for speed, I don't know, bro. Either you're like a serial killer, but also serial killers aren't really a baddie because they drug people and then they kill them. So it's not like a 1v1 Viking